and we will see what's going on. But we're going to be checking out TCG, which is Trading Card Game Card Shop. Okay, so we do have the game audio. So the sound effect seems a little loud. It does say it's got music. I'm just not seeing any here, but that might be we just get in game. There is music, but it's rather soft. Okay, so it's not present here. That's the important part. But yeah, so now we're doing this thing. One thing I do when I'm usually introducing a new game is we'll take a quick peek here. Keyboard WASD. Oh, well, I mean, that's not terrible. So it's got a SerDes, which is the second most used keyboard layout after QWERTY. I use Dvorak, so it doesn't help me, but we'll figure that out. But I like to go in and take a quick peek at the accessibility settings, see what they have here, just, you know, to celebrate where people do good things. And as a reminder, an absence of accessibility settings isn't necessarily a problem. It depends on the game design. Like, you don't have to worry about having a checkbox to disable screen shake if you do not have screen shake. You get the idea. But one thing I did want to mention is when I first started the game, before we could do literally anything else, I got presented with this part of this screen here, that it was like, hey, before any audio is playing, it started the sound effects at like 60-ish, 65-ish volume, and then this is at like 15% or whatever, before any audio played, and said, hey, set this where you want it, kind of thing. And they had it where like I adjust it, and I think it made like a blip noise or whatever, and it had like a soft music or whatever. So they gave you the option of adjusting your sound before you have your eardrums ruptured. So I just wanted to call that out, that's a big thing. You got your pretty much your straightforward camera things here. You can change the center dot, the size of it, all that, so that's kind of cool. I'm not sure if the outline is reflecting to this or whatever, but you got some accessibility benefits down there. Multiple language support, and the ability to change your keybinds. I can actually change these to... So Q, A, W, C. Let's see. WASD, so this would be where D is. A, R. There. So that should be all set up for me being in Dvorak. Because normally I haven't been bothering to change the controls for Dvorak in a while, just because usually there's so many controls and all that. It's interesting that one of them is a keyboard layout while the other one is WASD. Yeah, no, they're just assumed QWERTY. Let's see, maxing out the open pack is probably needed because it's slow otherwise. Maxing out the open pack. Oh, you're saying that the open pack speed is painfully slow. I'll put it at halfway to start, and we can adjust it when we get into it. But anyways, it looks like they got some good stuff. They could certainly do a little bit better with the whole thing. I know there are mods to make the cards look like Pokemon cards or Yu-Gi-Oh! Or whatever. I didn't grab those. Okay, so we got all this fine. Sorry, just jamming to the music for a moment. I quit my day job to open my own game card store. This is it. Time to get down to business. You, friends, did not make a good decision with your life. My card shop. What was it? Cardtastrophe. There's no music? Oh, this is on me. This is my fault, chat. One moment, please. This is streamer problems. Output device, and there we go. Now you should have music. You know, so, as a streamer, I have, like, my system audio that I hear that you don't. That way, like, you know, when you unplug and plug in USB and it does, like, the blah-bling, blah-bloong, you're not all getting hit with it as well. But then I have, like, this is my audio channel for the game itself. This is my audio channel for the mic. Those get submitted to both YouTube and Twitch. And then I have, this is the audio channel for, like, the music I'm playing, alerts usually go through it, that it's a separate audio channel that does not get put into the VODs on a lot of stuff, and all that. Yeah, so we're opening the store, Cardtastrophe. Confirm shop name. Open phone and stock up card packs. Okay, so tab is the phone. And stock up card tab. So is that gonna be stock order? Okay, so I can literally buy just this one. $1,000 is not enough money to start a card store, friend. I guess I will order 2 boxes. I have no context. Oh, I have to actually... I have no context if that's enough or whatever. We'll figure it out as we go. When opening packaging, put the box items on the shelves. It's interesting that all the other games, like... the left mouse button also opened the box, but this one it's like, what would be, you know, reload or whatever. Alright, so we've got our things, so we need to set the price higher than the market price to be profitable. The market price is $2.75, so if I sold them as is, we would lose money. And I'm going to increase the price by 20%. I have no idea if that's a good amount or not. I do really appreciate these. That's interesting. I really do appreciate that you can just be like, hey, I can increase that by a percentage and not have to deal with that. Let the customers in by switching the sign to open. Man the cashier. I've got to register. Does anyone see the cashier? I need to man them. I'm not sure what manning a cashier is, but, you know, we're gonna do that. Alright, that's fine. Obviously, they mean to man the register. For those who aren't aware, you probably noticed that there are like dozens and dozens and dozens of this style of game coming out. I don't know if this uses Unity or Unreal or what engine it looks like. It looks like Unity to me. But, you can actually go to those stores and all that, or those things, and you can buy like pre-configured setups. Change, so 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, and nickel and a penny. How do I commit to that? How do I commit to you? Oh, spacebar to finish. Okay. There we go. There was spacebar was what to do it with. Can you not deal in cash? Also, what is a 50-cent coin? Alright. Just get the rare ones and sell them separately. Can we tamper with the card packs? I do know there is a mechanic where you can open card packs. They're awesomely large ones? I missed what you said. You had something... Oh yeah, thank you, sir. You have a proper addiction. We're gonna spend a lot of time together in here. We're gonna make a lot of money off you. Oh, you gave me the exact amount. Hold up. I was like, why are you not happy? The basic card pack is a little expensive. You say that, and yet, my goodness, my dude. He's like, it's a little expensive. I'll take them all. That's not how any of that works. My brain was still on this, so we need to be down here. Alright. Let's see. Oh, can we waste our income and get addicted to things we're selling? Yes. We have 50 coins? Oh, well, I believe in other places that we have it. I vaguely remember having 50 cent coin things, but they're just not something you use in normal circulation. Grab packs on the shelf and open them to get cards. I'll deal with that in a moment. Oh, we have a credit card. 6.64. Okay. I do like that they're all like, it's a little expensive, and they're buying it anyway. Alright. You guys know the candy $50? Yeah, I forgot about it. It's what, like, there are certain coins that just don't get used in normal circulation. Like, we do have a $1 coin, but nobody uses it. People collect it. How to grab pack off shelf? There we go. These are... That one's decent. Oh, I didn't mean to go real fast. Yeah, so we got a bunch of cards. I need a cashier so I can addictively open my packs and not sell them to customers. All right, what are we gonna... The holo wasn't even, I think, the one that's worth that much. Yeah, so this is one that was worth a decent amount. You're not worth much. There we go. 27 bucks for a muffin. No one cares about these cheap ones. Get them out of my face. All right. And boom, boom. No, it's mine. You can't have it. Junk, junk. Not great. Junk, junk, junk. Buy a play table and put it in your shop. I will, but in a moment, I need to restock. We can actually do that now. Add 2 onto here. So we got fancier cards. If only this is how this really worked. In real life, we would most likely still be trying to get our first customers in here. You wouldn't open your shop and then have people rolling in, you know, one after the other, barely giving you a break to work. Same cards, bigger pack. That's kind of what I figured. Alright, and if this is anything like the other times... Oh! Oh, I see. It's literally the same pack of cards. I thought you meant, like, where you go and you buy these kind of things. You can get, like, the little teeny tiny packs, or you can get, like, the little almost deck-sized box that you can buy them in. That's what I was thinking. I thought the product was a larger one. That's fine, too. It just means I don't have to buy as many. 1, 2, 3... Yes, buy them all. May your addiction grow. Okay. So 10, 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll take this inside. Plunk it on the floor. Alright, so we got a moment. It wants me to buy a table. I'll need a minute of you not buying things so I can figure this out. Okay, so it does not put the decimal automatically. Let's see. TCG price, manage event, my do-it-yourself. Play table. Alright, so you need 10, 1, 2, 3. Let customers play the card game. No. $10. If you want to use my table, it's $10. Also expect you to buy only food and drink in here, which we don't sell, but no outside beverages. By the way, we charge $7 a soda. And most of our snacks are like bags of chips kind of things. None of which are even remotely enough. And also... Oh, wait. So I keep doing this where I'm looking at the prices up there. And I keep catching the, this price up here, the total, as the change. Which it's not. Hey, oh, that's not a good hand. You should buy more cards. Your hands wouldn't be as terrible. Well, I mean, the problem is just this UI is throwing me... Because, you know, like, when you're doing your own finances, you take your time. It's weird that you fist pump without even, like, doing anything. No lurking. You buy, you play, or you leave. These games needs a setting to upgrade to automatically interchange. Well, I mean, the idea is you get a cashier, and the cashier does it. Yeah, see? You fist pump, but clearly you lost. Also, my man, learn to shave. That's like... just all over their place shave job there, buddy. Wait till you have to spray your customers. Did you not buy anything? Ma'am. Ma'am, you're banned. Everyone's spectating the table and no longer purchasing things from me. Alright. You just keep losing. This guy's like not reacting in any way. Ultimate poker face, just kind of sitting there, and this guy's having a whole like emotional thing. Next person who walks out, we're closing. Also, you've been sitting here for like 2.5 in-game hours. What is this game? Oh wait, they gave me... Alright, you just straight up gave me $16 each? Never mind. Carry on, friends. Yeah, no, usually when you go to a card shop, most of them they don't charge you like an hourly rate for access to a table or whatever. Like some card shops you'll have like a membership or whatever to do that they'll check. Some card shops you would have like, you know, like if there's a tournament you'd have a paid entry or whatever. All right, so let's go ahead and restock our shelf. Yeah, but $10 an hour just to use a table is closing time? Yeah, but they're still playing, and they're giving me 10 an hour. Of course, time is no longer progressing, so let's see what happens. 4 dissatisfied customers. Does it tell me why? No, I'm just left to figure it out. We sold 93 packs of cards. We had 6 and just shy of 6.5 hours of people playing cards. We gained a level. We gained $308 from sales. So our revenue was $353. We spent $471 on merchandise. We spent $250 on upgrading our store. And we had a profit of negative $368.15. That sounds about right for a card shop. That's a normal rate of doing business for a card shop. Oh, it put stuff up here as well? Oh, interesting. I mean, it makes sense. It just wasn't immediately clear. Hey, to start a business to make a small fortune, you need to have a big fortune. Yeah, no, that was the comment I made. He's like, you know, I stopped my day job to open a card shop. And it was just kind of one of those things where you're like, I'm so sorry. This was definitely not the play you should have made. Alright, so we need a shop level 3 to buy the next thing there. Okay, so all those require upgrades. We can get cleaner. It's probably under do it yourself. So you have a small cabinet, a metal rack. Oh. I should have read what that said. Put an item on the shelf to sell them to customers. Store up to 5 types of item. Each compartment has a volume of 32. 3 types of item, volume of 48. I think that the shelf we already have is the single-sided shelf. As an actual cardboard crack dealer, actually the market has been very good for the past 3 years, but this year or next year will be very difficult. Yeah. Well, it's more, like, trying to open a physical store is real rough for the card industry. Like, it used to be you had them almost on every single corner, but as time's gone on... Let's open a pack, please. We will. But first, I need to get more stuff in here. So, stock, accessories, cleaner. I'm gonna buy 2 boxes. Can I afford this? How much do you cost? We can afford it. Barely. Yeah, but the idea of opening a card shop, like a physical card shop, for, and we have, like, the amount of money to work through of $1,000. It's like, I'm sorry, you need more money than that. Your shelves are going to be barren. So market price, 1% markup. Okay. And I have no money to buy anything else anyways, so... But yeah. No, it's a tough thing to be in. Like, I used to, when I was, like, much younger, I used to go to, like, the local card shop, and I would be really good about putting together full sets and then selling the full sets at, like, a massive markup. I used to do that with the Star Wars trading card game. Like, I played other ones like Magic and that too, but... Star Wars trading card game was the one I put, the most time in and all that in those years. But I got, like, multiple full sets of that I sold for a pretty good amount of money. Because usually what you do is you get, like, 99% of the set, and you get those two or three that you're missing that you just buy at price. And it'd always be, like, highway robbery price. But once you had the full set and you could sell the full set to someone, you could really up the price quite a bit. Because for some people, they just wanted the full set. They didn't care at all how much it cost or anything like that. They just wanted the whole set. May I interest you in the new Star Wars Unlimited card game? Nah. After that one, I stayed away from collectible card games. They are dangerous. They will get you to spend a completely unreasonable amount of money. I wonder how it compares to board games? Compared to most board games being digitized? The one I haven't really understood is, like, a lot of the card games coming out with their, you know, online versions. Like, to me, that's a much harder to justify thing. Because you're like Hearthstone. There are people who spend a completely unreasonable amount of money in Hearthstone. You're like, man, if they ever turn their servers off, you know it's all gone, right? Like, that's kind of the thing about a collectible thing, is being able to actually collect it. Versus the moment, you know, the moment Blizzard starts losing money, they'll be like, well, we turned off the servers, it's gone. And you're just like, but my things. But my things. All right. Okay. So let's see. Nods. Yep, having a few games already. Warhammer Age of Sigmar, Skylanders, and a few. Oh yeah. Now I hadn't heard about the first one with the Warhammer Age of Sigmar, but Skylanders, I had heard about that being a big thing. Didn't Skylanders have, like, the little figurines as, like, the physical thing that you still had though? I'm trying to remember which one that was. No, you need to wreck that dude, man. That neckbeard, you know that man is popping onto Reddit later and is gonna say a whole bunch of, like, really not okay things afterwards. You need to ruin him. Yes, at Disney Infinity? Yeah, Disney Infinity was also the same thing. They had, like, a little platform, you put a figurine on it to unlock stuff and all that. Yeah, but they tried to make a digital card game with digital redemption, and the company went under, so poof, the cards are gone. Yep. Yeah, no, that's, I'm definitely not in the camp of, like, oh, physical over digital. Like, I'm not one who gets really upset when games only come in digital format anymore, because, like, man, I remember doing the midnight opening, and while there's definitely, like, a culture nostalgia to that, I don't miss up waking up in the middle of the night, going to the local GameStop, and then standing out there in the rain, and then having the person go, oh, something happened and your resale got, or sorry, your pre-sale, you know, we just don't have it in the inventory. We're supposed to get 200 and we only got 190, so sorry. We'll have them in next week. Like, all that kind of crap, I don't... Dang, lady. Thanks. Yeah, you better go over there and open all those packs. So the only reason I'm not opening more packs right now is a big part of the business you'd do here as a card shop is you'd have like your glass cabinet in the front that you'd have your display card. So when you pull out that $40 card, you'd have that in the front, be like, hey, if you want that card, you know, you're gonna mark it up or whatever, but like you would sell it for 40 bucks. Check every day because they change. I was kind of hoping it'd be a gradual change thing. So like Supermarket Sim where, you know, the start of day, these 3 items change price, that kind of thing. I'm really hoping I don't have to sit here every single day and adjust it because I'm going to just make it like 20% markup. All right, so they're all busy for a second, so let's do this. So boom, boom, boom. Okay. I was thinking about board games that don't have collectibles, just board games. Yeah, nowadays, though, a lot of board games definitely, yeah, I might do the round as well. I mean, but that's a 20 per, like, that's almost a 20% markdown for me. Man, there's a lot of board games that do add collectibles. There's also, it's been a very common thing to make, like, the legacy versions of board games. So there's a board game that you can only play so many times, or otherwise you permanently alter the game. I actually really like what that does for the game to keep it interesting, but it very much limits the replay value. You don't usually check once every 5 days? Reno big? Oh, so you can make your store bigger. So we can get another card table. Yeah, so when we get another 200 bucks, we're gonna build another card table. Cleanser's a little expensive. Well, I like how they're like, it's a little expensive, and then they still buy large volumes of it. This is a commentary on AAA games situation, where people are like, oh, that's a little pricey, and then they still buy the $75 AAA game. You're like, yep, and that will not stop because you're paying the price. The Legacy fad died off. However, Ticket to Ride Legacy is great because it gives you a full game once it's done. Well, that's good. Yeah, no, I remember it was Pandemic was the Legacy game that stood out to me that I was like, oh, that's really neat. Oh, I should have actually checked with the do-it-yourself. Is there a display case that I've just been ignoring? Ah, there is. So $400 we can get a card table to sell stuff. You mark up 20%, then round all your stock? Yeah, doing the strategy where you don't have to deal with the coins at all. Just the dollars. Make me get $6 of change for a single pack. Alright, I'm convinced. So, market, plus plus, round, done. Market, plus plus, round. Oh, that's the profit, done. I'm glad you're all, like, respectful and sneak past each other and not manage event. Oh. Random rarity pack end card price might increase. Random rarity pack might decrease. Format standard, fee $7. Possible next day effect. I feel like I don't have enough tables for that. Yeah, so I can see the price change. We have the Magi event. Oh. Okay, so at level 10 I can start hiring staff. Oh, you know where people said, hey, no bills? There are bills. I got $59 worth of bills. The good news is once they finish at the table, that should be enough to pay for it. Just set the price to 200 per card pack and wait for that whale. He's like, this is highway robbery, how dare you? But I need my... I don't actually know how to look at my cards. But I need I need my Tetramon cards. R. Sort album by price. Yeah, there's the one, the $27 one. Hey, don't mind me. Dude. Excuse you. Use a part of it and put it back on the shelf. Also, really feels like a thing you'd run into at an actual card shop. Did you lose and now you're staring longingly out into oblivion in the middle distance? Been there, friend. Been there. He's just like, my mufflin deck was unbeatable. How did I lose? Yes, unfortunately you can't spray them as easily. Also, it's almost always weed smell. Oh yeah, no, I remember going to the card shop before I knew, like, you know, because being kid and all that, like what weed smelled like, and you'd be like, man, some people smell awfully grassy and florally around here. What is that smell? It's like, oh yeah, those are people who are getting real high before they got here. High level, you could buy an auto sprayer. Yeah. He just lost all his cards in those games. Oh man, Pogs. That was always the thing with Pogs, is you put your Pogs into the stack, and like the competitive play thing was whichever Pogs you managed to get were yours. That was a dastardly thing. So while they sit there and play out their games, we can restock our shelves and all that. Maybe. Because it did seem like I didn't get paid for the games I interrupted. Oh wait, you still like buy stuff after hours. Okay. Alright. I do love when they go to the shelf and buy like 40 packs of cards. And get out. Alright, so once again our profit is negative $552. Heck yeah, man. Doing solid game here. I really, like I said, I really wish they'd give you some indication, so instead of just dissatisfied here, that we'd have something down here that was like, oh, you took too long to go to the register, or you didn't give the right change, or whatever the thing is. I wish it gave us more on that particular item. Let's see, would you be crazy enough to open 1,000 packs of Magic the Gathering card packs on stream? I mean, if someone got me that many. 1,000's a lot of things. You have like 20 days in this? Like, I wouldn't be against opening packs of cards on stream. I guess for me, that's just not something I would expect people would want to see me do, but I'm not against it. Smelly people and selling half-empty cans? Probably. Hey, but look, I get to sell those half-empty cans at full price. And I'm just assuming I'm like a lot of card shop situations in real life at the time, that you only had the one local card shop nearby. So if you weren't happy with them, that's just too bad. Paid for delivery? Watch out when restock? Yeah. I probably need to just restock at the beginning of the end and day. Like, how bad is the delivery cost? Let's find that out. So if I order just the spray, add that to the cart. Alright, yeah, so delivery fee is 5, so that's not insignificant. I kind of want to keep adding the gaming tables because those are ones that don't cost me anything to operate once they're there. So literally it's a passive income. And those are usually the kind of things in a lot of games that when you get those passive income things where you don't have to do anything with it, the more you can lean in on that, the better. Billsio? Oh, right. So it's every day you get the bill, and then the bill is due in 7 days. When I first read it, I'm like, okay, so, you know, my bills are weekly. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Heck yeah, sir. Give me that money. Can I put my bills on auto pay, please? I don't know what time frame we're supposed to be representing here, but I feel like we should be allowed to put our bills on autopay. Because we're talking, these are clearly meant to be like a Pokemon Yu-Gi-Oh style card. Which means we're not talking the 90s anymore, which is like when the card games are like really at their extreme high. We're probably talking like early 2000s, like 2004, 2008, somewhere in that ballpark, would be my guess of what time frame we're representing here. Like, not that card games have gone away or anything like that, but that's kind of where you had like the peak shops where you just had your shelves of different card things and your play tables. Because nowadays a lot of these kinds of things have come kind of like general game shops where they'll have cards and you'll have your tabletop and you'll have your board games and you'll have all of that stuff. You don't see... Oh, they'll take auto after 7 days if you don't... Even if you don't have the money for it? Oh, well that's easy. Then I can just ignore that mechanic entirely and... just treat it as if, you know... comes out of my pocket as appropriate. Alright. So I think the next thing I want to do is I want to save up the $400 for the card display. Was that Tom Cruise? I hope not. I'd kick him out. We're accepting of most people here, but Scientology is not one. Besides, everyone knows that Tom Cruise is Tom Cruise crazy, because no one can appreciate, or sorry, that Tom Cruise cannot appreciate Tom Cruise as much as anyone else. That's a song, by the way. For those not catching the reference, Jonathan Colton. The same person who did the song at the end of Portal. We are running a risky business. Okay, so let's grab a box of these. And I would really like to get the bigger box. So that gives me 16. And it doesn't tell me what the unit price is, so I can't make an informed decision. That's fine. Oh, hey, friend. That's not the right button. Friend? Think about what you've done. I want to put it... Alright, we'll just put it back in the shelf. I was going to do the right thing and set it aside, and that would be, like, the store spray can until it runs out. But I didn't see a way to do that, so... Also, how am I scanning these? There's no scanner here. We're just like pawing at the table and it's beeping a lot. The same price regardless of size for everything? Oh, interesting. So it just saves you having to, like, juggle boxes. Which honestly is a fair enough thing. So I do think what we're probably going to do here in a minute is we're probably going to kill the in-game music. Because while it's a perfectly reasonable track and everything for the game, it doesn't seem like it's a very long track. And I feel like I've already heard this part about a dozen times. Yep, so we're gonna go here to settings. Goodbye music. And then I'll turn on our music here in just a moment. And... okay. Because, like, while the music's perfectly fine going doot 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 and all that, is like, alright, come on, man. Okay, don't buy the play table. I want to save up 400. That way I can feed my card pack opening addiction. And we can, you know, so do it. And you'd rather not fly into the danger zone? Well, that's just not fun. You never, let's see. You know, you never thought to sell the deodorant? Just kept a box behind the counter to spray the smelly guys? Oh, you know what? That's how I could deal with that. Because I could put it back in the box. Right, so I could just keep a box of deodorant behind the shelf that we would just gradually go through spraying people. Alright, turn the lights on. Okay, buy a box and rip packs. Well, we will, but until I have a shelf to sell the individual cards on, I'm just gonna have a mountain of cards. I just want to make sure I have a display case so when I pull those cards, I'm like, yeah, you want that $30 card there. Give me the money. The problem is the display case costs 400. Once we do that, we're going to start ripping some packs. Always the catch with that, as well as in real life, you end up getting those, let's see, that is a nice twist to this genre as well. Late game, you rip packs all day. I would imagine, because you'd have a staff working the store. But first, we need to get a cashier. Once we get a cashier, we get to be freed from the shackles that is the register, and instead they get to live with the shackles that is the register. Let's see. There's cards called Ghosts. They're super rare. They're either black or white. Okay. So like monochrome kind of thing. I think that's assuming you're adding value by ripping packs and not losing money. Well, that's what I was gonna say. Is that's the gamble of when you're running a card shop and doing the packs. Is you can open the packs, and for a lot of different ones, like Magic the Gathering, they actually even have an order where they'll put like a guaranteed a certain number of good cards and bad cards, but not all good cards are created equal. So you can have like that good card that's worth, you know, $200-300, but then you can have that good card that's worth like $2-3. You know, that rare that's just not worth anything. So you can open those packs and you look at it all, and the common cards, you can't even sell them most of the time. Like, even if you put them down for a nickel, no one wants them. Everyone has a billion of them. So literally, it's just stuff to go in the trash in the long term, or you chuck it on a shelf and be like, hey, here's a penny, or you can give them away to, like, new players. Because you can actually put together okay decks with just common cards. So it's a good way, you know, when you have, like, some kid who shows interest, you can put together a pack of just nothing but commons and be like, hey, well, here's a deck that's playable and not awful. And you can use that as a way to teach them, and then they can get into the game. But for actually selling those cards, the ones that are, like, worth a penny or 2 pennies, there's no point. So you open your pack of cards, you get your 1 or 2 cards that are maybe good, and then the rest of the deck, like, maybe get an uncommon, that's worth a couple of bucks, and then all the commons are 99% of the time just garbage. And so it's just all about when you're pulling those like 2-3 cards or whatever. And just doing that. You gave your 20-year-old dragon legends to your nephew and wow his friends when he use to wow his friends who use them. Just wait till you can actually get rid of the Elkipos. Now you're wanting to play Inscription again? I don't know that one. There's a workbench that for packing up bulk. There's a workbench for packing up bulk. Unpacking in bulk? Sorry, I'm not understanding that. Okay, so good news is once they're done, I should be able to get my display thing. Packing bulk card boxes to sell? Oh, okay. Alright, and we can go do it yourself. Card table. That's gonna be a little bit of a mistake because I bought that versus restocking. Okay, so you have 2 sides to use. So for right now, I don't. Okay, here we go. We got a spare of that. Bum. These are not worth selling. Selling 16-cent card. Heck yeah, man. Oh, look at that. 7 cents. You pick up to 6 cards, then close the book? Oh, okay. Why are you still here? Go away. Heck yeah, another day of lost profits. Excellent. Well, we're just gonna open up immediately. Look, man. Nope. Junk, garbage, trash, rubbish, terrible. I'm upset. Okay, so you're a dupe. And you're a dupe. Yep. This is worth the 12 cents. I mean, they sure are grabbing those cheap cards real fast. Nope, 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 nope. Reach shop level 5. So interestingly enough, once I click on it, it is instantly closing the book. 2 cents. I really need a cashier. I should not be wasting my time on all that for 18 cents. Sir, sir. The good news is once I've already priced a card, it stays priced, even if it's not a good price. So as I do these more and more, I should not have to worry about it as much. All right. All right, $5 isn't terrible. The rest of these, all right. Flamey is almost $10. So that was actually a good pack. We'll make some money off that one. I say knowing I don't have duplicate or I don't have extras, so gonna take a little bit. All right, and 30. This amusingly does give you, like, a whole separate game to play within your game. Because you have, like, the normal, like, stocking your shelves and doing all that stuff. But at the same time, you're like, but no, card things. 77 cents, junk. Okay, junk. Not bad. Junk. Junk. Yeah, it's alright. I should change the sorting, which was this button, amount. There we go. Junk, 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 junk. Basically all junk. You can right-click on cards to put multiples in your hand. I see. I'm glad they used a credit card so I wouldn't have to deal with the change. Okay, so you're saying you can use multiples here, so right-click. Um, okay, that's way easier. Okay, so it won't be too long before I need to restock in some cards. Like, restock the card stuff. I still think, so, for the amount of effort versus profit, the table's definitely the winner. Because I don't do anything with that, it just makes me a trickle income. These are definitely the highest effort to do, and they're really a mixed bag in how much money you make from them. Junk, 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 junk. Good. We got one decent card out of that. $27. All right. You can get cards worth hundreds? Yeah, and that's like in real life too. You'll have certain cards that are just really rare and worth a real good chunk of change. That's fine. Keep the extra. All right. So what new stuff have we unlocked at level 5 since it did pull us out? So you have the tabletop. So I'm assuming this will let me get other games there. We can stock more cards. Basic card box. 4 and 8 license. So that's just buying the bigger things. We can also get the rare card pack things. 1, 2, 3. Can't get an employee until level 10. The prices are all going up. We're gonna hold events. We can expand our shop, which we'll probably need to do soon. Yeah, so these are just bigger boxes of the same cards. This is a new series of cards here. The rare box. Probably get the rare box before we worry about the bigger boxes. I'll probably want an additional shelf to do that, though. Because when you really think about what I'm running here, so I have a card shop. This is my entire merchandise listed here. I got a handful of cards over here on the shelf. No, put that back. Why are you not in the amount order? 2, 3, 4, I think it was. Okay. Keep stocking it. That was a lot of bills for 24 cents. Yes. Oh, hey. Just chucking them on the shelf as much as we can. You're making decent money from that card tail for the passive income. Like, honestly, that passive income from the tables is probably handling that. Successfully complete 100 checkouts. That's fine. I need to avoid the temptation of putting down another table because our card merchandise is actually getting pretty low. And I'm gonna need to deal with that. Good price? Hold up. Good price? Oh, I mean, I guess that's fair. I was like, you're not upset by my prices? Clearly something's wrong here. $0.16. Alright, and let's go sort you by amount again. Ooh! High value one. Junk, 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 junk. So that one's weird that doesn't, I guess what makes it stand out is it doesn't have a border. So 10, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 and 1, and... There we go. It didn't see that. Clicked it twice. Alright. You can grab up to 8 packs at a time. Yeah, and I'm not looking to do that quite yet. I don't have that much money to move around, unfortunately. Oh, come on. Would you stop showing up here smelling terrible? One, two, three, four. Yeah, 2 other spots. Cool. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Alright, how are we doing on time? Okay. Let's see, sort book by price. Highest value car will be the first page, top left. Amount is the number of stock. Yeah, no, I'm going by the amount, the number in stock. I want to do that deliberately, that way I'm selling stuff I've got duplicates of. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now is grab one of these boxes and one of those boxes. I need to try and keep stuff in stock. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 10 and 2. So boom and boom. All right. For some reason, we're not selling nearly as much deodorant here. I couldn't imagine why. All right. There's also a duplicate one on the list. Okay, we can check that out here. Okay. Let's see. You duplicates. But none of these are duplicates. Oh, it's saying these are duplicates, but I'm pretty sure I don't have a duplicate of that one. So we're buy high price first. That's fine. I skipped through it real fast and Axis like whatever. Alright, so you go here, so you got our duplicate, so boom and boom. And we'll get our prices set here. 5% over market. And that'll be it for this in-game day. Alright. So still losing money today. Excellent. Every single day is losing money. And I mean, a big part of it's because I'm buying a bunch of stuff every single day. So we're making money. We're just immediately reinvesting it and getting closer to zero because of how much I'm reinvesting. And pretty soon I'm going to have to take a, let's say pretty soon, we're talking like 30 minutes or so. I'll end up taking a quick break because about 9 o'clock p.m. my time. I take a quick break because my wife gets home. Welcome her home, you know, toss something in the microwave or the oven or whatever so I have some food and all that. Like, so we have some food, I should say, not so I have some food. And all that stuff, but that'll be coming about. You can just take the extra penny. Get out of here. Okay. All right. So I don't have more duplicates, so it is time to crack a pack. Junk, 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 decent junk. One, two, three. Yeah, definitely in real life you would not dedicate shelf space to a coin that's worth 6 cents. Like, the time it takes someone to ring up a transaction worth 6 cents, you've wasted 6 cents. I can step away from the register. Pay our bills. Alright, so the next thing we're going to probably get is I need to get a shelf and a new license I want to expand to. I could also get the larger boxes. The larger boxes feel like a weird decision, though. We can start getting new stuff. So we're going to need new shelves is what's going to end up happening. So we can get the single-sided shelf, which is what we're already doing for 300. So I do think that's auto-sent. Okay, hang on. We're getting one of those, so 500 for the auto-sent. That way I don't have to deal with this anymore. I guess I'll put it right by the door. Need to clean them fully? Oh, are you saying if I put it by the door, they don't get sprayed long enough? I gotta put it by the table? No, 2 sprayers by the door works? Gotcha. So one sprayer might not be enough. And new pack. Junk, 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 junk. Okay, junk. Okay. Not a good pack. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll try that because I don't remember how many blank spots I got. Cool. There we go. That'll also be good because it looked like you fed a sprayer into the machine, so that way I'm not putting half empty sprayers back on my shelf again and again. Because apparently the customers don't like that for some reason. I haven't quite figured that out yet. That would be really upsetting to go and like buy a spray of something like at your like grocery store, like a spray of like the canned air, and you go and just goes tss, and it's just empty. You'd be like, what the? All right, and we're getting pretty close to shop level 6, which means we'll be able to start getting the what I'm getting is that you're just selling junk packs. Yes. It holds 2 sprayers per mech. Stickers sneak through sometimes. Cheap card, what a bargain. It was a 6 cents card lady. That was its retail price, the market price. So that cheap card you got was because it's worthless. We should have a free cards pile. I mean, that's a thing that a lot of places did because, like I said, these ones are okay. Like the 8 cents one is too low, but like cards like that one where it's like 8 cents, they're just one of those things that, you know, you just have like a box of cards that they'd be like, you could take one or whatever. Usually it wasn't just like take the box or anything, but it's usually around those things of being like, hey, if you want one of these or whatever, you can grab one. Alright, that's okay, that's okay. Junk, junk, junk. Okay. Okay. Alright, so overall actually a good pack. It was a lot of only okay cards, but there was a decent number of them. Like nothing that's gonna like make or break the bank or anything. Junk, 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 junk. Hello, $631 card. Junk. I think we did well that pack. I think that was an okay pack. The only sad part is we're not going to be selling that card because it's the only one of that one I have. But we did get a good card for selling later. Just the idea, you showed up at the local card shop, and you look around, and you buy the 25-cent card off the shelf. Like, that's what you went for. You had everything else you could have gotten, and you broke out your quarter. And you bought the 25-cent card. That was the spend. That's the last card to finish your collection? I would honestly be amused at the person who... They're putting together an entire collection, like they're playing the Star Wars card game, and like the last thing they were missing is a plain old boring Stormtrooper. You know, one of those things they end up with like literally hundreds of normal, but just with your individual luck, you walked away, and you just never did get the regular, old, simple, one of the most common cards for the Imperial side Stormtrooper. Which would definitely be where you hit up the free box, because there's definitely going to be at least 1,000 of those things in there. I've known people who buy just the individual cards. Like, they won't buy the packs. I've definitely known people back, when I was playing Star Wars card game, that they would be like, okay, I want to put this deck together. It depends on this, like, I forget what the terms are. You'd have, like, this modifier card, like an event card or whatever. And it's not even that it's, like, rare. It's, like, $1 or whatever. So you'd end up with probably a couple dozen of them by the time you bought up, a whole bunch of packs. And they're like, but no, I want to build this deck and I need that one. I need a bunch of these commons. And they would go out of their way to buy all of those just to not do the roll of the dice. Usually the correct way with that stuff was you just bought all the individual packs, so you got like 90% of what you needed. And then like those 1 or 2 cards that were a little bit more difficult to get a hold of, you'd buy those. All right. So when they're standing around like that, I wonder if that's they're looking to play, but there's no tables available. Because I never thought about... Yeah, no, that's exactly what happened. Because the moment that table cleared up... Okay. So what that means to me is that if I bought another table, it'd get used. There we go. Let's see, it's easier if you are looking for the rare cards or even just regular. Used to play Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh! And some of the rare and had some of the rare Pokemon cards. You made a major move at one point, though, and passed the torch. Gave all your cards to next gen. Yeah, no, that was, I used to do the Star Wars card game. I had gotten a couple of Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards and Pokemon cards, like enough for a deck, but I never really got into those ones that much. I was kind of, like, at that point, I kind of burned myself out on the collectible cards, doing the Star Wars one. I had done Magic before that, and I'd gone a little bit into it. The problem I ran into with both Magic and the Star Wars card game is I'd sit down and come up with these, like, dastardly decks, and I was really proud of, like, game-breaking mechanic-level decks. And then they make a rule against me being allowed to use those decks anymore. And after about the 3rd or 4th time, I was like, you know what, screw this. This isn't fun. Because, like, it used to do way back in the day, Magic was there was the Plague Rats, which were a creature that was, it started as a 1/1, but for every Plague Rat you had, their stats went up. So you'd have, like, a 1/1 if you got 2 out, then both of them would become 2/2, and then you get in a 3rd one, now you have 3 3s. And so you get the idea. It was a thing that each one of these would become more powerful, and if you get that ball rolling, it was one of those things that got ridiculous. So they're like, okay, well, you're only ever allowed to have 4 of the same card in your deck, with, I think, lands were an exception or whatever. And I'm like, okay, so you just made this card worthless, because a 4/4 creature, even back then, was kind of whatever. It was a pretty ignorable creature. Everything was stronger. And I don't remember the strategies I messed with Magic, because that's going farther back, but, like, Star Wars, I had things where there's a card called Location, Location, Location. And I think there was the equivalent for the, like, there was the Location, Location, Location was, I believe, the Imperial version, and there's, like, the Rebel version. And the idea was, for the more locations that you controlled, you would do damage directly to the other player. And so the strategy was, you get a bunch of cheap units and just an obnoxious number of locations, and it was a way to compete against players who would just have a few extremely powerful cards, which was kind of the strategy most people used back in that point. Have a couple people who could hold up against anything you would have. And so you just swarm them with a bunch of throwaway characters that didn't matter, and just demolish the player. It's kind of like in Magic, where you'd have the decks where you'd get spells that would attack the other player's health, bypassing the units. It was kind of that type of strategy. But then they're like, okay, well, now you can't have 4 of any card, and you can't do, like, this thing and this thing here. And it made it so hard to play those decks because you had to, like, find so many different, different ways of, like, working around that. Alright, so let's go here, and I'm getting low on cards. Probably should have gotten the deodorant at the same time, but we're okay on that. They don't buy much of it. Sarah and Singing Vampires are great 4/4s. Yeah, no, the whole catch with using the Plague Rats as 4/4s is they started as weak enemy, like weak cards that you'd have to build up to them, so you had to work for it. Because that was the whole idea behind the Plague Rat deck, that was its balance, is it took a lot to get the ball rolling to get them to higher stats. But then once you started getting the Plague Rats up to like 8/8, you know, if they didn't do anything to counter you by then, they basically just fell over. They waited too long to counter your strategy. Hey, we have one less upset customer than we've had from every other day, and for the very first time, a profitable day. That we ended the day with more money than we lost. And we'll pay our bills. And we're just going to open immediately because there's literally nothing else I can do right now. Okay, we can probably just pop a pack. Junk, 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 junk. That was maybe the worst pack we've had so far. Hang on. Junk, 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 junk. Well, actually, the one was okay. Junk, junk, junk. All right, not having a good day on the pack popping. All right, and good enough. 10-cent card gives you a $5. Cool. All right. And 12. One moment, I gotta open my cards. Junk, 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 junk. Okay, junk, junk, junk. Alright. Alright, Night Dweller, you sleep well. Thank you again for tuning in. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom, 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 and then 3 cents. Junk, junk, junk. Okay, junk, 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 junk. Alright. Junk, 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 junk. Straight up garbage. Maybe a new record for the worst pack we've opened. It's up there. Junk, junk, junk. Okay, junk, junk, junk. Okay. Could you stop buying things? I'm busy trying to open my card packs, friend. I figured there's like just 4 more packs in there. I was just gonna go ahead and go with that. Okay, so let's grab you 3. Get those on our shelves. It's a $2 card or 2-penny card. I really shouldn't be shelving those. Alright. Paying for a 7-cent card with a $10 bill. You monster. How dare you? Do you have any idea how much change I would need to be restocking in your register? I can't wait to have an actual cashier. We get an actual cashier, this can be someone else's problem. Unlock a basic card box. So that's a basic card box there. So I need 150 before that's an option to buy. And then what I'll probably do when we can get a basic card box is I might let that shelf we currently have. I might like let that we might like clear off the top row and then drop it down a little. So we'll have like the boxes on top. Like I don't know what the rate you sell these things are normally. Like I definitely want more shelves, but I also don't have the money for more shelves. Thanks for buying the 12-cent card for exact change. I appreciate you. Having a dedicated display case that's mostly 10-cent cards. All those transactions, I think we went up like $1. And yeah, it's because I'm grabbing them based on quantity, which is going to be a thing. We'll definitely need to do something about that to make it a little less terrible. Alright, so I'm going to try and snooze the ads for 2 snoozes. Because if I do that, that should line up with about the time that I'll need to run downstairs to welcome Tomb home. Which means that way, you know, the time I need to take a break anyways will line up with that. Alright, so we get the boxes. Hey, we got our first achievable. How much do the boxes cost? Now we've got our license to get the boxes. $58. Oh, and it's only 4 though. Okay. That's good to know. So it's not expensive per thing of boxes, but they're lower volume. Alright. So I'm gonna try and slowly 4 boxes fill 1 shelf. Those must be some big boxes. Oh, they're probably not deck boxes. They're probably like the big collector boxes things that you'd get. So it's like getting, you know, 200 some cards, whatever it was. I remember the amounts. I don't know about nowadays, but those used to be a colossal waste of money. You could get a huge number of cards, but most of them weren't any good. I want to say there's a better way to get uncommon cards, if I remember correctly. And this is, again, talking from the reference of Star Wars collectible card game. It probably varies for other ones. That's right. You're going to have a whole shelf of mufflins. I hope you like mufflins. Alright, so if I sell 14 more, we'll be good there. Alright. I will say when we think about it, so we're about 2 hours into the stream working on this, and I would say progression-wise, this is significantly slower than Supermarket Simulator, but at the same time, it feels better. Because, like, my store has literally gained no size whatsoever. I haven't gotten a warehouse of any kind, I haven't got any employees of any kind, or anything like that. We're still only selling 2 products. So we're looking objectively from the progression side. Like, we really haven't been making much movement. At the same time, we got enough different things going on that it doesn't feel nearly as bad to have it take more time. Have you gotten any rare cards? Yeah, so we changed this to price. Right there. $631.45. Now we also have this one that's $62 and that's $26. So the top row there is pretty nice. But we've been just putting literally whatever I got extra of on the shelf, which isn't good for money, it's just getting it out of my inventory. But it does mean I'm selling a lot of cards for like 10 cents, 7 cents, 14 cents. Our display rack here, if you look at it, nothing. We have one card that's worth over $1 and another card that's worth over $0.25. And this entire side is worth less than 20 cents. You know your binder is infinite? I know that. But at the same time, I'm just going to keep getting rid of the cheap ones. We'll probably get a mechanic later that we can just delete the cheap ones by, like, putting them into, like, a large volume and selling them in bulk. Because that, people have implied there's, like, a bulk thing. I need you to buy more packs of cards so I can start clearing up a shelf for the bigger boxes. That $1 card is going to make a difference for you, huh? Don't worry. There's a 25-cent card to go into its place. You can just open packs? Yeah, but that's my merchandise. We'll open more packs. I'm just not worried about that right now because, I mean, I see what you're saying, is I can open the packs to clear the shelf. That's not actually that bad of an idea. Can I gotta put these away before I can ring it up. Buying a 12-cent card. The thing that tickles me the most about it is just the idea of buying something that's worth like 10 cents, but using $20 bills and stuff like that. That's the part that tickles me so much about it. Is you'd be like, I would genuinely feel guilty about that. With the spray bottles cleaner, they're marked as cleaner. You use them as deodorant, so when people come in here stinking, you spray them. And junk, well, I mean, okay. So I got a couple of $3, $4 cards. So that's an alright pack. Decent, roughly $1 cards, but mostly junk still. Yeah. Hey, $13 cards. So we actually got some okay there. That's a pretty bad pack. Got a $5 card. That wasn't too shabby. Okay, there's a $5 one. I was like, this pack is getting really bad. All right. Junk, 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 junk. Decent, good. Got an $8 one. Yeah. Hey, $35. That's not bad at all. So I think on the average we actually did pretty okay. We had like 2 good packs and like 2 pretty abysmal packs. So we still have all those stocked up. We still have these all stocked up. I am going to go ahead and continue to take these ones off the shelf and pop some more packs. Because I want to clear up that spot. And I'll also give those people time to play. That was terrible. 57 cents is the total value of all those cards. Alright, we got a couple worth a couple of bucks. So yeah, so last three were pretty okay. There we go, $10 card. So winner of a pack. Alright, that one is all junk as well. I just realized we get XP for just opening the packs. Oh, that's terrible. I mean, it's bad XP. It's like 14. But way to feed the addictive nature of it even farther and be like, hey, what if we even rewarded you for getting bad rolls? All right, so buy 2 boxes of those. Yeah, so these are big boxes is what I'm seeing. So we'll go here. Market plus 10. Or plus 20. Forgot to round you. So you all need to finish up your game, and you probably just need to get out of here. Cool, we got paid. That's all I was waiting on. Alright. So I can move forward and get all that sorted out. Okay, but that said, before we get into the next day, if you'll bear with me, chat, it's about that time that I need to step away for about 5 minutes, welcome my wife home, make some dinner happen, all that kind of good stuff. So it's a good pause time for that real fast. So I can quickly do that for just a couple minutes. We'll let the ads roll, and then I'll be back real quick after that. But thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. And for those new to the channel, this is a normal thing right around this time that I welcome my wife home. Again, it takes about 5 minutes, but it's my one big break for the stream. And then from then on, we go till 4 a.m. my time usually. So another 7 hours. So hang tight, and I'll see you all in just a little bit. Oh, come on, don't immediately break on the very first one. Okay, we're gonna mulligan that ad break. Because Sidekick breaks on brand new clips, and literally the first one it broke on. I really need to make a command to make that not happen. I am with you. We will stop the oppression of the trees. We knew this all along. They didn't believe me. What just happened that didn't wake us? What on earth was that? That was terrifying. Huh. So, the moment I heard them smash it, man, I'm surprised. Metal pipe is actually a pretty crap weapon. No. I missed. I'm sure he'll be heads over heels with 3 after this. Ah! Suddenly Yuri turns towards me as if she's noticed us standing here for the first time. Rual! She's just trying to make me look bad. That's not true. She started it. How do I get... And this is unreadable. Okay, so... We are being told we need to side with Yuri or Natsuki. Who... And they would do so addictively, and they were really proud of it, that they could extract all this money from people. To a point that they were almost joking about putting people into poverty. And this was a talk they were giving. Like, And it was one of those things that went, oh god. Alright, so we got a baby on the way. And it was... Don't hit. That's not good. Alright, you know what we're doing? We're gonna go with, this is not our problem. We want no part of this. Okay, and relocate our position over here to have some cover. I think in all my time, that has been the single most effective orbital bombardment I've ever used. Considering there is nothing left. There is a pair of corpses left and everything else got wiped out. Did they revamp that? I remember orbital bombardment being a lot weaker, let alone mining out chunks of the mountain. Please don't break that. You're a real jerk, you know that? Still, I'm glad you moved here, Farmer Rual. That is too incredibly freaking adorable. I'm gonna need you to tone down the weaponized levels of adorableness. You never played Stardew Valley? Do you think you'd like it? I have no... Perhaps not be a jerk about it. Okay, I got some. And that's why you hold shift when you hear the noise. Don't you do that. Ooh. Well, I'm amped. Who's amped? Yeah, let's roll the dice. 60% chance that things don't go terribly, 40% chance that they do go terribly. Yeah, let's push the button. Boom. They died. Alright. I'm so tired of Sidekick breaking all the time. Tomb did get home, like, I've got dinner done, it just needs to be played and all that. Oh yeah, no, the tent one? So, that was literally the world record run character. That was probably the closest we got to dying without actually dying. Because we had the two real big scares we had that run was that one, and then when I was doing the hidden military base, we did take a scratch during that point because I was trying to retreat from the base in the dark in a vehicle. And for everyone who's been down there, they've got a lot of areas where it looks like the road goes in different directions, and I made the wrong turn, so it went into a dead end tree-wise. And so I had to bail out in the dark, and I had forgotten that F would pull out your flashlight, and so I'm trying to like go through my inventory, finding it was zombies everywhere in the trees, because that area is like just thick with zombies, plus helicopters and all that. And I got caught on the way through, but didn't get infected, so I managed to go on. Alright, so, yeah. Yeah, no, the military base down there is one of the sketchiest areas. So we've got everything we're going to be able to get right now. Oh, I've got one card spot that's available. There we go. Open up. Cool, cool, cool. Let's see, you got a storm coming through. If you poof, power blipped, but should be okay. Yeah, no, I can understand that. Did you wait outside for the store to open? Look at that and then left. Did that guy say this is fine? All right. I just realized I don't actually have, like, we've been getting tasks to do regularly, and we don't have one of those right now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright. Just selling nothing! That is a total waste of a display case for me, is to be selling all these cheap cards. I will literally be able to sell cheap cards on that shelf. Oh, you gave me exact change. I did the thing where I misread the numbers again. Like, this shelf costs 400. If I'm selling 10-cent cards on that shelf, it is going to take literal years for us to pay off just the shelf, let alone make a profit on it. That said, to be fair, we are selling the occasional card worth a decent amount. But as I'm opening more and more of these packs, I'm getting more and more junk. We may need to change up that strategy. Let's look at our book. Hard to sort it by price. We get a ways in here before we start getting to duplicates. Whoa, 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 sir. I was gonna let you get away with this until you sat down to actually go here. I need to get the auto sprayer. The auto sprayer is 500, so I just gotta save up the money. Meanwhile, start moving these down. So we start making room for more boxes on the shelves. Whoa, how many of those did you buy? The shelf just went from full to empty in seconds. Oh, I see. You bought them all. You said, these are a little expensive, and then proceeded to buy every single one I had. Fair enough. Okay, so we're gonna need to go to stock. I'll take 2 boxes. I will take 1 box of those. And then I will take a box of these. All right. Just set that down there for right now. All right. So I definitely need more display shelves and all that. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Okay. Alright, so that's the most valuable card I have that I got a duplicate of. You know, you can play each other. You don't have to awkwardly sit you could just walk. I mean, actually no, you can walk around, that way you don't have to elbow past their chairs. You can sit and play each other. You don't have to wait for 2 other people to play against. There are 4 of you who would like to play, of which 2 of you aren't actively playing. Yeah, it's all fine for the moment. All right. Oh, do I need even more tables? I got more people standing around because there's not enough things. Yes, it definitely feels like early game money is your big limiter. Totally doesn't sound like something you'd do. I mean, like, once you sat down and you're in that awkward position, then yeah, you kind of commit to it. But until you get to the point of awkward, once it's awkward, there's no going back. All right. You're curious about the reason about only selling duplicates? Because I want to get the whole set. You think I'm trying to run a business here. I'm just trying to fuel my addiction. That's all I'm trying to do.
Here's food for the cute one.
Thank you.
You're welcome. One,
You enjoy.
2,
Do you want to open a card shop?
not really.
Okay, well then, that's what I'm doing right now.
Okay.
Tim's like, not really. Which fair? Oh, those the ones you're going for? Excellent, excellent. Good choice. I actually don't know if it's a good choice. I have no real care as long as you give me money. That's the reason I stopped putting those there. I was like, okay, hang on. All of this that I'm doing right now, 7 cents. That's what you're gonna pick? Good choice, good choice. All right. Honestly, some of these ones they're grabbing now, where I'm only getting like $1 or $2 for them, is still really not that bad when you consider the packs. Let's see, 100 customers have played cards in your shop. Neat. Oh, that's the one you're going for? Okay. Yeah, so we're basically selling uncommons right now is what we're really pushing at the moment. You know, the kind of cards that you're going to get $2, $3 out of. They're nothing special, but they might be that card you're missing for a deck or whatever. Or, like, you maybe manage to get this far and not get it in your collection. No one's buying the packs of cards anymore. Everyone's buying the loose cards. And I appreciate that people are buying deodorant now. Okay, so what was the next thing I needed? We probably need a shelf of... Oh, I still want this. I want the auto-scent thing, but I also really want more shelf space. And I also really could use a lot of things. And you need to be sprayed in the face. That's right. Learn your lesson. Well, you're hovering when there's a table available, so that's just on you. I also need to expand the store size. We're slowly getting a little bit more claustrophobic in here. I'm also realizing you could adjust your entire strategy of playing this game based on how much you want to open the packs. So I could buy a lot of these display counters and potentially make really good money just popping packs and flipping the display counters. Or I could literally just not do the display counters and just sell the packs. You could go for more and more leaning on the passive income of providing just like a game shop and like you sell the cards on the side, but your primary income is just giving people a place to play. So with the events, Duel Master, so common pack and card price might increase. Rare, epic, and legendary price might decrease. Fire elemental will increase. Earth elemental will decrease. And we can't do those. Possible next day. So the only thing confusing about that is that, to me, that implies that's what we're doing today. Which is weird, because normally in real life you schedule those things well in advance. That is not what I needed to do. I need to be working in change here. Seems like a mega avenues of play. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. It's just, I feel like that's why this game seems to be like way more addictive than the supermarket simulator. Is even though the progression is slower, there's so much more variety of play, which lends itself to being able to do a lot more different things. Oh, no, put you back. So grab you. And you and you. All right. So it seems like there's going to be a lot more flexibility in what you do with it. Plus, there's the gotta catch 'em all binder style. Yeah. Yeah, there is. But it almost feels like, other than low quantity items, you could start your day off. Let's keep that going. When it gets low, I'll pop the packs. But like, other than low quantity, you could really... Wait, it's a real thing? You love this game already? Oh, yeah. No, literally, I look at it. There's 1,320 cards to collect of various sets and all that, and I only have, I think it's 81. So, but that's I've not been popping packs very aggressively. Oh, hey, wait a second. You're not priced. But yeah, so like I said, the curious thing was the manage event that... We can increase the cost it is for them to sit there and play cards based on what event there is, but there's a hosting cost and everything. But then it can affect the then it can affect a bunch of things. So it could be a strategic thing that if you got a bunch of really good rares, to try to host the event to boost the price of rares the day before, and then sell your rares the next day. Well, this is happening. Junk. Junk. We had one good card in that set, just the wear box or whatever that is. And there is a mod to make these cards into like Pokemon and Digimon. There we go. For 450. That's a decent card. Got a $2. We got another $5 card, so that's a decent pack. Got another decent card. Got a $3 card there. A lot of middling value cards going on here. $2. $3. $5. $3. $2. Okay, because now that that's cleared, we can change what's on that shelf. Because we did already have one person literally bought out the entire shelf there. So this is one of the things I want to give a little bit more dedicated inventory space to that. Let's pop in here and pay our bills. And was there anything we want to do so far, shelves? I could add more space to play. I do want to kind of just save up for another single-sided shelf as well. Oh, another thing I was looking at is the stock. We can get the packs that are just the rare cards, or like have a high rate of rare cards. Yeah, so we get ones that are... We can get a lot... Oh my god, there's so many things to unlock. And weirdly, that's a 33 level requirement, but that's a 50, and they happen after that. Man, those licenses are thousands of dollars. Oh, right. The figurine that we can actually sell plushies now. And card sleeves. So we probably should be selling the card sleeves. That's not an expensive license. So let's go here and say, hey, let's get 4 of those added to the cart. The booster packs. I've got a box of those and a box of those. They're probably okay for those right now. We'll wait on the deodorant. We can get dice. Let's get a license to get some dice. Oh my god, you're way more expensive than I gave you credit for. Okay, so we got the license for the dice, but dear goodness, the dice are expensive. I don't know why the dice are so unreasonably expensive, but they are. Yeah, I'll order it. I was gonna wait because it's like not many items for an order, but we'll purchase it. Because card sleeves is a thing that a card shop should absolutely be selling. I may have bought too many. Okay, so that box is empty. They're made from the bones of endangered animals. I mean, that's... Where else are you gonna get dice from? Oh, and round. Alright, well... With that, it's time to end this in-game day. So, a mildly profitable day. Love to see it. You may or may not have too many dice. I mean, what else would you do? Let's do a quick inventory on our prices. Let's put that back. Market plus plus round done. 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 I'm not doing the cards. The cards can stay exactly how they are. All right. And $4 card. Oh, you know what? I actually don't care about rounding these. Because some of them are just way too cheap to be worth rounding. And I know that complicates my pricing and all that, but at the same time, that is what it is. I mostly just want to make sure I'm making decent money on them. $10, $1, $1, $2, $3, $4. All right. We got another spot open. Why are you not buying the protective sleeves? Everyone knows you really want to put these things in protective sleeves as fast as you can. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Hey, buddy, 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 pal broski. Alright. I bought 4 boxes of those protective sleeves. And we are definitely not selling very many, considering I think I've sold literally 0. Let's see here. So, boom, boom. Thanks, man. I feel slightly better about that purchase suddenly. Because if I had 20-cent sleeve for an 8-cent card, yes. That's how that works. Alright. Ah, there we go, sir. Thank you so much. You got that cheap 13-cent card, and you got like a whole collection of those sleeves. Alright, so I got 2 spots available. And the good news is once I price these once, I don't have to worry about them again. Alright, we can just keep stocking all this. I really need to get that auto sprayer. Just so I don't have to deal with it. Ah, 2 in a row with exact change. Cool. All right. Yeah, no, we're slowly expanding our collection. That's good news. Man, you went to card shops? If you really had the opportunity to spray people with axe, you would have. Oh no, I absolutely... There was definitely a couple times that you played down the game and you're like, my friend. It's like... it's like, I'm 13 and I can already tell you you're failing at adulting. Like I am a teenager just standing next to you, and man, even I'm shaking my head going, come on, dude, get your stuff together. Oh, hey, thanks. Big spender. Love to see it. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. $108. All right. Yeah, so it's like we weren't selling any of those for a while, and now they're just going. Okay, we pretty good on all that. Cool, cool. All right. You know they don't shower daily? They should put on deodorant and at least a clean shirt before going out? Yeah. Oh no, like I said, it was a fairly notorious thing you'd run into that, like, even I as a teen who was out running around doing all sorts of stuff would notice some people getting pretty rank. That it was just unpleasant to be around. I remember a couple of times people being said, hey, you gotta leave. Like, this isn't okay, man, you gotta go. I'm also suddenly thinking here, we got these big paper bags here. Some of these paper bags are worth more than the cards we're selling in them. Like, genuinely, some of these cards we're selling are worth like 7 cents. And that big old paper bag is probably worth more than that. You currently work in a Walmart, not as Walmart associate. And geez, some of the people that walk in there smell of urine. Or that they smell literally like rolled and stuff. Yeah. No, I definitely remember working, I worked a grocery store job as my first not working at a place, you know, family ran or whatever. Like when I was old enough to work kind of job. And I definitely remember people coming in high. Like, I distinctly have a memory of these guys, and I can't remember what brand or whatever it was, but there was potato chips on the end cap. And they had like a cartoon character doing something silly, and the three of them just laughing for a good solid half hour. Before finally was like, one of them was like, no man, we're on a mission. And then they started walking down into like an aisle to get some food or whatever and started laughing again. I don't know what they were laughing at that point. But they were all high as high could be. There we go. I like when they spend lots of money. That's my favorite. What am I doing? There's a lot of times I'm reading the total as the change, and then just that momentary pause going, this is not right. I haven't accidentally given anyone a bunch of money, but there's definitely been a whole lot of staring at that going, why is this not looking the way I think it's supposed to look? Yeah, you're starting to get to cheaper cards now. Alright, getting pretty close to level 8. Changes why you don't think you'd work as a cashier. It's annoying. These days, most people use, pay in cash, so you don't have to even worry about it. But, or sorry, not cash, in card. I definitely remember when I worked retail, that was a constant nuisance. You'd have a person come in and drop a $100 bill and be wanting to spend $2. You just say, hey man, sorry, but, like, that can't help you. Or to have people saying, hey, can you give me all this in ones? No. No, I can't. Because I need those ones to give as change for other people. I give you a 5, and I give you 3 ones. And that's the most ones you're gonna get out of this. If you want a whole lot of ones, you gotta go to the bank. Because that's what we're gonna have to do. Oh, you didn't actually buy, you just looked. Alright. I still love that it beeps, as if there's gonna be a barcode on the individual card for you to scan. Alright. Okay. So the store's gonna close soon. We've got a pretty good amount of money. So we do have the opportunity to potentially make something happen here. And I do think... I'm gonna grab one of these. Deal with that in a moment. Get in a line here. Okay, so it takes a moment to like warm up. You're scanning them with your eyes and doing mouth beeps. So like you're just kind of hovering over as they're doing their stuff, going beep 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 beep. Like there's no electronic or anything. Now the worst one though is while you're doing it, you have to sit there and like wave the one back and forth a whole bunch of times, like it won't scan right. And then like, you know, turn it over like you're gonna type in the number. Okay, so let's do our restock. So we're gonna want to get 2 boxes of that. Still got plenty of those left. Accessories. I'm going to want probably 2 boxes of that. That's outside our budget already. So 1 box of that, and sold. Because it does seem like we don't sell these often, but when we sell these, the people like to buy them in like packages of 4 or something. So it is one of those things, we're not selling a lot of them, but when we do, we get we get a pretty big bump all at once. Alright, and we lost $92 that day because we bought, you know, we spent $500 on equipment. So we would have had a profit of 400 something had I not bought the equipment. Which is fine. Did I actually take? Okay, cool. Da, da, da. Okay, so we're getting low on decent cards. Got $2 in there. So mostly junk. Couple of $1, $2 cards. Put those back for just a moment. Because until I hit level 10, I can't get a cashier. Once I can get a cashier, we'll be in good order, because then I can just not hover over the register the whole time. Alright. I'm just gonna try to keep mostly selling ones worth at least like $1 or $2. Okay. And we got a $5 card. That's not too shabby. A $2 card. And we got another $5 card. Alright. Yeah, so locating that near the register seems to have worked well for me. They seem to be having to walk around it, which does seem to be slowing them down enough that they are getting sprayed. Which is good, because then I don't have to drop another $500 right away to deal with it. We'll see where we end up with shortcomings on that. Alright, so I got 2 cards here. Okay. So let's try checking the duplicates again. Alright, so we got duplicates again. Cool. So now this menu seems to be working better. Because earlier when we went to mess with it, it wasn't particularly useful because everything was just kind of showing us that. We'll get sorted. Hey, man. Oh, you don't have a price. All right. And we're just dealing with all these. So one of the next things is definitely going to be trying to get some of the other decks and all that. Because there are more decks we can get happening. Well, actually, I'm going to need a shelf first. Let's get a shelf first. Then we can get more decks. Because you know what you need is the mod that speeds up the opening process. So we can actually open that faster. Like, we didn't even look at this. So, show new card, and then auto next card. Like, that I'm not sure what that even means. Oh, unless the auto next card means you'll sit there and it'll flip through the cards one by one quickly where I don't have to like click the button. Alright, 54. Cool. So grab and grab. I'm getting to the point where we're gonna have to start cracking packs. Oh my god. The speed that the line's picking up. We're definitely hitting that point where I need staff. Which I can't do until I hit level 10. Okay, we got another card to deal with. It seems like it forgets how I have it sorted. All right. We definitely had like the after school rush or whatever it was. Okay, drop you off on your shelves. All right. Yeah, so I definitely need to crack some packs for some better cards. But right now, because I have to do everything, I'm just not getting the cracking packs time. Alright, so the do-it-yourself, we can get the single-sided rack. Yeah, so it's level 10 that I get the workbench. Small card display. So I'm guessing that's like a marketing thing that we put up the small card display and it shows off the cards and all that. And so we can use the display as a way to boost our sales or something like that. All right, 1 second. We need to move you. That needs to be moved. You need to be moved. I'm gonna have to make more space. All right. Alright, so we've got that set up. Let's see, yeah, for your expensive cards. Yes, I don't know if we actually sell it outside of the display case, or if, like, the display case gives us a premium price. Like, I don't know mechanically how that works. But, the implication would be we put our really fancy cards there, and either it helps with our sales, or it lets you get away with selling things for a little bit more. Like, I don't know the exact of what it is, but we'll figure it out. So next thing I want to do is we can go to our stock order. That shelf, we're gonna save up. We're gonna start getting the rare packs. We can get our really expensive packs. Are gonna go on this shelf. But I gotta wait a little bit longer to get a license. I also looks like I'm due to add another table because we're all full up and we keep having people waiting on it. So we need more tables for people to play. We've got 2 or 3 people hovering looking for something to do. Alright. So it's just gonna take a little work to get all this sorted out. And I don't have a bunch of loose packs worth popping right now. I'm gonna need to order those soon. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? Fine, you guys? Yeah. So it wasn't enough to clean her up. I'm hoping she'll walk by again and we'll get a good idea how this works. Alright. So I see what people were saying, that like one spray wasn't enough. If only those things existed in real life, where you'd walk into a store or whatever, and you had some serious BO or whatever, and it'd just come by and be like, nah, man. Like, you want a warning or something in case someone has like an allergy or something. But like, look, man, we can detect that you're rank, and we're gonna just go ahead and intervene on your behalf. There'd be a lot of reasons why you can't actually do that. That there'd be lots of problems with it, but still. Yeah, so I've got to pop more packs. The cards we're selling are getting plenty too cheap. Take your extra penny and get out. Alright, so what is the cost of the license of the next one? 300. Because then we'll get the rare packs and start stocking those. And slowly expand our offerings. Like, the only reason I'm not popping a bunch of packs right now is I don't have that many. You know what? Okay, that makes sense. Literally terrible. It was 69 cents, so at least it was funny number. Couple for about $1. Got a $2 one. Rest are junk. Had one for $1, so these are mostly junk. Got a couple for $1. Got another one for $1. That box has not been kind to us. There's a $2 card. That box is terrible. That box was straight up not good. Oh, you're not priced. Okay. This type of game starts to pop up more and more, and they look similar, but you wonder if they're the same devs? No, they're not the same devs. For those who don't know when it comes to game development a lot of times, whether it's Unity or Unreal or whatever, what'll end up happening is you will have basically like asset packs, those kind of things, where people can spend, sometimes it'll even be free, but you can spend a little bit of money and you'll get like a bunch of models for like really cheap, so you don't have to get your own. They'll have the basic game engine logic will be built in, so you don't have to like write the basic part of the game engine yourself. You can just kind of use what's already existing. And so because Supermarket Simulator and all that kind of like really kicked off a lot of people started doing that. But like I said, I don't know if this is in Unity or what it is. It looks like Unity to me. But yeah, we lost $2 because of multiple upgrades. But it is just one of those things that they are genuinely running effectively the same engine underneath. It's not exactly accurate, but they're running like the same engine underneath and then modifying that engine from a base point. So it is just one of those things, because that engine exists, everyone can go out there, grab that engine, you know, whether it's paid or whatever, I don't know. You know, pay their $50 to get the engine or whatever, and then make their adjustments to it, kind of thing. And there's nothing wrong with that, so long as you take the time to actually make it something interesting and different. Which is one of the things you run in the supermarket simulators. It came out, and then there's like a dozen games that are very much the exact same game as that have come out since then, and really didn't do much to make it new, different, interesting, or whatever you want to use for your language. So kind of as a result, we got a whole bunch of like low-budget kind of crappy copies. But that's usually a problem that you run into with any successful game model, like, yeah, the Survivor-style game. That there's a handful of good games that differentiate yourself while still being in the same genre. And then there's a whole bunch of games that fall in that genre that literally have the same abilities and everything. That about the only thing they didn't rip off was the assets. Alright, so the plan will be, I'll end up wanting 2 of those. I can't afford them yet, and I know it. I also need the license for the plushies. I forgot about that. We're gonna wait on those. I already got plenty of card packs. I want a box of these. And I'll probably need a box of these. So we're gonna be looking at around 335. Then I'm gonna be picking up a large number of things. We'll see a lot more of them. One second, I'll read that in a moment. I need my cashier. I don't get paid enough for this. Because I run a card shop and it's actually a pretty difficult business. Bup. You'll see a lot more of that with Fab. We will see a lot more of that with Fab. I'm missing the Fab part. Maybe a game I'm not thinking of acronym-wise. But yeah, no, that happens anytime you have a game that kind of does a breakout success. Oh, it's a marketplace library for assets? Yeah, and for the record, I think asset libraries aren't a bad thing, because a lot of the time it's fine. Like, you know, seeing a rock and then someone, you know, gets a asset pack that's got a bunch of rocks in it. Who cares? It's a rock. You know, just because game A and B have the same rock in it is no big deal. Or like a medical pack. You know, it's fine that a bunch of games have the same medical pack. It's a little rougher when you have characters, because again, if you don't do much to differentiate them, it kind of is a lot more noticeable to a point it can look pretty bad sometimes. What I have for this? So I need to add more to that. Yeah, so it'll be 419 when I go to restock. But yeah, no, you have a bunch of that. And that's been a thing since games have been a thing. Like anytime you have one game that's a breakout, you wait like N amount of time, however long it takes. Oh my god. N amount of time, however long it takes people to get those knocked out, you'll suddenly start seeing a whole lot. That's one of the things with the Survivor style games is, of the games out there, they're pretty quick to turn out a Survivor style game. That's like just the basic parts. Like making it good and balanced and all that takes a little bit more time and effort. But like actually putting together the art and everything and just shoving it out there, that's quick. second. Did I already have another pack of... Yeah, so got the basic cards is already on the order. Let's see, Fab belongs to Epic Games, pretty much created to control assets for Unreal Engine. Gotcha. And even before you had, like, the dedicated market stores like Unity has, that was even a thing before that. Like, you can actually go on Humble, and it's a regular thing that there'll be, like, the Humble Fantasy RPG pack. You drop, like, $40, and you'll be able to grab a ton of assets. You do have to watch the licensing on some of those, because some of those you cannot use for commercial licensing, and some you can, and stuff like that. Even in Steam? It's on asset pack in Steam? I'd believe it. Because I mean we got A-Sprite on Steam, which is a thing for making animated, what's the word I'm looking for? Where you make like sprite maps and animated sprites and all that. So it wouldn't surprise me at all to see asset packs as a natural progression to that. And what I'm going to do here in a second is once I ring out these customers, we're about to hit an ad break. I'm going to quickly eat my dinner during the ad break. Alright, so I'm going to take 2 seconds. I need to quickly eat some food real fast. I've got it already here, but we're getting hit with an ad break, so I'm going to go ahead and put up the await screen. I'll be back in just a minute. What? Where am I? What's happening? I'm confused and disoriented now. Well, that's not what you want. Don't worry about it.
Well, he certainly doesn't need that anymore.
Man. Nicely done. I have been claimed by the landmines in many a place. Alright, I'm just going to give that a quick kick. I'm not quite done with the ad break. Like I said, I'm eating real fast, but sidekick gets broken. Hopefully they get that resolved. Don't hit. That's not good. Alright, you know what we're doing? We're going to go with this is not our problem. We want no part of this. I was waiting for there to be like a med kit in there and just like med kit myself back up. Well, there's those chemicals I needed. And dead. You're half expecting a random get. Oh, just like a. It put an entire fireman's outfit in my main bag and immediately extremely overburdened me. I was just like instantly drugged to a halt. I'm like, oh no.
And now, let's talk about what you've got under there. Holy
Haha! You are impressed by my ceremonial weapons. Each of these weapons have drank their fill of blood in ceremonial combat, or of the blood of those who tried to remove them from me. Did I stutter? The blood of those who tried to remove them from me stains these weapons. Ha! You are indeed brave, little one. Brave and stupid. Let the combat commence. Kapla!
All right, and we're back. Dinner is done. Ads are gone. That game was wonderful. The last one. Sorry. I very much, when we played that in the stream, I had a good time with it. Little Guardsman. That's, ooh, rent? Oh, because I got 2 days on there. That's fine. I'm gonna ignore that problem for right now and go merchandising. What was the last game? Little Guardsman. ILI Guardsman. It's kind of like, if you're familiar with like click adventure kind of games. So it's weirdly like a mix of like Papers, Please in a fantasy world, but also kind of a click adventure kind of thing. So where you have to like find the thing to do the thing. It does a bit of both, but so much of what it does is completely and utterly unhinged. And it's wonderful. It does just enough of a mix of it that you don't get like tired of any mechanic at any speed. Because there's just always more. And I would explain like more of what the game does, but one of the real things that makes the game is the fact that it does so many just out of the nowhere, okay, now you're playing kind of a different genre game for a minute. And I will simply say my favorite character, I will say they're singing, and it is wonderful and cursed. And you'll know the character the moment you meet them, and it is, again, wonderful and cursed. Okay, no one else buying anything yet? But it's kind of cool, because, like, there's more than one way to deal with a lot of the situations in the game. So, like, they'll have a situation where, I'm trying to do this without any kind of spoilers, but they'll have a situation in the game where you'll be presented with a situation, and you go, okay, well, I need to figure this out and all that. Can I just take the spray out of there? Because you snuck past my spray. Gonna need to keep a box. Hey, big spender. But so you go through and like use some of your tools that can trigger certain dialogues, and using those dialogues resolve it. But then you can find a completely different way of resolving it. And it is one of those games that you can go back, you know, a couple of days or whatever, and, you know, go through and say, okay, well, I think they give you, I can't remember, was it 3 or 5 star ratings on it, on your solution to the problems? But you can go back in and then just reattempt a day and go, okay, well, I didn't get the best ending on that one. Let me try it again. Why do they go behind the counter? Probably to assert dominance. Plus, I mean, it's a bunch of people play card games, and, you know, there's definitely a number of them who don't understand like the absolute basics of human interaction, i.e. the people showing up wafting literally green with stink. We're selling a lot of card packs a day, which is good, but I'm worried about my inventory getting decimated. Alright, let's pay our bills before I forget. Cool. Alright. And 1, 2, 3. No, this has been fun. So I'll probably play a little bit of this, and like over the next couple of days, or a little bit of this and a little bit of Satisfactory, because I want to keep moving forward in the Satisfactory as well. But I do know I've been going super hard in the Satisfactory. And so for a lot of people, they're getting a little bit Satisfactoried out. Hey, Longclaw. Yeah, no, this game looks really addictive. I was commenting earlier that the progression in this game is definitely way slower than Supermarket Simulator. But at the same time, it seems like they do enough different things you've got going on at any given moment that it doesn't feel bad. But yeah, for those who don't know Longclaw, absolutely a fantastic creator. Are you, I haven't been able to catch you. Are you streaming on Twitch at a decent amount again, or not really? Alright, so we got $2 card, bunch of junk, $3 card. But all new. I mean, that's good. They pulled any valuable ones yet? Oh, yeah, we have. So let's sort by price. So boom, $625 card. That's my big one. Then meanwhile, we have a whole lot of duplicates that are worth not a whole lot because I've been selling all my dupes that are worth something. Yeah, so you're getting a little low on spray. That's going into retirement fund. Well, no, we gotta collect them all. Literally every card we must have, no matter how rare. Okay, so they're doing that. So in the meantime, so stock-wise, they've only got one box of that and the sleeves. So let's look at our stocks real fast. So we're gonna grab ourselves 2 more boxes of those. We're gonna grab a box of these. We're gonna grab a box of those. Grab a box of these. We should be good at everything else, but I can't afford them yet. So when they finish with their games of the day, we'll do that. You haven't streamed at all for a few months? Actually, when you came to the US, you had too much stuff to take on the plane. So we ship stuff, includes PC, and it's not here yet. Oh, that's rough. I'm surprised it hasn't arrived yet. Yeah, no, I gotcha. Yeah, no, you've definitely been missed. But yeah, no, Longclaw's fantastic. Was playing a lot of, like, Mountain Blade and Product Zomboid and whatever. Alright. And a day with actual decent profit. Who would have imagined? Okay. We're gonna open immediately. And then once we get a sale or two, I can order to restock the shelves. And that'll go a long way. All right. One more level and I can hire a cashier. And then the shackles of the register I'll be free of. And we're currently your old laptop. You tried Crusader Kings 3 and it felt like it was about to start a fire. I've been playing this quite a bit. You're up to level 66. Nice. This seems like the kind of game that you could absolutely just binge and not even realize your day has gone by until it's, you know, the whole day's just gone. Now, good news is it is a game that has a very defined start and finish point for the day. I do find those are a bit easier for me to like take breaks on. Because that's the problems when you're playing games like Satisfactory. It is really easy to be like, I'm just gonna work on this one thing, and just more and more and more of the day gets by, and then you're finally like, where did my entire day go? When did the sun come up? No, that's the reason there wasn't any. I was like, man, I thought I had a whole stock just about of those. All right. Just trying to stock everything up. Okay. The decision between turning off the game and grabbing marshmallows for the roast. Decided to turn off the game. Yeah. I used to have a gaming laptop for a while. Like when I was not early on in university, but later university, I made the decision that I didn't want to drag my computer with me ever, because I used to do a bunch of LAN parties. And so I was like, okay, well, I'll do this as my way of not having to drag my giant desktop computer to these LAN parties and all, because I used to always get the big, massive server cases. They were always my preference. So I got like a Dell XPS whatever back. Those are early days XPS 2. And I had one of those. Like that was my big splurge, like kind of like my final big splurge at university. Can't remember. Like I ended up getting a nice chunk of money out of nowhere. I can't remember. I sold something or whatever. But I did that before tuition started exploding, and it was nice that I had that. But it was the only time I've had a laptop for gaming, and it just was one of those things that I just don't prefer the form factor. To be fair, calling a laptop was also a misnomer. It was a portable desktop in that you weren't putting that thing on your lap. One, it would cook your lap for breakfast, and then two, the thing was massive. It was like this thing. I still have that floating around here somewhere. I don't think I threw it away. But you had a gaming laptop. What's the thing that's heavy? Oh yeah, and it was like this thick, like that big. It was when physics cards were first introduced as a comment, or as a thing, where it was a separate thing from your video card. Like, and that was like its big thing, was that it came with a physics card built into it. For the 3 people who remember when those were a separate animal. Ma'am, please stop stinking up my store. All right. Okay, we got more room for here. Alright, so let's take a look at what we're looking at next. So we can get the figurines and the plushies and all that. The plushies would cost us $500 to get the license, then actually purchasing it. We can go into the big boxes of the rare cards. That's probably that's probably worth doing, and it would align with what we've already got on our shelf. No, that's. Well, I'm glad it didn't go through. Now, granted, they'll probably be like, oh, you know, unsatisfied customer, you tried to give me too much change. All right. It could also be interesting that later on, I could definitely see that just having a ton of those card display cases and just be shoveling cards on them the whole time. Also, how much does my actual employee cost when we get them? $50 a day. We're honestly getting pretty close to leveling up that I might just try and hold out for the level up to try and do that. Are you not planning to sell the high value cards? Oh no, I gotta finish my collection. There's 1,320 cards to collect. As I said before, this entire escapade is nothing about actually being an operating and successful business. This is just to fund our addiction. We're just trying to take our addiction in card collecting and play it off as if it is an actual job, and not just our own thing. He wants to cash in those nickel and dime cards? Sad but true. I have known many a card shop that didn't make it, that you could tell it was because the person running the shop had perhaps too much of a passion in the merchandise to a point that they couldn't manage to keep themselves from buying up their own product and, you know, cutting into their own profits and all that. All right. I mean, you can make money, then buy boxes and packets and keep packing them to get everything. Yep. I actually never got into trading card games. That somehow always elude me, but trading card game shops to me are somehow lures you in. Oh, I've joked about it before. That absolutely, if you looked back at, like, card games, that in a lot of ways, not even card games, but, like, just card collecting in general, like, baseball cards, in my opinion, were the first, like, gambling for children pitch. Because, let's be real, it is gambling. Sure, you get to hold on to the cards on the other side, which is the argument they make and how it is not gambling, because you still do get something. But you want the thing of value, and the thing of not value is still thing. Let's see, you're designing your own construct a block shot simulator game, Cynic, what? That's what you're doing with Legos, you're trying a side business of parts that sets to fund your addiction? Hides the loot boxes. Yeah, exactly. Like, collectible card games were loot boxes before loot boxes. With the one big thing you can argue to their benefit versus other stuff is just the fact that at least you got cards on the other side of it. Versus loot boxes, you got stuff that disappeared from existence. It's not like gambling, but it's bad for the environment. Yeah. And for the record, I actually enjoyed these a lot in the past, but it's one of those things that once you start to see past the surface, that's gambling. Like, and it's not to say that intrinsically you can't have a good time with it or anything like that. but is to be very aware of the nature of what you're engaging in. Like, you know, you want people to understand when they go to play poker at a casino or go and, you know, play roulette or, you know, a slot machine, that very much the odds are stacked against them. The chances of them, you know, winning it big are very low. And that very genuinely, it is a practice that takes advantage of your psychology to foster addictive reaction, addictive behavior. And if you can go in there and set yourself some pretty strong boundaries and all that, you can have a good time with it. But it is those things to be like, hey, I'm spending $100 here, and that's what I'm spending here today. And not let the addictive nature of it, you know, get that number to continuously slide a little bit higher as the night goes on. Or to fall into the whole thing of, well, I've been losing all day, I'm due a win, and think that's going to get, you know, actually mean something. Because none of that's how any of that works. All right. Never go into a casino with your credit card or a debit card. That was the one I always had to get to. I grew up on the Space Coast, Florida, so that's like the East Coast right by the Space Center. And there was a casino boat called Sun Cruise Casinos. They got shut down, I couldn't tell you how many times, for pretty egregious safety violations before they finally gave up trying to open again and again. Like, it would run for a couple of months and then it'd get shut down, and then a little while would come back and it'd get in compliance with whatever they were breaking the rules with, and then it'd run for another year, and then they'd get shut down for some other egregious violation or whatever. But they would have ATMs on those, they call them a cruise. You basically just go out to international waters, you gamble, and then you come back. But they would have the ATMs there, and the ATMs, and this is going back to like 2002 or whatever, and those suckers would have a fee of like $8 per transaction. So it was one of those things that's like, no, really, don't bring your debit card, because by having it be that high, you know, one, it's going to keep you from doing it, which is a good thing. But then if you were to say, but no, really, I don't, like, you know, I knocked out my money super early, let me just, like, you know, get one you know, pull from the ATM so I can do a little bit more tonight. Well, if it's going to be $8, you're not pulling $10 out of your ATM or 20 or whatever. You're going to pull like $200-$300, because, you know, at that kind of a fee, you know, you're not paying 50% of the money you're pulling out as your fee. So you end up pulling a whole bunch out, so it's really easy to burn that. But you went to Vegas to your sister's wedding? You broke even? Yeah, that's usually... So the only way you win at the casino, realistically, most of the time, is if you play just a couple of hands and manage to come out ahead, and then stop. And don't do any more. Because you'll get that one early win sometimes, not always, and sometimes, and you'll be up, and you'll be like, cool, I'm on a roll, or like, cool, luck's coming my way, or whatever lie we tell ourselves. And then suddenly it slowly keeps going down farther and farther until then you realize a lot of money has disappeared from your bank. But that's the whole, like, addictive side of gambling that you gotta be careful about. Alright. So, good day. Everything green numbers. It seems like no matter what I do, I have 4 dissatisfied customers. Alright. So, before we open today, we have got some stuff we can work on. So, that's not what I have any of this. So, we can't get the really impressive stuff there. I would like to get the plush of the E variety. Alright, so we need more of the boxes. We can add that to the cart. I can't... I don't have a shelf we could dedicate to the plushies yet. We'll add some of those. I still got a few more of those. How am I doing? So I don't have a lot. I can ever so slightly afford that. No, I can't. There's a shipping cost. Basic cardboard box. Or basic card box 4. Oh, right, because we're getting the big boxes. I can do without those right now. So I'm gonna restock my shelf. We're gonna check on our prices and all that. Make sure everything's where it needs to be. Okay, so let's check out our prices real quick. And I don't worry about the individual cards. All right. And then we have bills to pay. So I got $100 still to pay on rent. But we're really close to hitting level 10 where I can hire my cashier, at which point then we can start popping packs and all that. That'll probably be the point that we need to start expanding the card shop and making a bunch more display cases and yada yada yada. Yeah, also if you're making too much money at a casino, they kick you out. Yeah. The most fair casino games have the odds that are in the neighborhood of roughly 51%. You believe blackjack? But that allows 1.5% to make billions and trillions. But yeah, that's the thing. The casinos always play on the numbers, that they always have stacked the odds in their favor, because if it truly was even, the casino would just go out of business. Like, they depend on you, like, they depend on the collective you that is customers and all that to lose money. So you're just hoping you're the outlier who doesn't end up losing money. That, like, someone else is the one losing money. But the reality is, by far and large, almost... like the vast majority of people will lose. There's a reason there's the saying, the house always wins. Nope. I must have a couple more packs. Oh, yeah, I had 2 more packs in there. Okay. Alright. So it does mean you can make the, like, basically it means the house will always play the odds, which means, statistically speaking, the house will always win. Because usually a lot of the rules, the way they imply it, the house is given advantages as well. But then on top of that, that means in order to come out ahead as the other person, it means a lot of times you got to play the long odds. So the thing that you're less likely to statistically win, but if you do, are more likely to get a better payout. But still, that means you got to beat the odds. And a lot of times the odds aren't even remotely close to even. And again, going for fun is fine. It's just being very careful. Like, to know you are approaching like you're paying for entertainment. As well as sunk cost fallacies, plying with alcohol to impede judgment. You studied it from a finite math nerd perspective. Never played table, but like learning how they worked. Yeah, no, I've definitely played some games like at casinos and all that, but like I said, my approach was for like the Sun Cruise Casino. That's the one I did when I was younger and not very often. But it'd be going, okay, I'm getting on this boat. We'll be on the boat for, I can't remember, it's like 3, 4, 5 hours or whatever. And there'll be gambling and all that. Like, how much money am I willing, like, for this entertainment tonight, how much money am I spending? Is the way I approach it. I don't go in with the plan to make a bunch of money and walk away. There were times I made more than I lost, but, you know, overall you'll end up losing more than you win. But, that's just kind of the way I viewed it. You know, cheap night? Alright, I'm bringing $20. Like, when the $20 are gone, my gambling's done for the night. Alright, feeling a little bit more spendy, want to spend $100? That's my donation to the house tonight. If I manage to walk away with more, great. Just, that isn't an expectation. Because if you expect to win against the house, you're gonna be upset with the results. You're gonna have a rough time. Alright, so let's go ahead and do it yourself. New shelf. Oh yeah, I'll deal with that in a moment. Okay, it stays on as long as I do that. Alright, so what I think we're going to do is I'm going to move the display case closer to the front window. Yeah, so we're going to grab you. Just shove that off the side. It doesn't matter where it goes. I'm going to move you. I'm going to rotate you and put you by the front door. And in actual retail, you want to be real careful about what you put near your front entryway. Because that can get you in a lot of trouble with grab and go kind of thing, where someone just pockets something and makes their way out the door real fast. But see, everything in gambling is designed to get your money, even simple stuff like flashing lights, selling alcohol. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I've talked before on the channel about being at conferences with talks where we had predatory mobile games, that it was the individuals who made the games like speaking with pride about creating net new addiction, because they're like, yeah, we managed to get so much money out of people, and they were really proud of it, and it got real uncomfortable and sketchy, because you're just like, you know you're ruining these people's lives, right? Like, you are creating addictions, like, and you know you're creating addictions, like, you are here telling us now that you are happy, that you are taking people who otherwise would have perfectly reasonable lives and just ruining them financially. And you go, oh, well, they should know better, but it's like, right, but you're manipulating psychology. Like, you know the damage you're causing. Alright, so I got 2 of those. We're pretty okay on a lot of the other things. I'm gonna add a box of the figurines, so I'm gonna need a little bit more money before I can get these on the shelf, but we're running out of our boxes here. Paying bills on time, that's a good citizen? Yeah. Well, like, it gets wild. Oh yeah, no, and sun damage as well. That's another thing. Yeah, no, it was a whole thing. So like when you go into, for example, with the loot boxes, you'll notice the loot boxes, they don't just, here's your results. They have these long, flashy animations and all that. It's because very really what happens with that kind of stuff is your brain gives you dopamine at the proverbial pull of the lever. So before you even know the results of what you got out of your loot box, just the action of grabbing the loot box and hitting the open button, that whole duration from when you hit go until you get the results, your brain is just like, yeah, have the dopamine. Feel the good feels. It's all yours, friend. You did the thing. And it is just fueling you with the happy chemicals the whole time, before at all you see what the results are. And then you get, like, absolutely crap results, and you might feel down, but your brain still remembers it got that rush of dopamine the whole time. And it makes it real easy to get yourself to, just do it again. And so that's just the whole thing you deal with. And it's just really kind of terrifying in how much that goes into it. And it's just kind of really, really a wild thing in how all that goes. But that, like, you know, again, long playing animation, the sounds, the jinglies, the happy noises, all of that feeds into it. Alright. We are so close to being able to hire an employee. And they take 50 bucks of our money a day, but honestly, that's fine. Yeah, so once one of them finishes, I should have enough money to restock our shelves again. And then we'll be able to hire an employee. I'm gonna guess they're gonna cost us $500 to $1,000 or something like that. And then $50 a day. We'll have to check what the costs are, but it'd be worth it. Because once I do that, I don't have to manually sit here and run the register. Just crack packs before you open and after you close? Well, that's the idea, is once I've got someone working the register during the day when there's gaps in what we're working on, that gives me a great time to start cracking packs and all that. This costs $5. Yeah, no, $5. I mean, you said this cost $5, and then you bought it, so you may be upset about it, but you have now reinforced that behavior with me, that you have demonstrated that is an acceptable price for that good. So if it's not an acceptable price for that good, don't buy it. Alright, we're now selling a new good on our shelf. Oh, man. I'm gonna have to get a second one of those. Hey, first plush is sold. And honestly, $32 for one plush. We are making pretty alright money on those. Yeah, I need 8 more XP. 8 more XP and we're good. One, two, three, 4. And level 10. Okay, so what does it cost us to rehire someone? $500. Alright, I said it was probably going to be 500 or 1,000, so 500 is right in the line of expectations. They seem like they're all effective. They seem like they're all effective at the entrance to get people as they come in. Yeah, no, I've got the one, and it's only when they go behind the register that they get past it. The problem is I'm dealing with a little bit of confinement of space. Because it does seem like it's smart enough that it won't let you block the path. So there's enough room to move around. So what'll probably happen is once we expand the store, I could shift stuff over, move the maybe move the register over here. Then we can have room to like put these over by the door. Because I could probably turn this whole table down this way and put the register back here, but yeah. The decontamination corridor? Exactly. And people are all buying stuff and getting out of here. Curious why you're buying 2 of the same plushie. I mean, I guess you could be buying it for a friend or something. You're like, oh man, they've got them in stock. Do you want one? Oh yeah, absolutely. All right. One to cuddle, one to display. Hey, that's fair too. You've got the one for collecting, and the one for, you know, the one for your actual usage. It's like where people buy like 2 copies of the same game that they think will be a collector's game. They'll have the one to keep, you know, mint in the box kind of thing. Or like the action figures back in the day. Let's see, could you rotate the register to face the door to fit the auto scent in front of the door? We can check in a minute. You know, the, oh, can I not move this? Okay, yeah, I can. Yeah, my intention is to put it back here, but right now you see it's blocked off. And I could put it here, which is going to be like a weird in the middle of the space, and I'll still be able, because you can see it's got a gap around all sides. So I don't think I can move it such that the, that's fine. I don't think I can move it such that they won't be able to just sneak around it. They probably did that because half the people who play these kind of games immediately try to make a maze just to see if the AI can manage the maze. But we'll get there. Could I just put it in the middle of the room? Yeah, I could. I don't want to. Why are you shaking your head no at the plushie? What'd the plushie ever do to you? I need to open packs. I'm selling 10-cent cards off the shelf. Alright. Oh, wait. That's fine. I can make that work anyways. Yeah, so it gets sprayed the first time, but it looks like it takes 2 hits from the sprayer to actually get people sorted. So if they go to the shelf and then walk anywhere else, we're good. But I gotta get that far. Alright, I just need to buy a couple more things and we can hire a cashier. And then the next bit of money is gonna have to go into restocking our shelves, because we are allocating all of our money towards a cashier. You know, so you heard someone say that packs in booster boxes have a high chance of pricey cards. I mean, the first booster box I opened was atrociously bad. But like it is a thing in real life that when you look at a lot of your different packs, that some of them will be like, you know, I guarantee 1 rare card, 2 uncommon cards and such, you know, whatever. And that's where you can actually go where people sit there and they know like the order that the cards are put into there, where they'll, you know, skip the first card because it's the most valuable to like have it be the last one they look at or whatever. But not all of them are that formulaic. That's been more of a recent trend. When I did card games way back in the day, we didn't have a lot of those things. There was like no guarantee odds like that. It would surprise me if there was a difference in this game. Because realistically, what they probably just have is the pack is an object, and it's got certain odds, you know, allocated to it. Alright, one more thing and I should be able to hire a, you know, staff member. And then I don't know with when you pay the staff member, if like at the end of the day you don't have the $50, what's the consequence? Or like how any of that works. So we'll start trying to put together some kind of a buffer to restock. Or it could also just be we look at our bills and then it'd show up here maybe. Yeah, it's salary. Yeah, so we'll just have an additional bill, and if I don't pay it for too long, then it forcefully pays it. Alright, and recruit, and you're hired. I hired a worker. Now, I don't know if they'll show up today or they'll show up tomorrow. I don't know how this game works. So some of them, they wait till like the next day in game before your worker shows up. Some of the worker will just stroll in. Some of the worker just teleports into the spot the moment you hire them, and you don't even have to worry about any of that. I also have no idea what our worker is going to look like so far as, like, will they look like just the other customers, or will they have some type of outfit that's distinct? They'll show up today for a full day salary. That's fine. They'll still put in half a day's worth of work. Resting. Man the counter. We're definitely hiring people who are underaged. You can't be more than 13, man. Alright, we have ourselves a worker. Alright, so I've got another $50 bill to do. Junk. Alright. Looking for a good... Hey, there we go. $1,118 card. We got ourselves a good one. Heck yeah. We have collected 100 cards, and we got a full art foil card was the achievement I just got. Let's see. But the work before you open if you want extra time to help stock. Yeah, so we just got a $5 one out there, mostly junk. Mostly junk. Mostly junk. Mostly junk. Got a $2 card there. I didn't see how much that one was worth. Not much. Alright, so we opened a bunch of packs. Duplicates. So even with those packs opened, we didn't actually get that much more to sell just because we only got a couple that were worth something. Alright, so I need more of the boxes up there. So let's see. So I'm going to need probably 2 of those. God's so expensive. What do you mean? Oh yeah, no, that's fair. That's actually a full $1 over the market price. Yeah, no, that's fair. Maybe I was doing some mild gouging there. You know what, actually? With me not having to deal with the register anymore, we're no longer rounding. Our friend there gets to deal with all the oddball prices. Now, as long as I have boxes somewhere for them, they'll grab it. Okay. Yeah, so that rack is going to be a little bit worth a little bit more. Okay, so I definitely need more of those. Let's I also need another thing of plushes. So I need y'all to spend a little bit more money for me. Yeah, go for those plushes. They're 32 bucks each. I mean, the rare cards are $4 each also. It's pricey? Yeah, it's a card shop. I don't know what to tell you. I never walked into a card shop and was like, man, these booster packs are cheap. It's like, man, that's $7. I think the first one is like $600 or $700 range. Oh yeah. You can have boxes on the ground and store them in warehouse shelves? Yeah. We'll get there. I'm just trying right now to get enough to be able to buy enough to restock our shelves a little bit. Because now what we're working on is slowly trying to upgrade things. I need to just not destroy my own inventory by just tearing open pack after pack after pack right away. We'll get there. Oh, I got shipping costs. Alright. Because those super valuable cards, you know, I'm not going to expect to see them at any real frequency, so we're mostly selling $2 and $3 cards. Alright, so now I can go here. So we can restock our shelves. Alright. So it's looking like I'll probably need more spray and more of the rare cards. And you managed to sneak past that, so let's deal with that. Okay, so we will need more spray. Oh, those are the card sleeves, like the really nice one. Well, that's a bigger box of them. Oh yeah, we got the dice, and I haven't shelved those. We're gonna put that on the list for things to sell. We also need the rare cards. So this'll be horrifically expensive. Sir, I was just complaining that I don't really have enough of that, and you cleaned off an entire shelf in one go. That's not helping my situation. What are you doing? Oh, man. That's the speed you count the change? I'm so sorry. That is horrible. Dude, just grab 3 pennies at the same time. I was like, what's happening? Is he, like, stuck? I'm like, oh no, he's counting each coin one by one. Very slowly. Yeah, 1 penny, 2 pennies, 3 pennies. It's not even like he's struggling with math or anything. It's just like, nope, I'm working at my pace. It's the only pace I go. Rounding up to prevent migraines. Honestly, with it, that's how slow they do their change. I think rounding up is necessary here. Or rounding to the nearest dollar. I didn't realize our staff could not handle change. The cards are gonna have to stay the way they are. Oh, our employee bolts the moment shift is over. Which, you know, fair enough. Fair enough to our employee being like, shift's over, deuces. I'm not being paid for any extra time. Next day. Alright. Lights on, doors open. And we can pay our bills. Oh, there's a pay all button on the bottom. Alright, so the first order of business today is I need to save up 672 bucks for like one massive order.
Thank you Z0PHER for subscribing for 7 months.
Thank you, Zoffer, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. That's 7 months you've been subbed to the channel. And that all really helps support the channel and all that good stuff, so thank you so much. And I do hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes. So thank you again so much for the support thing. Where's a worker? Had to walk in. Doesn't stay more than a second after closing. Also, doesn't show up in time to open. I mean, to be fair, I literally slammed open immediately. More than likely, if I would have given them a little bit of time to arrive here, it probably would have been fine. All right. So I gotta let them have a chance to catch up. You know what we're gonna do? You put that down. We're gonna not do that. Don't mind me. I'm working. Junk, junk, junk. No real value in that box. Or in that one. Got a $4 one. $41 card. There we go. Alright. Oh, and one of the milestones in this game for progression as in development is they're going to make the card game playable. Like, right now, it's just a thing you collect. So we got a $5 one. Like, right now, it's just something you collect, but they are intending to make it playable. There's a $5 card right at the beginning. $3 card. All right. Mostly junk. We did get a couple of $5 cards, though. So let's go to duplicates. All right. Cool. That line, though. That's even without change involved. That was a dollar figure. Man, those cashiers. So, one of the things I could do to help avoid the pain of the cashier is if we lean more and more on the game tables, because that just magics into our wallet, even if it's not... Like, it's one of those things we get free money every day from it, basically, by just the people showing up. It doesn't have the bottleneck of the cashier, and I do not have to restock anything to handle it either. So it's an easy passive income. That definitely can help. Alright. And our amount of merchandise is getting pretty low. And I just noticed that I'm going to need to put that into the cart. So we're up to $788 to restock our shelves. But that's because we blew like the $500 and a bunch of things to get set up with the employee that I really needed to put into increasing our or replenishing our stock. But that's okay. Once we get that, I'll have a ton of shelves to stock. Sir, you literally got your hand and you're already throwing a fit. Like, you like both of you for that matter. You sat down, you put your cards down, and immediately went, "Yah!" I've had some bad opening hands before, but that's a little of an extreme reaction if you ask me. You know, how long have you been in this game of chess? 30 seconds, already going, "Oh man, it's all over." I've had friends who were that way when they played games that have like a single bad play, and they're just, it would put them entirely off for the whole game, that they'd just be like, "Oh man," just sour about the whole thing. My favorite one was playing Warhammer 40k with some friends, and I won't say names or anything like that because that'd be mean. But we'd have the one friend who would have like, it'd be a roll that from their perception was bad. And it'd be like, "Oh man, it's just not statistically whatever." And we definitely sat down one time that they had, I can't remember what it was they were playing, but they had rolled like 30 plus dice. And they rolled like the 30 plus dice. They're like, "Oh my god, look at all those ones. It's just statistically improbable," or whatever. It's like such an extreme like outlier or whatever. And you look at it and you go, "No, you rolled 30 dice and about a sixth of them were ones. Actually, you have an almost exactly the probability of, if I were to randomly roll 30 dice, you know, and it were to be like the exact average. It's like you're only 1 or 2 dice off of this. If anything, like this is almost exactly what you should have expected." But, you know, you just see the ones and you're just like, "Oh my god." You're like, "No, that's what that should have been. That you know, that's right on the money." It's just you get yourself into a funk and then like you just pile on to yourself and make everything seem worse than it really is. And I've done it myself too, where you sit there and in the morning you're like, "Oh my god, I'm just getting such bad rolls," and then you stop and you go, "Wait a second, no, actually that's about where they should be." Like, you know, over the whole course of the game, if we averaged out my rolls, they would be within a very close margin of error of what you would expect. Look at those packs over there, begging to be opened. My problem is I physically don't have the money to restock my shelves, and we're running very low on things, and I just want to get my shelves restocked. But yeah, no, I'm going to end up opening more packs. We're going to make it a regular thing that I do that. Like, my actual thought of how I want to approach the pack opening side of it is when I buy like another box of packs and you end up with just like a little extra, all those extras are getting popped open. You hope that the best and rarest and most valuable card in the game will be the No You card. I wonder if anyone's noticed the new emotes. As everyone starts looking, everyone who's like subbed starts looking for the emote. There's 2 of them. But I did add 2 emotes right before stream. They're wonderful and cursed. They were it was made not to be used as an emote necessarily, but they were made by Snoot, who's a friend of the channel. Which I did reach out once and I was like, "Hey, are you cool if I use these as an emote?" And they're like, "Yep, it belongs to you now. It's yours." But yeah, I still need like $200 to restock my shelves. You're gonna get past the machine, aren't you? Yeah, that's the one I gotta deal with. Is I'm going to need to, Yeah. They're perfect. They're totally cursed. Like the one I called it Rage, I think I need to change the name. Because that feels more like a spooky thing, like a jump scare from some horror game. Like you'd, have the camera fill up and it'd be just moving around in front of you. Well, I do actually have an extreme panic emote. That was one we actually got made. Like I had panic and then I just put that same shake animation on the panic emote. Alright, only 1 or 2 more sales, and then we should be able to restock all of our shelves. Which is good, because we didn't run out of anything yet, but it's getting pretty dicey on quite a few of them. This lady here, showing up dressed like that in those heels, that is someone who just finished, and it's like 6, 7 p.m., that is someone who just finished their office job, like maybe a banker, or maybe they're a manager or whatever, just finished their office job and is like, I'm gonna go play some games. Like, I'm not ready to call it night, I'm gonna play some games. Get that done. Yeah, so it's almost $800. Yeah, no, I don't know why. Oh, I bet you it's because their transparency layer. Like, it almost seems like it grays out the colors a little bit to those emotes. So, like, very weirdly, it almost gives it a spooky vibe, which works out perfectly with it being October. Alright, one more sale, come on. This poor lady. Everyone else, like, paired up with someone else while she's been sitting here the whole time. Maybe just because she's, like, all dressed for business, or like, oh no, this is someone who knows what's up. This is this person you're gonna play a thing, you're gonna get a game, and she is going to demolish you. Like, you're going to be basically spectating the ruining of your deck. Is that enough for me to do the order? Nope. 6 more, well, $10 more. So as soon as one of them finishes their round, I'll have the money, we'll order everything, and then all of our shelves will be full. We can actually do it in the morning. Because that'll give the employee time. Or I have to, no, actually that was enough, because I was looking at this thing 6 hours, like, but that's not 10. Yeah, she is wrecking that guy. Good, get out. Alright, so, big order day, should all still be in my cart. Oh, right, well no, because that's before, okay. That delivery fee seems to adjust based on the number of items purchased. So I don't think it actually does make sense for me to not buy as we go, because I know people mention, like, watch out for the delivery fee. But it doesn't look like the delivery fee is, hey, it's a flat $5 per transaction or anything like that. Yeah, no, we didn't actually see the price change reflected in that part. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and open, because I'm stocking shelves. All right. Okay, and our box emptied. Oh yeah, the dice. I forgot we ordered that. That's part of why this was so unreasonably expensive. All right. Okay, we've got that. I think for right now we're just gonna keep the one set of dice on the shelf. Oh, we've already sold some. I mean, that's good. They're $15 a piece, so that's some quick cash. We can grab you and shove you on the shelf. Okay, so we've got all that sorted out. We must have. I keep opening that when I mean to pull up the store. All right, so I need more of those boxes. So let's get those on the agenda. I would like to get the bigger ones so I don't have to order them quite as often. Yeah, and I feel like... Okay, so... I see. So it looks like the way it works is you get a fee of $5 as your flat. And then we add one more item, it's $1, then it's $2, and it seems to stay at 2 from then on. So it's not necessarily worth going out of your way to do like a huge amount of those, but enough that the delivery fee isn't particularly awful. It's like buying one item with a $5 fee is going to eat into the profits on a large margin. But if I buy a handful, then we'll do pretty okay with that. All right, so I'm gonna need more of the sleeves here. Those are inexpensive. All right, we're ordering how many boxes? Yeah, so I'm ordering 4. Yeah, so we're gonna open a lot of card packs here in a minute. When I put in that order, I'm gonna stock up that shelf, and we're gonna start breaking a lot of boxes open. Looks a lot like Supermarket Game, which is a surprisingly fun game. Yeah, no, the comment I made with this is it feels like the progression in this game is a little bit slower than Supermarket Sim. But they've got enough other additional mechanics added to the game that make it feel really good to play. Because it's just one of those things, like Supermarket Sim, you get to like the mid to late game, and you're stuck sitting in the warehouse doing everything in the warehouse, and that's the entirety of the game. Like that's to me with Supermarket Sim where I have a lot of fun, and then I get to that phase, and I'm just like, I'm not enjoying this game anymore. Like it quickly falls off at that point. Whereas this game, because there's just so many different ways to approach different things. Like, I'm genuinely imagining you could probably minimize your merchandise shelf and just really expand, like, making yourself, like, a game store that people play at and potentially make good money. I wonder if you could genuinely not have a register and just have a series of tables and still make any money at all. Or if there is some penalty by not having shelves that, you know, less people show up or something. Because they do pay you, like, an hourly rate to play at the tables. Alright. Can we afford our boxes? Because we're going to get these boxes. And once we get stuff stocked, it's going to be time to make some heckin' money in Gamba. Alright. And that's extra. Okay, other than restocking, I think the next move is going to be getting the rare card boxes. Meanwhile, I bought a lot of surplus so that we can start cracking a whole lot of stuff. So we're just going to be in the corner here going, hey, what if we open some cards? So we got a bunch of junk. Hey, $12, that's not terrible. Yeah, so I got a $12 card in that set. A lot of real crap cards here. $5 card, that's not terrible. Those were mostly not great. Got $3 in there. Got 3 and a 4 and a $10 card, so that's not too bad. All right, so let's do a quick check on our inventory here. Make sure I don't need to deal with anything. Got a couple cards over here. All right. And again. $17 card. Pretty nice. Got a $5 in there. We've got some pretty big wins. We've got a card worth $1,000. We got one worth $600. Got a $5 in there. Those are keeping in our collection. All right. I'm basically not selling anything I don't have an extra of. That was a terrible pack. 60 cents worth of cards. Hey, $572 card. Nice. You are not making this amount of money breaking cards in real life. You're not opening every 8th or 9th pack and finding yourself a $500-$600 card in real life, because you would just literally be able to buy packs of cards all day long and make an absolute killing. That is not how the real world works. Alright, so starting to get a couple more valuable cards here. Do we have the lights on already? Yeah, we do. As far as like stuff coming off the shelves, that's doing fine. I wonder if it's more cost effective. Let's actually check. So we get 32 packs for $60. We get 64 packs for $132. So these are exactly the same. Meanwhile, these are $60. I get 4 of those, and I think I get 7 or 8 packs out of them. Is that literally like an exact break even? How many am I getting out of these? I can't see. These say 16. 24. So that's 8. So we compare. So that's 4 times that, so it's 32. So technically I save about $1 buying this over that. So literally I have no reason to buy the loose packs at all anymore. I can just go for all this stuff. So that's good information to have. Alright, so we can restock our shelves real fast. The only downside with doing it that way is there's an extra step in processing the boxes. That's the only reason why I wouldn't do that. A $70 card. And a $3 card and a $1 card. That's a good pack. Still waiting for us to get some duplication of those good ones. So it does make me curious, is we've got the rare ones. I don't know if that'll be an entirely different set of cards we get out of that one or not. Or if it's just there's like better odds or how any of that works. It didn't look like it was a different set entirely, like a different series or anything. No particularly noteworthy cards in these ones so far. Alright. And I'm willing to bet in time we'll stop seeing new entirely. Alright. Pretty much how I'm addressing this now is just opening packs. Then, you know, checking the duplicates. And putting them on display there. Cool. You're all full up. You can use more there. The rare ones are fine. The dice are fine. So I need more of the plushies. And then this is missing some items. Yeah, so I'm gonna need more of the plushies soon. Alright. Check them decks. I can see why people have gotten mods to make these Pokemon and everything else just so you can recognize them better. I wonder if it'll stop when you get something, like if I click and hold this. I wonder if it'll stop if you hit something rare. Opened 100 card packs. Mm-hmm. It does. Alright, so 12 bucks. So we just hold that button until it goes pulling. And then we just assume everything else is junk. Alright. Oh, my staff member bailed. Hey, sorry, buddy. Staff member said, day's over, I'm out. Okay, duplicates. And set your price. And you need $8.65. That was too much. Why are you going to sit down, lady? We're closed. And why would you not just play against that guy? Like, he's already there. Okay. So we can go ahead and open this box, top that off. We could drop that box down there. Pop you open. Work on restocking the shelves. Alright. Cool. And the spray is all full. You're still going. Alright. Got all that filled. That's fine. That's fine. Alright. So we're low on plushies. So let's get those sorted out. So figurines. You're god-awful expensive. That's fine. Give me the plush. Okay. This game sure knows what its audience is. Oh yeah. No, absolutely. This game 100% is like, yo, people like collectible card games. People like collectibles in general. It's also letting you hit a big nostalgia. Like, don't get me wrong, these types of stores still exist, and they're still you know, all that. There's an achievement for opening 10,000 card packs. It wouldn't surprise me. But yeah, no, it's absolutely one of those things that these type of stores still exist. I would definitely say they're not as big as they used to be. Like to me, the days that these types of stores were like really at their prime was like the late 90s, like 98 to 2002 in that range, because you have like Magic the Gathering was like well established by then. You know, Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh were brand new things coming out. Star Wars card game was out and about. There were a dime a dozen other ones who were trying to hit the scenes. Warhammer and Warhammer 40k were, you know, they were starting to really kind of hit their stride and all that. Like, they had been around a while, but they were starting to hit like a proper stride and all that. But at the same time, you didn't have people, they hadn't burned out on the collectibles yet. Which is a thing I feel like happened later. People like gambling, especially like spending $12 for infinite gambling, which you don't condone unless it's TCG sent. Oh yeah, and that's a whole thing. Like, you get all like the same dopamine hits you get from literally hundreds and hundreds of dollars spent to do the equivalent of this in real life, but it cost you like $12 and some change, which I did buy this game, by the way. So like, not sponsored, not key provided, none of the thing like that. So I'm not in any way beholden to the dev in any capacity. TCG is doing us a favor? Yes. Alright. I'll pay my bills in a minute. Let everyone in here. Yeah, it's 2 days worth of salary, so I gotta wait a little longer. There, you'll take over. Cool. So, the thing I want to do now is I need to get the better licenses. Let's see, you might buy this and do the Pokemon mod. Oh yeah, no, I know a lot of people were sitting there, like, grabbing, there's like a Pokemon mod, a Yu-Gi-Oh mod, or sorry, not Yu-Gi-Oh, a Digimon mod. I didn't get any of those. But yeah. But it's interesting to see all that. One moment. Alright, sorry about that. Give you a Magic of the Gathering mod. The only thing I think would keep you away from the Magic the Gathering mod is if we actually look at these cards. They actually do have rules on them and everything. So, you know, Fire Elemental deals 15 extra fire damage this turn, draw 1. They actually do have like a whole bunch of rules to them and everything. And so my assumption is the Pokemon cards will mostly line up with that, I guess. But yeah. But there's one, but it was taken down. Oh, was the Magic the Gathering one? Yeah, no, it wouldn't surprise me. Especially with how aggressive Nintendo gets. Like, there's been a recent trend lately that Nintendo's been going after YouTube content creators who have been using, like, who have shown emulation of their games. Like, it's only been kind of narrow focus, but Nintendo is very well documented as being extremely aggressive in its enforcement of copyright and all that. Alright. Keep those things rolling. Magic Gathering has nothing to do with Nintendo? No, but we were talking about Pokemon as well. And Pokemon, you know, is partnered with Nintendo and everything. And so Nintendo has absolutely jumped on stuff with Pokemon. You started playing Castles, the Elder Scrolls game. That looks like Fallout Shelter, but 10 times better. Yeah, and there's been a few games who have like followed the Fallout Shelter model that have expanded on it. You're surprised the Pokemon one hasn't been DMCA'd. Yeah. Like, that's there's been people who are like, oh man, this game's gonna get in trouble because copyright and all that. But these are all fine. Like, none of these will get him in trouble. They're just seeing what's happening with Pal World and going, oh no, you know, they're going after people who have, you know, IP similar to their own. It's like, well, no. The Pal World one is, we don't know the specific mechanics, but they're basically going after for, like, patent violation on game mechanics, copyright violation, game mechanics kind of thing, which is a different animal. So it's not that the fact that the games look similar from a aspect, like assets and all that. But see, all the games you bought after watching you play, you think the developers would flood streamers with keys? Oh, they do. The thing is, there's the games that, like, you do want to play, and then there's a whole lot of games that you get through and you take one look and go, I'm not doing that. It's the catch is, games that feel like they need, you know, content creators to help market them, they'll sit there and flood with keys and all that. And the problem is a lot of them don't think to start marketing earlier in their process, so by the time someone like me gets a key, no one's heard of the game, and that makes it very difficult for me to stream it and have it not hurt my numbers and all that. So there is, like, content, like, the way I've been explaining to a lot of them is, like, you have to market and build yourself up, but it's kind of the content creators act as, like, a booster. So you get your ball rolling, and then getting in the right channels, right content creators, can take that momentum you've got going and then just absolutely blow it through the roof. But if you've got, like, no name recognition, no anything, it's really hard for a content creator to really help push your game much. As they're going after a patent that is foolish, and you expect Pal World to win. They had balls to secretly launch it on PS5. I'm missing that. I haven't looked at the Pal World one, like, thing going on with that, but it can be a thing. Like, if Pokemon has a patent that says, hey, catch ball, like, catch animal in ball, and they're the first ones to do it, whether or not they should win, because I also don't know. Keep in mind, this is in Japan, not here in the US. It is one of those things that they very might solidly be in a case, and this isn't like saying that they should get in trouble for it or whatever. Like, it's not taking that road. It's based on existing law. Will they or will they not get through? I don't know Japanese patent law. It's not like Nintendo has some heavy inspiration for Dragon Quest or anything like that. Oh yeah, no, there's a whole lot of that kind of thing going on. They spend more money on lawsuits than making games, so yeah. Well, and to be fair, Nintendo wins most of the lawsuits it goes into. Not all of them, but it does win most of the time, or at least forces people to settle and all that. And I'm not morally justifying what they're doing or anything like that, but it's the same kind of thing that what happens to Disney. Disney wins most lawsuits that it goes into as well, but a bunch of people will still create situations that Disney feels it needs to put the hammer down, and then they go into it thinking it's like, Disney will just back off because of PR, and a lot of times Disney's like, nope, we have a whole lot of lawyers and a whole lot of money we're giving them. We are going to exhaust our options before we back off. And then surprised Pikachu. People are like, wait a second. We're getting wrecked here. Man, that's expensive. Because they also have more figurines and larger spray things and all that we can also get. Yes, these are things we've already got unlocked, then we have new ones. Oh, okay, so we get our different dice colors. I know I'm going to regret getting those. I'm going to regret getting those. Alright, so we'll get that next. Didn't kind of even remember when they cared and released good movies. I think Disney tries to do good with its movies. I feel like we're in kind of a weird thing with a lot of different types of content, not just movies or whatever, like movies, games, and the whole like, that we're kind of in this weird spot with a bunch of it. Just checking our stuff here. That we've been doing, like, the companies, all of them, and this is games, movies, whatever, they kind of all found formulas that worked, and they're like, cool, we'll just keep doing more of that. And people have, over time, got tired of that formula. And now all of them are kind of sitting there going, oh god, what do we do? The whole thing we've kind of built our design around, if we change our formula, people get upset because we're not doing the thing we've always done. But if we do the thing that we've always done, people get upset because it's just not interesting to them anymore. And I feel like there's no winning. Like, the Ubisoft being a perfect example on the games front. You look at a new, like, if I say it's an Ubisoft game, you can almost tell me the list of mechanics the games they're going to have and how they're going to work. Like, that's how formulaic they've been over the years. And so if they change it, everyone gets all mad about it because it's not the Ubisoft they know and whatever. But at the same time, the formula's stale. Let's see, they're now after the directors fired a lot of woke people recently. Deadpool 3 was a 100% changing Disney. I hate everything about, like, the whole thing where people are, like, making, oh, woke whatever, broke whatever, like, all that crap. Because honestly, 90% of the time, that's not, like, the games that get accused of those things don't even do badly. To me, it's a lot more of they're trying to figure out how to differentiate or something. I also feel like movies in theaters as we know it is just not going to be what it used to be. I think we're all just burned out on the pump and dump cookie cutter media that showed us. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking more of it is that we kept getting the same kind of thing because they found a formula that worked, and so they kept doing it. And so now they're trying to figure out, like, how to not alienate their existing audience while also trying to bring in the new audience. And to be fair, this is the thing that content creators deal with as well, that if we keep playing the exact same game all the time, people get tired and leave. But if we change too much, we can also push away our audience as well. And it's trying to navigate that and figure out what's... We're getting nothing good out of all these packs. All those packs and not a single decent card. That's fine. Yeah. Let's see, you do love being burned out by late-stage capitalism. When you say it's an Ubisoft game, I know it's only going to work for a year or two before they pull it from some people's games library, even if it's a single-player game. That's, there was a California law that, I can't remember when it went into effect, or it's about to go into effect kind of thing. But that they were going to require, if a game could, you know, be pulled or shut down or whatever, that basically at the time of sale, you have to have like a warning label, like a notified label. So if it is a game that is a game as a service that has an online component where if they turn it off, your game stops working, it has to have a disclosure on, like, on the box, at the download, at the time of sale kind of thing. And I'm absolutely on board with it. You know, it is one of those things that people are like, oh, well, that's obvious. But it isn't for a lot of people. Like, if you go and you buy SimCity, you're not going to think, oh yeah, you know, they could just shut down the server one day. You're thinking about, like, SimCity from back in the day that, you know, if they stop selling it, that's fine, you still have it. Your sprayer might need a replacement? Yeah, it does. I need to get a second sprayer so that they keep not getting past me kind of thing. Also, quick kick in my boxes all over. Alright. Okay, give me some good. Junk. Give me some good. We've hit that stage of gambling stuff, where you're just like junk, get it all out of here. All of it garbage. Come on, give me at least one good card. Nope. The game says no. No good cards for you. Stinky yacht customers. You know that's a real rule at most card stores now. If you stink, you have to leave and shower before coming back. Oh yeah, no, it was I mentioned that even back when I used to play, it wouldn't be often it happened, but every once in a long while, you would actually have someone who'd show up at a card shop and they were just the person say, "Hey, you gotta get out of here." Like, you know, look, man, come on. I think that's good though. I think it is a good thing to be like, hey, there's certain stuff we're not gonna allow. Are we ready to max out the animation speed? We did that already. we did max out the animation speed modifier. Like at the beginning we didn't, but we did go in later. Shelf has no more space? Yes, you do. Don't lie to my face. There you go. All right. So let's pay our bills first. This is way too slow. It inspires hygiene. Yep. Okay. So today I want to go and get our new item on the shelf, because we did unlock more dice. So it's time for blue dice. And those are going to cost me... how much? That'd be $350 for the blue dice. We still got enough of the regular packs. I need to get the license for the rare box. So that's $500 for the rare box. All right. And just keep getting these all set up. Cool. Alright, so yeah, we're waiting till we get $352 to get the blue dice. And then after we get the blue dice, I would like to unlock the rare boxes so we can start getting the boxes. It would be nice to also unlock the larger boxes. I am hoping getting the really big boxes or the big box of boxes of the blue cards will cut my costs a little bit and just make it so I have less to deal with on the way of purchasing it. It also makes it fewer items, which reduces the shipping costs. The bard offers you a loot. Perhaps your talents lie elsewhere. Yeah, so we got the red dice been coming along. It's also interesting to me that we are selling dice kits, but you could distinctly look at this card game going on right now. There is no dice involved in this. Doing our price adjustments. I know there's people who mentioned getting a mod that automatically does the prices. Honestly, in this particular case, I wouldn't be necessarily against that. Because there's no decision going into this. It's just... I'm going to adjust my price, you know, to be a certain thing over or under. Oh, do we already pay our bills yet? Yeah. Okay, so we're looking here at getting the 352 for the blue dice to put on the shelf. The auto price mod and the auto light switch mod are lifesavers. Yeah, and that's one of those things. Like, it's a weird thing that, like, you're always going to turn on the light. So even having it as an option is just kind of a head scratcher. And Supermarket Sim does the exact same thing, too. We're just like, but why? Why? Like, this is just a chore thing now. Okay, we should be getting pretty close to being able to get those. We still haven't done the Imagine, so random rarity pack and card price might increase. Random rarity pack and card price might decrease. And I have a feeling I need more tables to accommodate that. Let's just hit the button. There. I put it on the calendar. I think. I don't know. Or you know what that's probably doing? Ah, I can buy boxes. Okay, so these are like board games and that kind of stuff. So if I get extra table, we can do these as well. Like, that's what I need to worry about now, is trying to expand our inventory. Which is eventually going to mean expanding our store, because we are getting a little bit cramped in here. I also need to get the second sprayer, so when they get through the door, they get hit twice real fast, so that they actually do get done. It's weird that they made it 2 sprays and not just 1. I don't think it matters, it's just weird. Alright, so we can go here and purchase a stack of those. All right. So now I've got the blue dice and the red dice. Definitely bought more of those than I needed. Got a couple of these. All right. Cool. Hey, $84 card. $12 card. Love to see it. So that's a good pack. And then junk. And junk. So grab all of ours again. Okay. All right. So I figured we had a couple extras. We just do that. Let's see. Are there shelves for for shipping boxes? Yeah. No, we can open a warehouse. I just haven't done it. Like right now, the phase of the game we're in, money is kind of my big limiter. It does feel like that will change over time. Because like as I've stocked up these shelves, it's just getting the new licenses that is like the big hurdle for each one of them. And so it is going to be improving. It would also be one of those things, if I actually took the time to handle a lot of the stuff myself, would be good. So I do want to get the boxes of rare cards, which is $500. We can work on that, because the other thing I can do is I can get the other 2 dice colors, and that'd be another thing, is just have the shelf of all the different dice colors. So you've got special card sleeves you can get that are all fancy at higher levels. The figurines, I can get the other plushies as well. We're definitely going to need to expand the store soon to accommodate that as well. We can also get the big boxes now for that, which I'm going to just do it. Yeah, so that way when I go to buy these, it should be a little bit cheaper. Yeah, so I'm going to save about $4. So this is when I go to buy these. I'm just going to buy those from now on. So anytime I'm low on the blue cards. But we are definitely looking at the point I'm going to have to expand the store if I want to do more soon. Yeah, you still have stock. Let's see, just out of curiosity, what aspects of a game like this appeals to you? In some ways, it feels like work simulator to you, and you have enough work already. So that's kind of one of those things when you're playing a lot of games that would fall into what you would consider like a work simulator. The big catch with most of those games is when you look at a lot of them, they kind of take all the aspects of those jobs, and they take out the stuff you don't want to do. So, like, for example, there's a lot of people who enjoy driving trucks around and doing that kind of thing. But when you play a game like American Truck Simulator, what happens is all the minutia people don't want to do, or getting in actual legal trouble because you sped or whatever, isn't there. You don't have to sit there and do all the bureaucracy and paperwork at the end that, each side. You don't have to worry about, when you go to the weigh station, it's not this 10, 15, 20-minute process. When you're loading up and unloading your truck, it's not, this half-hour long thing, or you have to sit there and wait 2 or 3 hours for them to get all sorted out while you go grab something. You don't get there and have to go, okay, well, I have to wait this time. And, like, a delivery doesn't take you 8, 10, 12 real-life hours. You knock it out in 30. Now, for a game like this, your back doesn't hurt restocking the shelves, is one thing. You also don't have to deal with, like, signing all the paperwork and all the, like, just having an employee, I would be dealing with a ton of paperwork at the end of each day, having to deal with, like, oh, they're going to be sick this day, oh, that's going on, no paper cuts. You don't have to worry about an actually belligerent customer. You don't have to worry about someone, like, genuinely putting you under threat, like, threatening to rob you or whatever. You don't have all that garbage that goes with the job. You can just kind of play it and enjoy the job. You also get the completely unrealistic and enjoyable thing where that when you do work, you are guaranteed to be having fair compensation. I know, it's a foreign concept for most places. But, like, you do the job and you get paid on the agreed amount terms without any nonsense. Right, it's work with instant gratification. It's work, but just the fun parts. Because, like, honestly, you get a lot of those, like, little edge case things out of there. A lot of jobs can be really enjoyable and fun. It's just, the issue is there's all the extra crap no one wants to deal with. And doesn't want to deal with for good reason. Let's see, are there interesting differences between various retail store simulator games? Yeah, like, this one we actually have, like, the whole collecting cards aspect of it. As well as you crack open the packs and all that. You've got, like, the people people doing things, you got tournaments and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. And in a game you can actually own a store, right, and it be something that, like, if you play it right, you will succeed. Versus in the real world, you can do everything right with your store, but, the situation just changes. And so even though you played all your cards right, the thing your store was based on, you know, falls out of favor and now you're scrambling to try and rescue your store, or, you know, there was some environmental situation that has occurred, like, you know, flooding or whatever, and you still lose anyways. You know, not just have to work with scumbag managers, you actually get the money and own it. Yeah, so there's a whole lot of stuff. But I mean, it's the same thing when you look at, like, Farm Sim. Farm Sim, you are basically simulating work, but at the same time, it can be a lot of fun and interesting and all that, because you're not getting hot and sweaty, you're not getting cut up and bruised, you're not dealing with all sorts of awful smells. And again, if you do things correctly, you will make money, versus in real life, you can do everything correctly, but then some blight goes through the area and you've lost everything. Or a wildfire comes through and you've just lost everything. And the sheer amount of paperwork. Did you see the pandemic RNG on the roadmap? Joking. Yeah, taxes. Well, that's another thing. It's just, the money is straightforward. You end each day and you just get your money. It's not, you get your money and then X number of time later, you've got to fill up a pile of paper to, you know, facilitate your taxes, as well as submit the taxes of what you've given your employees so that they can fill out their taxes. They take all that crap out of it. And you can take a loan and then not repay it and uninstall the game just before it's time to file your taxes. Yeah, you can make mistakes in a game, and the consequences are, the worst case is you brick your save. Like this game, I don't think you can do that, but there are games where you can, you know, ruin a save, versus in real life, you know, you make that call to open a retail store, you put your life savings into it, and it doesn't pan out, and your life savings are gone. Maybe someone will come out of the tax return filing simulator. So funny you say that. There was a game designed to help you file your taxes that did get pulled from Steam, where they had like an anime waifu kind of character who would ask, they presented as a dating simulator, but would ask you as honestly pretty invasive financial questions, because it was trying to help you file your taxes. And I don't think we ever did confirm that there was something not on the up and up, but there was definitely something about a game being like, hey, could you give me, you know, could you give me your, like, tax ID? It's like, no game, I don't think I will. I didn't play it. It only lasted on the store for a little while, but it was definitely one of those ones that was asking for a lot of stuff. You're like, no. Let's see, mod comes out, and if you get bankrupt, you end up sitting at your parents' kitchen in the cart with a cardboard moving box, and walk into their basement. There have been games who have done that have had, like, the game over cinematic that's, you know, effectively you being in financial ruin. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to grab myself a new drink and stretch my legs, so I'm going to quickly do that while we're in the ad break, and I'll be back here in just a minute. So, thank you, and I'll be back here in just a minute. Oh! I can't do it. That was terrible. That's definitely getting clipped out of context. This is the life I live. Get into content creation, they said. They didn't. They actually said not to. But, you know.
Lighting down.
I need to not be holding the button if I do that. But yeah, so it is. Why did I go to the moon? I don't understand. Why? I think I found a bug in the physics engine. What do you think, chat? I'm not sure what I hit, but I didn't just slam into the roof and get stuck here. Like, we kind of glided up here. I have to find out. All right, and I'm back. I just need to quickly grab myself a drink and all that. But yeah. And you immediately buy and open all the packs you can afford. Yeah. Well, that's the whole thing. Like, the games do a lot to simulate work without being work, which is one of the defining things that changes with some of these games. Is there are definitely some games that they're trying to simulate work and they leave a little bit too much work in it. Hey, I get it. You all want to be here. It's fine. All right. Let's see here. Let's pay our bills first. But like, even paying your bills is easier than in real life. Even in real life, like, if it's not even that complicated bills, you still gotta sit down and be like, all right, there's the power company. Let me go ahead and pull up the power company's stuff. Okay, set that up. All right, do this. And granted, in real life, you can set up like auto bill pay, which I do kind of wish was a feature in these. But like, it is one of those things you have to go through. And then you look at your bill and go, oh, this isn't right. Like, why is my bill all weird? And they go, oh, well, there was a mistake on the meter. It's not your fault. You're like, hey, man, you're going to charge me through the nose and I didn't even spend the thing. Like, there's just all that crap you deal with in real life that the game's just hand waves away. Alright, so let's see. So I need more of the deodorant. And I still want to get the rare card boxes. So I'm going to actually try and hold out for the rare card boxes to be a thing. And that's 500 I need to do that. But then we'll get, you know, 2 of the rare card boxes and the deodorant and get that set up. As you can see, this place is getting a little claustrophobic here. That we are definitely pushing to kind of the edge of what is remotely reasonable. All right. Buy the plushie. Bought the blue dice. You're so slow on giving change. You also don't have to deal with store maintenance or bathroom cleanup. Right. Like, you don't have to deal with the situation where in real life you might buy a store, everything's going great, and you're like, cool. Hey, my store, this one spot of the floor, you know, it's gotten damaged over time. Let's go pull it up and replace it. And you start to pull it up, and then you realize your place is built on asbestos, and you immediately stop pulling it up and being like, we don't touch anything, we put this back, and we cover everything, and we never touch the floor again. The floor looks disgusting and ruined. It's perfect. It stays. We just put layers on our floor now. Versus, you know, if you want to actually fix it, you have to shut down your business for like a month while they, you know, put the whole thing in a tent because asbestos is so dangerous. Can I build another register? Because very genuinely, that's a problem. Level 15 is what it requires to get a second register. We can build a workbench, and I still don't know what that does. That's $1,000 though. So let's go ahead. We got our big packs here. So I'm going to need 2 of these. And then we're going to go to our accessories. And I'll need 2 of those. That's going to be $333. Have you considered being rich? No. The packs are magic. The plastic disappears the moment you open them. Yeah. The workbench, you could package up all your cards under $1 into $100 bundle or 100 bundled, sell them. Yeah, that sounds good. We'll definitely want to do that. I do hope it's one of those things where you can, like, make sure it only takes duplicates or something. Because, you know, I obviously want to collect all the cards. Cool, cool. Yeah, that'll be a nice quality of life convenience thing. And that'll also make it easier for me to be like, oh, it's time to open packs. You can set to leave a certain amount of each card. Good. I'd say 1. Just, keep doing that. We'll definitely want the workbench. I don't think I got room to put it in here yet, though. We're definitely going to need to expand the store size. So right now what we're waiting on is I need to get enough money. It was 333 bucks. Because we're going to be adding a new item to our merchandise, which is we're going to be adding the boxes this size of the rare card, or the rare card packs, whatever they're called. So I got to get that sorted. Take the guy off the register and get him stocking. He's trash. Yeah, but even the stocking doesn't need that much. Like, the thing I'm having to actually top off the most is the cards, and I'm not sure he'll even do that. Or, like, how he'd approach that. I don't mind that he's that slow, either. Like, him being that slow, it's like, whatever. I still don't have to work the register. And then, periodically, we start cracking a bunch of card packs. Like, I'm probably due to crack more packs, but I need to buy more cards. You have them stock where you stand at the register and open cards. I don't want to have to go and deal with all the change and all that. Like sitting there doing all the pennies and all that. It's just easier to be like, yeah, you can just take care of it. It's fine. Oh, you know what? We did the whole thing where it said manage event. Is it just... Okay, so I think literally this is just changing what the day is. Common pack cards price might increase. Rare, epic, and legendary card packs might decrease. Fire elemental cards go up, earth goes down, earth goes up, water goes down, water goes up, wind goes down, wind goes up, fire goes down, and then vintage. So that's interesting, but it sounds to me like that's just going to affect my prices. And that's just a thing. Like, I almost don't care about that. Set prices to quarters at lowest. I just haven't been bothering. If we actually have, like, proper backups, I'll deal with it. Like, these ones are all round dollars. It's just the cards. You opened said you only opened commons up till shop level 20. Yeah, no, I cracked open one set of the rare ones, of these ones here. I haven't done many, because it didn't really seem to pay out that much that last time. It's weird that one didn't mark a price. This pack has given me some good ones. Yeah, it's weird that first one didn't give me a price listed. Let's see. You ran Pauper event to boost pack and card sales, so any of your big ticket common cards get sold for more. You got 1,300 card. Well, if we actually look at the cards I have price wise, my big card here is I've got one for 10 or 1,000. I got one for 600. I got one for 550. So I got some pretty good cards that we built up over the time. And all those have been out of the thing. Okay, so you turned on... So auto next card, show new card. So auto next card, I'm assuming it will just advance anyways. We'll try it. And how are we doing on the money towards the things? We got our bills paid. And we can go ahead and get our brand new boxes and our cleaner. Okay. Cool, so we've got that. And we've got that, and how are you doing? You're right about to run out in one. Let's wait for it. And you're out in one. Cool. And we've got that stocked up now. Let's check on the plastic sleeves. That is the only downside of me not working the register. Some of those items you don't notice they start going down until, like, they're way down. Okay. And we can look in here, set to duplicates again. Alright, you snuck past. Alright. If you do spend your entire day just opening packs at this point, 3 million gives you some leeway. Oh yeah, and that's what I was figuring, is eventually it'd start getting to the point that the amount of money you're getting, because it's definitely one of those things I'm noticing as we're getting more and more merchandise, and the money's rolling in, I'm having to like focus less and less time on any specific merchandise. So I do figure you'll eventually hit the point that you've got so much money rolling in that you don't need to sweat too much. And you'd be able to build, like right now we have no stock. Like, that's our stock there. The pile of boxes in the corner. Everything else is on the floor to be sold right now. Alright. So the interesting thing is, yeah, random rarity pack and card might increase, random rarity pack and card might decrease. Versus if we change to Pauper, common pack and card price might increase, rare, epic, and legendary pack and card price might decrease. So this means our regular junk stuff goes up. What's surprising is there isn't I think it's okay. I think it'll be those later ones. Customers played game and shop required. Yeah, so I think it'll be one of those things that, like, I was expecting to be, you know, a Pauper one where, like, your commons keep going up and up over time and your rares get cheaper. Versus the alternative being your more rare cards keep going up and up, but then your common cards become utterly worthless over time. Because I can see that an interesting thing that you could invest time into slowly manipulating the prices. You hope they add a way to type a number of in-stock amounts? They add a number to type in-stock amounts. Not sure what we mean by that, but okay. How much? So 300 for the first thing. There's a lot B. Alright, so I haven't walked outside and looked at any of this. Okay, you're fine. So we got, clearly that's going to be our warehouse right there. And we can definitely, we're going to expand into this spot. It's going to replace that. It might end here. It might keep expanding. It's hard to really tell. But it's interesting that there's a lot B. So I'm wondering if we'll get, like, we'll get the ability to build over on this side of the road as well. Or something like that. Like, I'm curious about that. Oh, hey. We hit the end of the day and the cashier is just, like, deuces. Cashier's like, shift's done. Bye. Yeah, so the card packs I need more of. The other stuff we're doing pretty fine on. We grab you and restock you real quick. Good in the spray. You got one blank spot here. We'll let them wrap up. But yeah, so it looks like the card pack. So what I'm gonna do for those. So I'm gonna buy that, which is an obnoxious amount, and we're gonna buy that. which would be more than overkill for our card packs. 400 bucks. I'll do this to sell a little bit. Lot B is the door behind you, and the glass door is just outside the footpath. Took me a moment to figure that out. Oh, the door behind me is Lot B? I thought that was going to be the warehouse. That's fair. That'd be fun, though, to have, like, half your store be dedicated to, like, the cards and all that, and then, like, the other half of the store is just all, you know, your board games, your other collectibles and all that. Do you think there's a bug in this game? If you take someone's card to play, then move to checkout, you can keep the card and keep charging it. At least that's what the case with Supermarket Sim. Oh yeah, when comparing this to Supermarket Sim, keep in mind it's different devs. You don't have to use it as a warehouse. Gotcha. Did you two finish up? You're being those guys where the staff are just sitting there at the door going like this, being like, come on, man, I'm not supposed to ask you to leave, but like, also, I really want you to leave. Okay, look the same? Yeah, no, we've covered that a bunch, that there's like, you can buy asset packs and everything for a lot of this, and that's why there's so many of these games, is they're based off an asset pack. So it's very easy to spin up a copy. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking, like having a dedicated gaming room. This is not an asset flip? Yeah. They're gonna open, turn on the lights, pay our bills. Alright, so 412 bucks. Yeah, if we do end up playing this game a lot, I do think I will take the time to maybe get the price mod. Because, like, I'm doing the exact same thing each day. And it doesn't really matter. Oh, there you go. So you're already squared away with that. Hey, Fred Opossum, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. What were you playing and all that? Have you come to test your addiction in cards? Because I know I have. Yeah. Bet it all on min stars. I don't know what the min stars are. On your phone, it will tell you what prices have changed. Yeah, but I don't want to have to go through a whole bunch of processes. I just want to be able to hit a button and be like, I'm adjusting this to the market price. I want to be very lazy about this. But, so what are you playing and all that stuff? And I do hope it went well and all that. Let me check. You may have already answered and it just got blasted through the messages. Nah, you're okay. But yeah, for those who don't know Fran Opossum, another fantastic creator on the platform, you were also playing it. Ah, got you. So how is it going? How does it feel to be contributing to other people's addictions? Because I know I feel good about it. I'm making good money. All right. There we go. And our cashier is horrifically slow. It feels good. As well as belittling the stock boy. Yeah. Yeah. Watching the person count the change hurts a lot. For some reason you kept hearing friend opossum and thought, you know what? I want an opossum as a friend. Well, you can achieve that. You could have a friend opossum with Fran Opossum. That is an opportunity you have in front of you. But yeah, definitely, if you're looking for some trade card game sim, been playing that over there. But also, Fran plays a variety of games, so if you like a variety of games, you know, there's that whole thing. Plus, a possum. Alright, so we're waiting currently on getting a little bit more money so I can buy a bunch more cards. so I can check it on here. We are definitely at the point I need to probably, once I get the shelves restocked, probably my next spend is going to be making this place a little bit bigger, because we are starting to get a little cramped. I also still need to get the second one of those spraying things, because for whatever reason, one spray is not enough. Which just makes me wish I could go to this machine and just like hit a dial and be like, what if you did twice as much? Because I'm not worried about the dosage. I'm worried about the convenience of not needing to have like multiple of these sitting around. Because I feel like the answer is going to be put another one right here, or is wherever over here I can fit it. To force a person to just get blasted on their way in the door. Oh wait, do we have enough? We do. Alright, so let's restock our shelves. The best way to use the stink meter solo is to have them need to pass it twice. Yeah, no, I could definitely see like mazing it up a little bit. Alright. Like force them to do the circuit, as it were. All right. Just gotta get all these things restocked. I was worried I was gonna buy a bunch extra and not have any room for any of these. I would be what people refer to as wrong. Okay. All those card packs I bought, already gone. Just already gone. Let's see, but your huge sellers have been in the binders. In Octi plushies? Yeah. Oh, I didn't mean to actually open that one. That's fine. So it's all junk. Hey, new card. We may have most of these. Hey, we got a new card. So I see what the auto advance is. So it only stays on that card for like a fraction of a second. So I probably want to turn that one off. Well, no, because it's advancing through all the others. Let's turn off the auto advance. Because I think that's making it so we see the new card and immediately stashes it away real quick. Auto news should pause. Yeah, no, I think what's happening is auto next card. I think that. Just like when you hit there. Yeah, no, but it was advancing automatically after going, like, new, and then immediately beelined on. Alright. Cool. Sir, come on, man. Oh, never mind. The machine already got it. It's fine. Okay. So already we are blasting through a lot of these things, but our shelves are mostly fully stocked at the moment, which is pretty nice. It's been a long time since that's happened. All right. We need to get the workbench, which I think is really going to just wait for us to have the store be a little larger for a little more space. Yeah. So I think it's just like the auto thing is the problem. Where auto next card, we'll see. But the big thing is I do want to stop when we see something interesting. Alright. I wonder if you get away with 2 of them by putting one here by all the merchandise and then one here by this table. That way, whether or not they stick around or not, they're getting hit with it anyways. Okay. So I'm definitely going to need to get more of the rare packs as well. The thing is, not everyone is here for the merch and will go straight for the table. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. So my thought is if I had one over here and one over there, wherever you go, you're going to be just standing by one of them. So it should give a couple of rounds. We'll see. Like right now, I need to save up to get a second one. Alright. Hey, I need you to stay in this physical plane, please. Alright, because this needs to happen, because it's getting snug in here. Oh. Okay, I guess I was expecting a little bit more space than that for my $300. I'm not complaining. But I'm gonna be honest, I was expecting that to be a little bit more generous with the amount of space I got from expanding. Okay. Each unlock. Well, yeah, no, I get that at this point. It's like, okay, so we don't get much space pretty fast. This is a slow burn grow on this place. All right. So if I want more merchandise, I'm gonna need more shelf space. So that's gonna be our next buy, is to get another shelf space. What do we even have down here that we can get excited? So we get the double-sided shelf now for 750. Okay, so that's probably the one that does it in one blast, I'm guessing. Then we got fancier display cases. Well, maybe it's range? I could see that either being range or just it only requires one blast to go. We should probably get the workbench. So you know what we could even do? You get over here. So you can go right here for right now. So we'll put our deodorant in our sleeves over here. We got all our cards. I'll put the workbench in this little cubby over here. So we're saving up for the workbench. Oh, come on, you. That's what you get. Because you're being that person who showed up stinky, literally everyone is getting sprayed. Leveling gets slow late game? You think you're getting one level every 10-ish days? Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Give me one of these. And do we get anything good? Come on. Hey, it's only worth $2, but it's a new one. All rubbish. All garbage. Oh, there's another box in there? Alright, there's another box in there. What? There's nothing in there. Apparently there is. Okay. Hey, $657 card. There we go. All right. That sound is very close to the Windows you clicked the wrong thing. I just remember the Max old $6 card. That's new. That's cool. $521 card. Heck yeah. So after having a whole bunch of rubbish packs, we got two solid winners out of one box. All right, that's a $4 card, but it's new. All right, so let's take a look here at the shelf. Reorganized by duplicates, because sometimes it doesn't seem to take. All right. And I just said to market, then I upped the price twice, and I call it a day. Okay. So, productive day. It is interesting that they'll list, like, the profit and all that, regardless of, like, you know, a whole bunch of other stuff. It's like, you did all these investments to improve your space and all that. It's like, nope. We're gonna label it as you lost money. It's like, okay, yes, I ended the day with less cash than I started with. But overall value of everything I got going on, I'm definitely ahead of where I was. Alright, so let's pay our bills. There. We were just waiting for Stinky to go away. Now we're open. That's the only reason we delayed opening today, was we just didn't want Stinky to come in. Okay. Alright, our staff is here, so I can stop dealing with that. And you have absolutely obliterated my supply of those immediately upon opening. Good for you. So let's go ahead and add that onto the roster. What else do I need? Probably more of the rare packs. So let's go ahead and add that onto the list. We could use more of the sleeves. Anything else to deal with right now? Probably get a order of the red dice. Alright. And then we can get all that and that'll be all stocked. Meanwhile... Cool. I believe that's enough. No, we still haven't finished the sale because the guy takes forever to ring up. All right, so I want to get things restocked, and then we need to save $1,000 to get the workbench because that should make things more manageable. Lady, no, bad. Good. Discipline like you, like a cat, and spray you with water. Does he wish the model for the dice were those cubes with small D6s, since they're more commonly used in card game? Yeah, bad lady. Make sure you follow at least the most basic level of hygiene. Well, I think it'd be more fun instead of just red, blue, whatever dice. You'd have like one box of dice that's just a bunch of the D6s. You'd have one box of dice that's like your D20, the one box of dice that's like some of the more exotic ones like D12s, and was there like a D60 or something like that? get all those. They have like your D16s and all that. Like get your various dice sizes, have those all individually sold, and then have like the collection set where it's like a little bit of each. All right, can we actually order this already? Did the bro really look at the anti-smell and not buy it? Yes. He was like, the more I think about it, me smelling terrible is a them problem, not a me problem. So they should really be paying me to go and get the spray, not the other way around. All right. Okay. The amount of cards we're going through in a day, it's a really good problem to have, but also still a problem. Oh, my own success. No, let's just put that back. We're doing good in the cards. We could use more of the blue dice on the shelf. All right. Okay, so like I said, we're trying to save up $1,000 to put the workbench in here, because I'm under the impression that the workbench will allow me to get rid of a lot of the common cards I've got stockpiling. That'll basically be able to make, like, cheap budget common deck or whatever things. That we can just, like, say, hey, here's 100 common cards. Have at it. But I guess being a streamer means you don't have to deal with the stinky people in your work. Oh, I mean, I'm here. No, I'm teasing. Yeah, no, you don't have to deal with that too much. I really only remember having to deal with that a lot when I worked retail. Like the tourism side of thing, I didn't need to worry about it nearly as much. Like it's not that it never happened, but generally speaking, it was pretty rare. But working retail, you had a lot of people. Now, to be fair, I sold tools, so there's definitely some people who were coming in off the work site and had been out in the sun all day. So, they were ripe with reason. They weren't showing up to sit around and play a card game and just hadn't bothered to shower or something. They had just gone off the construction site and had one of their tools break. And, were trying to just get it replaced before they had to go into work the next day. Ball cards have made a resurgence with Sharpie Cube being the new recreational form in Magic. Sharpie Cube? I've not heard of that before. I also need to get a second with the spray things. Alright. Just stand in this corner for a while so I'm not crowded. So you take a permanent marker and redact parts in the card, parts of the card to make it powerful or funny. So you just have kind of like a friendly, hey, let's just be silly with the game kind of thing. I can get behind that. I also probably could use another one of those shells. We'll worry about that later. Right now, we're just trying to save up $1,000 for a workbench. And then I need to expand the store. We're gonna need to expand our inventory. Like I could definitely fit a second, maybe even a third display case for the cards in here. But the thing is, I'm not getting enough cards worth selling to deal with that. And honestly, just in there cracking all the cases, you know, there's a fun to it and all that. But I think spending the whole time cracking packs wouldn't actually do that great for my money. Like, I can definitely see as things get along and we have more and more shelves for merchandise, that there would definitely be the time where you just sit there with a box of cards and just snap them all open looking for goodies. I mean, honestly, so let's look. If I buy that, it's 112, and that gives me a pretty absurd number of cards. No, I don't have a problem. I don't know what you're talking about. I was gonna be in my corner being a gremlin, don't mind me. Did I have one of those left still? I did. It's fine. I'll just be back here. Don't mind me, customers. So, hey, $2 card that's new. So, we spent about $112 on this. Well, actually, by the time we're done, about $116 because of shipping. So here's hoping we get more than $116 worth of cards I can reasonably sell. We got a $4 card that's new. All right. All we need is one really valuable card. That's a $6 card that's new. Hey, $42. That'll help. $95. We're getting there. I mean, those would definitely mean if I sold both of those cards, we will have made our money back from purchasing this. But I've been only selling the duplicates, so, you know, those are fine, but it's okay. The more of these we get for the... we've unlocked, that's $2 one. The more of these that we found, the more I don't have to worry about that kind of thing. $12, not bad. $30, not bad. $6. It makes me think about if you've ever played, there's a game called I Can't Believe That's Not Gambling, which it's a game that's making fun of loot boxes. Literally the entire game is opening loot boxes and then selling you things you get out of your loot boxes to afford more loot boxes. Got a $9 one. And it's like, and it does all sorts of things of making fun of like battle passes and all that. It's just a commentary about predatory monetization in video games. But it's actually kind of fun, and it gets pretty absurd. All right. You say you play games you have limited control over. Give an example. RimWorld. So, like, you can control and move your pawns and give them assignments and all that, but also they kind of do their own thing, often much to your chagrin and regret, when they suddenly have a mood break and decide the whole place needs to be burned down. That's $2. So you got stuff like that. You also have games like Oxygen Not Included, where a lot of things are moving around and changing around you that, yeah, they're the result of some of your actions, but at the same time, they do kind of just do their own thing as well. So it's stuff like that. It's games that you can't 100% control what's going on. There is a certain amount of RNG involved into it. And there is stuff that has like random variants, you know, whatever happening. We had that same thing happen again where like the last thing in the box is invisible. So you get the idea with that. Or like even when you play a game like Satisfactory, like what stuff you get out of the hard drives and all that is RNG, which will change the way you play it. Because like if you don't get like the good steel recipe, you're gonna have to deal with the crap one and just working around it and all that. A lot of games have wildcard random variables that, if it's good, force you to actually make adjustments to your play. Bad RNG events, it's like, oh, this thing happened. You're like, well, what do I do to counter that? Oh, you just don't. It just means you get less money today. You go, oh, okay, I guess. All right, so they're doing their thing still. Well, I should have. I want to put it back in the box. $6. That about Satisfactory. You got the good screws, steel screws, and you don't know how to fix your stuff either. Not overwhelm yourself with screws. Oh yeah, well that's one of the things you run into is a lot of the recipes that use screws, part of it is to like get them to use something else if possible, or get them to use less screws. They're getting a lot of new cards that aren't worth a whole lot, which is still good for the completionist side of things. But also, let's see what we actually make. Hey, another $12 card. Okay, so you go on the shelf. Alright, so we basically spent the entire workday not doing anything related to the store. We just kind of like crawled into the corner and just like, yes, open all the cards. This is your store now, kid. I'm just gonna open the cards in the corner. Going full gremlin on this. Alright, so let's see what we got here. So boom, 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 boom. Hey, I mean, for my duplicates, some of those are getting up to $10. Yeah, so those we probably will work out okay in the long run. So we've got the sleeves. Those are already stocked. This is the red ones. Yep, we got those stocked. We already got little piggo friends on the shelf. And there's our cashier. Alright, so we definitely are going to buy another round of those. Don't judge me. We're just doing what we need to do. We need more of the spray. I should get more of the blue dice. And we got all that. We also need to pay our bills. They're already paid, apparently. I paid them already and forgot about it. Okay, stock that. That'll be something we do later on in the day. Top off our deodorant. Cool, so you can actually put it directly out of the box into the machine, so you don't even have to, like, take it out. There's the blue dice. Alright. Yeah, so we're good there. So I'm not going to start the day by just... I'm lying. I'm going right over here, and I'm going to gremlin more boxes. You can't stop me. This isn't a gambling addiction. Look, we're going to get some good cards any moment now. Just wait. See? Exactly. 92. 100% justified. Let's just keep opening packs forever. Did you check their duplicates? Yep. And that's a 7. That's what I'm doing, is I'm organizing by duplicates. $13. Love to see it. See, I'm just farming XP. 42 bucks. That's all one. Because every time I'm opening one of these, I'm getting like 30 XP. It's not much. But honestly, Oh, actually, we're getting a varying amount of XP. But, like, very amusingly, we do actually get some decent XP doing this. Which is weird. It is weird that, like, literally it's like, oh yeah, just start popping these open. You'll get a little bit of money out of it. Alright. You'd stick with just common packs till you hit level 20. That way you can build up your duplicate collection. That way you get more cards to sell. Yeah. Well, that's basically what I'm doing, is I'm just popping... I'm popping the common packs, because I can buy them for cheap is mostly why I'm doing it. But yeah, so let's look at our lovely high price ones. Yeah, so look at here, we got one for 1,053, that's a nice one. We got one for 660, we got one for 660 again. We got one for 550, we got 520, we got $100, 90 bucks, 90 bucks, 65. So we're at the point where our first page here, almost everything is worth a pretty penny. Yeah, so it looks like our duplicates we're selling, all of them are around $5. Give or take a little bit. Oh, hey, you're gonna go ahead and take care of it yourself. Cool, man. I didn't even have to waste product on you. Well. So I need to get to 1,000. I need to not be spending $100 a piece on this. 47 bucks, cool. I could see you late game literally just buying this and just holding the left mouse button and watching it fly by. Alright. Okay, so we got that. Yeah, no, let's wait for the 1,000. We need to get to the 1,000 is what I need to do, because when I hit... Let's see, you go through a few boxes of 64 packs a day. Jeez. You need to figure out what's the best way for you to upgrade your cable production capacity, but that means upgrading the entirety of your copper production. Oh yeah, but that's always the challenge in Satisfactory or Factorio or any of those style games, is you'll eventually hit something that's a bottleneck that it's not as simple as just stamp out some more. Like, sometimes you can, but sometimes you can't to stamp out more. For Satisfactory, a lot of that is finding the hard drives and finding the alternate blueprints, because then you'll go, well, maybe I find, cable that instead of using copper wire, I find Caterium, and that, like, the throughput is just way, way, way better. And so then you switch everything over to Caterium to accommodate the much higher production rate on the wire. Or on the cable and all that. Like, a lot of it is going to be finding the alternative prints. Hard drives, but you need to be able to scan them, and you don't remember where in the MAM it goes. Oh, it's right at the top. There's a button that says, like, hard drive right at the beginning. And then if you don't know where your MAM is, it's even easier, because you can just build a MAM anywhere. You're allowed to have as many as you want, and they're really cheap. So, literally, I will run around and be like, oh, I found a hard drive, so while I'm out, I'll just plunk down a MAM real fast, put in the hard drive, and then pick up the MAM again. Yeah, so I'm gonna get the workbench next. After that, we're gonna need more shelves. After the additional shelves, I'm going to probably need to, I'm gonna probably need to expand our merchandise so far as, like, the different products. We've got a bunch more products we could be doing. I'm just not... Oh, I should check. Yeah, let's make sure our shelves are restocked. Okay. Because selling them on the shelves, like, really, really just a... Cool. We're gonna leave that in there for right now. Alright, so I am noticing the rare ones are starting to get a little bit lower. We're not at the point I'm gonna prioritize them yet. I am just really hoping we can push for that $1,000. Because we can make that happen. Then I could get the workbench and that'll just give Snark good. I'm suspecting the thing we produce doing this will be its own product. That'll need to be shelved and sold as well. And that'll just be a thing you gotta deal with. I also think pretty soon we're gonna need to get the double-sided shelf as opposed to the ones that go in the wall. And I'll need to expand the store to make room for more everything. Like, it definitely fit maybe 2 shelves in the middle here. We'll worry about that when we get there. Alright. We have so many of that same fish. This fish here, the Angu fish. There's so many of those on my shelf. Okay. Oh wait, don't round it. Those I haven't been bothering rounding because some of them the price just is too low to take that cut from rounding it up or down. Versus like all these things that are fairly balanced prices, we can just do that. Alright. Okay. $5 exactly. So the interesting thing is it does look like for some reason, I didn't mean to push that button, but we're here now. For some reason, the last box inside the really big box for the common cards doesn't render for whatever reason. So not really sure why that is the case. Alright. And we're getting pretty close to that 1,000 I talked about. And then we'll get the workbench, and then we'll probably be on to buying some cheaper things like just tossing up a shelf, then putting new merchandise on it, and getting that going. Okay, so now you're empty. Get out of here. You're still full. We can use a little bit of the red dice. And the blue dice. And the deodorant. Cool, and we've already got all that settled. Alright. So yeah, good times. How are you doing, by the way? You still got plenty. Yeah, I do wonder what the benefit is of the larger sprayers. If it is a distance or a number of passes to clean or something. Like, it's got to do something good to justify the price difference and having to go so many more levels. Alright, so honestly, at the rate we're going for this in-game day, more than likely I will get the 1,000 for the workbench. Yeah, okay, so sometimes with the price they walk up and they go, this is fine. Red dice. Blue dice. None of those. go. Yeah, so we're also gonna, like, definitely the next in-game day, gotta buy some boxes of the rare cards. Okay, and with that, we're gonna go to do-it-yourself and workbench. Okay. Commons. So we have different types. Below max price of $1. Minimum card to remain 1. Bundle cards. Oh, but we'll just pretend that's fine. So that's definitely not going to stay there. So we'll definitely need more shelves and all that. And then we can put that on there. Because I want to keep the rare cards there. Yeah, it's a Terramon base bulk box. Cool. I don't have any idea how many of these I can afford to make. No more space on shelves. Okay, so I can put them there. Can I just put them all here? Ah, okay. So I'm not going to worry about selling those right now. And there's the Phantom one. There we go. And go here. Alright, when they wrap up, we can do all that. So that shelf is all stocked, that shelf's all stocked. The dice look all good. The stuffed animal are all good. So we need more of the rare cards. And otherwise I need more shelf space. And then it's a matter of shelf space, and then going and adding more merchandise types, and shelf space, and merchandise type, and shelf space. You get the way this is going to work. Alright. I like that the guy grabbed the item off the shelf to buy it, and like the day was already set to be done. Okay. So it would be nice to get the two-sided shelf, because I think that'll give us the most bang for our buck, but that thing's 750. But it would let me expand her merchandise offering a lot. It's also possible that what I need to do is stop having this take up so many shelves. Just consolidate our shelves a bit on this. And have 2 shelves dedicated for each one. Okay, so you can handle 4 of those on one shelf. And you're already handling this, let's pay our bills. Cool. So next thing I want to do is I want to get more shelf space. Realistically, I am going to need to buy more of the rare card packs, or the rare card boxes. I'll probably also want to get more of the regular ones. Ooh, someone buying dice? No spray. Okay. All right. So I'm assuming at some point it'll be like, hey, you don't have any more. So in the meantime, I'm just going to keep telling it to add them until we get there. So basically it said, anything that I've got extras of that I don't have 1,000. I also don't know how many of these I could put on this shelf before it's like, no, you're full. Not enough cards to make a bundle. Okay, cool. So that's good news. We'll take care of that. We've got all this. Alright, so I need... as much as I want to wait for the shelves, I'm going to need to probably add 2 of the rare boxes. And then one of the big not rare boxes. And that'll take care of all of that there. Because we need to get the boxes themselves up at the top. I will need the plastic sleeves. And then the rest we can just wait on. So that order is $316. All right. Got a couple cards here to do. And we are going through these gradually. Cool. Yeah, so once we get the $324 total, once we include shipping and all that, I'll be able to get all that squared away. We can go ahead and put the dice up here. And I'm trying to slowly clean up this shelf. You know what? That's far enough. Okay, we got a brand new rare 18 set card and a brand new 31. Okay, almost all those are new, so that's cool. None of them were worth much. All right, $5, $1.50, $7. So getting a lot we don't have before. That one's 5. That one's 5. Alright, well, we haven't opened many of those packages, apparently. Okay, so with this, though, and another shelf for the bulk order stuff. The bulk card, whatever you want to call it. Okay, and we should have enough now to purchase the cards I need. Restock those. All right. That'll be another thing to deal with. Okay, that's far enough. Yeah, so this definitely has more boxes in there, but they're not rendering. Which is an interesting bug, problem, whatever you want to go with. We already paid our bills? Yes, we did. Cool. Alright, so I do think we need to get ourselves another shelf. Our shelf is currently loaded with products. I could see trying to consolidate the common cards. I do wonder with like the base box where it's 100 if you could make it a base box of uncommon and have it at a higher rate and stuff like that. Like that'd be curious. But we do need to get more stuff for shelving and all that. Alright, so I do kind of want to go for the double-sided shelves. I think for purposes of our regular shelving, huge personal shelf, big personal shelf. Yeah, so I do think the double-sided shelf is probably going to be the best bet because I can put some double-sided shelves in here, and then we can unlock licenses for more products to then put on those shelves. I also need to get a second one of the spraying things. I am wondering if I put the other one right here, if that'll be enough to clear anyone going in here, because I gotta walk along the both of them. Now I don't have to worry about it at all. Alright. Cool. And I could also see getting another one of the card displays to sell the cards out of. But I think that's going to come down to more space. How much is it for the more space? So 400 for the more space. Oh my goodness, they give you a lot, and then you have the lot B, which is 5,000 bucks. Yeah, so you definitely get a lot more space and all that. That's going to take a while though. In the short term, let's get our shelf. I'm also noticing, like, no one is buying this. To be fair, for me personally, I also would not be one to buy the bulk of commons box. So I can understand the hesitancy. Oh, that's empty. Okay. Alright, so we need the common and the rare. We need another box of those. That'll be fine. We'll deal with that in a minute. So this is red dice, which are fully stocked. Blue dice. The plastic covers. The stuffed animals are fine. And the spray is fine. Alright. Cool. Even little thing. Oh, hey, someone actually did buy one of the bulk boxes finally. Took a while, but we actually sold one. Alright, how close are we? It was 750. Alright, just a little bit more. We'll have our 750 to put up our next shelf. And then it'll be, you know, restocking stuff and as able to open up license for new items. We only have the one plush license. I did see there was multiple stuff there. And we also have the dice licenses. There was like 4 or 5 or 6 different type of dice. So I could see moving the plush and the dice off that shelf into the middle section. And then when we unlock another set of cards, putting them on the wall with all the other cards. Because that middle section, I'm going to get a lot of space to open up more options. Alright. Yeah, no, this feels really good. Like, don't get me wrong, when you really think about it objectively, the pacing on this game does there. But so you don't know how you didn't notice it before, but you get XP for buying stuff? Yes. The game gives you XP for basically everything. Alright, so there's our shelf. I can see nothing. Alright, we're gonna really get this place cramped. Okay, so we're gonna start by... one by one. Nope, put you back. Getting the dice moved over. Because apparently holding 2 boxes of these, not possible. Hey, buddy. You wish you could buy boxes? Yeah, I mean, the alternative would be you'd buy the box, you'd get that good in, move the good on a shelf, then take the empty box and do it. But I also don't care. Alright. Because as I said, my intent here is I'm going to make this shelf into more cards. We'll have this side of the shelf be the dice, and the other side will be the plush. Now I think about we could take you. Alright. Oh, you're already taken care of. Cool. So I've got that. So let's look at what our next license... Well, actually... So I need more of both the types of card pack, or more of the card boxes. So we'll add one of these. I do want to unlock that, but that's not as urgent. We'll go ahead and make it 2. So $800 will get our epic card pack, so that's one thing we want to consider. The next dice is 50 for the black dice, 50 for the white dice. So plan for 2 boxes of each. And that'll fill up that shelf. And then the figurines, we need 700 there. So honestly, going for the epic card packs, probably one of the next things I should do. So $800 for that. Because the epic card packs we can get all taken care of. Everyone's out of here. We're good for the day. The dice are all stocked. The cards we've got ready to order. Let me quickly add some cards here. Cool. And next day. Should save a box for removing merchandise. So the thing is, I think you need the correct box for each type, but it could be that, you know, there's the large, medium, or whatever box. I don't know the rules on that. But yeah, so this is a good day. Like, we actually had a bunch of things we upgraded, so that's good news on all that front. You still got plenty of spray in there. Yeah, so the stuff I want to stock the shelves with is going to cost us $1,065. That's going to be a little bit. Cool. All the bills are paid. But yeah, that'll get us 2 more types of dice for putting on this side. It'll restock this. Then the next thing will be $800 to get like the next type of cards, which we'll want to stock our shelves with. And that'll be a whole thing. How are we doing on our collection, by the way? So I've got 185 out of 1,320 cards. Making good progress in all of that. One of the big downsides is going to be way harder for me to keep track of that shelf. But what I imagine will happen is, when do I get my next employee? It's probably not for a while. Oh, literally, okay. I take that back. Level 15? Alright. So yeah, so what I can do is when we hit level 15, we can hire Terrence here, put Terrence on working the register at a much better speed. And then we can take Zachary here and change their job over to be stocking shelves. Now, downside is that's going to eat into $1,500, not $1,500, $150 of my daily profit is going to go to just staffing. But I think that's okay. The big thing is I get to stand around here for a minute while I wait to be able to restock my merchandise. It'd be nice to have something we could work on while this is going on. Well, actually, you know what? I bet you we look at the I bet you we looked at like the roadmap where you'll make the game playable and all that, the card game, that will end up getting a lot of stuff around that'll, you know, give you stuff that's like filler stuff. So when you're in those moments, you're like, oh, I'm waiting for the next thing and all that, that you'd be able to do stuff like that along the way. It's just adjusting prices. Okay, so it's the red dice. We've fully stocked that up. Our cards are getting low. Oh, those are full. Cool. Alright, yeah, so we're getting dangerously low on some of those things. I'm probably just going to have to do this in 2 orders. Okay, so that's too much to do in 1 order. We could take the dice off of it, because that'll reduce the price a lot. And that'll let me go ahead and get the boxes of cards to get those sorted out. And then we can do a separate order to get the dice in stock, because the dice are something like $300 or whatever. Alright. We definitely need to make the store bigger for more play space. Oh, hey, before we worry about that. Okay. We can go over here. And grab the last one. Yeah, so probably have enough I could empty these all out here. Yep. And you still have enough we could fill up the shelves more. And there's already that card box done. Okay, so we got that restocked for the moment. I'm probably going to need to get even more. So let's go ahead. We're going to add that on the list again. We're going to add another one of those on the list because I'm just going to need it. We can go to our accessories. Again, we did want to add the 2 sets of dice here. We're looking at $580 to get those shelves stocked. And basically we're waiting for that to happen. In the meantime, we're just making do with all this other stuff. Trying to keep the money rolling in. I probably need to get another display case pretty soon. I mean, right now we're not popping very many packages just because, like, right now I'm saving money to try and get stuff. I need you to pay me more to play at the tables. I didn't even look. They mentioned the price changing in a lot of this stuff. Yeah, I'm curious, like, these water cup and all that, I do kind of feel like the way these would end up working is you'd have to make the like, intentional decision to kind of withhold a whole bunch of fire cards, so you got a bunch of fire cards worth a bunch, and then do the tournament that boosts the fire cards. And then once that's gone by, the bulk box is a little expensive. Sir. Sir. That is right on the money. A little expensive. How dare you, sir. I'm gonna put these cards back on the shelf in frustration. I'm also gonna crack one of these open and just get into my own supply because I need the... Alright, we got nothing worthwhile here but some new ones. That's a $7 card. Yeah, so we're opening these packs, so we're getting a lot of new ones. Yeah, so getting lots of cards, not a whole lot of good ones. I want to see a real proper valuable one. We're opening the more expensive card packs. I should be seeing more goodies. I mean, to be fair, the baseline price, we're seeing a lot more like $2, $3 ones. There's a 9. 9's not bad. There's 6. How much am I selling these packs for that I'm popping over? I mean... Okay, hang on. This feels weird that... So, the card deck that's supposed to be... I mean, is it just a different series? Did I mistake that, thinking that they're different rarities or whatever? What's it actually say on the website? Basic card pack. Yeah, so those are rare cards. But if we're looking at the price for the individual packs is literally the same. Whereas the price for the boxes, on average, is actually quite a bit different. Which to me I find pretty interesting. Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, so weirdly, the price difference is $9 for the box, but if you buy it pack by pack, one by one, they're the same price. Which to me would imply there's no reason you should even be looking at the basic packs. You should just be getting the rare packs. But then the boxes, you know, you'd have to sit there and do a little bit of math with it. Oh, I've got a bunch of people stinking on my place. Hey, sir. Okay, so we still need the 580 whatever. Basically 600 bucks to stock up on our new merchandise and all that kind of stuff. And that should, I assume, help in sales. My assumption is as we add more items to be sold, we'll have a higher number of customers kind of thing. Like almost the equivalent of like a prestige rating for the store or whatever you want to go by. All right. But at the moment, we're struggling just because it just takes a while to like add more shelves and all that. You're selling blue at 3 and orange at 4. It depends on the market price. Yeah, no, if the market price makes sense that like they would adjust a little bit. Like people are having more on just being like, I just want to get a bunch of cards, and if I get some good stuff, great. Yeah, so we don't have any of those yet. That's fine. Because we could definitely see once we run out of bulk boxes or get low on bulk boxes, it'd be worth it for me to get another bulk box. Or get more boxes of cards to put together to go for another bulk box. Got a couple of dice here and there. All right. So you're also using AUD, so it's $7 and $10. Oh, interesting. Yeah, no, I noticed it lets you change the was it? Yeah, no, I think it was where you set the language it would adjust it. That was oh, before I forget, chat. We're gonna take a 2-second pause in the game because as I've mentioned earlier on the stream, we're going to be going and doing a sponsored stream in 2 days on Friday. So one thing that I'm supposed to do that I'm going to do real fast is I'm going to give a quick look at the trailer of the game we're going to be trying out in 2 days. So bear with me. It'll only take me a moment to get that flipped over because I'm just going to switch to display capture. But yeah, so in 2 days, we're going to be checking out this game called Business Heroes Street Grub, which is a tycoon style game. If you ever seen the game Lemonade Tycoon way back in the day, where you start with like a little lemonade stand and you make it bigger and fancier, and then you get like more lemonade stands in the neighborhood and you expand and you build yourself an empire. It's based on that game. It's the same idea, but it's going to be for food carts. So this is actually literally you're looking at Lemonade Tycoon here, but that's because the game is saying, hey, this is our inspiration. But I'm going to stop our music. We're going to play the trailer real fast. But the plan is for this to be on Friday stream. We'll only be playing it for about an hour. It'll be the demo of the game. And then we'll do either more of the trading card game simulator or not Subnautica, Satisfactory and all that. But let's check out the trailer and see what people think. I'm going to go ahead and get myself off the screen here for just a moment. Let me go poof. And let's check it out. All right. So yeah, that was the trailer to the game. I'm gonna go ahead and put myself back in the screen and get our music going and all that. But yeah, so that's a game that we're gonna be doing 2 sponsored streams this coming week. I believe the 4th and the 6th is when I'm intending on doing it. And so obviously sponsored means they are paying me to play it. But yeah, so it is a tycoon style game. I think it'll be a lot of fun. I did like that it's very clearly they put a lot of passion into their animation. So they got like the Jeff Bezos looking guy when you lose shows up. I don't know if he's like some protagonist that's going to be around the whole time, or if he's just literally your game over scream is him buying you out or something like that. But just like all the silly animations. And you probably notice, like, at first you're like, you look at like Lemonade Tycoon, you're like, oh, is that some like weird mobile game or whatever? Because it's kind of simplistic graphics. And then they pull up like, hey, set this thing, and you have just bombardment of data of just all the different things you can do, from like changing your ingredients. And from what I've been told, they go to like a pretty ridiculous depth with it. So like, say you're running a burger stand, that if I put my burger stand next to a university, the burgers they will prefer will be different than if I build my burger stand next to like the baseball stadium, than if I have my burger stand next to, wherever. So you have to do like the experimentation. It's not just, oh, choose the barbecue burger, choose a basic cheeseburger, choose whatever. You actually sit there and say, well, should I put lettuce or not on this one? And then depending on where you go, that might make a difference. So I'm really curious to see how it goes. I've not played it yet. The only thing I've done is boot it up to make sure it ran, and that's basically it. I will say I was incredibly impressed from the very beginning. We do promote a lot with accessibility on this channel, stuff like being able to disable screen shake and motion blur and, not having like big faux pas on that regards. And that game, I booted it up very first time, and the very first thing it presents me, it says, hey, you should adjust your volumes. And it started the music volume at 15%, and I think the sound effects volume was like 65-ish%, something like that, before I touched absolutely anything else, and before it was blasting my eardrums with some intro or anything like that. And I was like, oh my god. Not only did you prompt at the beginning so I could adjust my volume without shattering my eardrums, but you also didn't default to 100%, which is a big faux pas, because a lot of us use audio setups that actually 100% is throw your headset on the floor and grab your ears levels of loud. And it was just like, you know what? I have no idea how the rest of this game is yet, but that is already at least one big thumbs up in my book because of how bad games do when it comes to basic volume management. Ooh, a lot of dissatisfied customers today. Oh, you know what I bet you it was? I didn't notice those two people who were stinking up the place for a good while. So I bet you it was those people just making everyone around them upset. Banned from my store. Alright. So, we didn't get quite enough to get the transaction done, because we need about 600. But we should get that right away. And that'll finally get me my 2 extra types of dice that we've been holding off on. We will then, after that, save up our $800 to get the epic level of cards, to continue to expand our catalog. And we're getting real close to being able to get our new employee as well. I'm imagining getting stuff like the licenses and the additional types of merchandise probably allows you to get more XP faster as well. I'm willing to bet there is some weighting to the value of stuff based on things. I'll also probably want to get ourselves an extra couple boxes of cards soon so I can deal with the bulk thing. The interesting thing is the bulk lets you... Well, it's any rarity of at least one that was worth less than $1. Okay, so I can actually put a thing. So even if it's a higher rarity, if it's not worth much more, I don't care. Yeah, so I was able to get one more box by throwing probably a bunch of uncommons in there. But it'll be interesting because what's going to end up happening here in a minute is when we hit shop level 15, I can hire my second employee. And I'm under the impression I'll have both going at the same time. That what I'll be able to do is have one work on the stocking of the shelves and the other one working on the register. Alright, and with this, we have enough money. Let's buy all our stuff. And we can go and pay our bills. Cool. So we've got the black dice. And there we go. Oh, I already did get more cards. That's fine. So I'll deal with that in a moment. And then we've got the white dice. Cool. Now we got the rare boxes. Okay. So there's not enough blank spots to fill that up yet. Yes, we're fine with all that. So what's the next order of business? We're doing good on deodorant. We're doing good on all of these things. We're a little bit low on the blue dice. Let's restock that shelf. So these are red dice. So I'm going to need to pick up some of the blue dice. So get an order of those in. They're not expensive. We've got our different color sleeves and all that. We got more figurines. I do think the next move to go, though, is after, like, we'll keep our shelves stocked, but the next thing I think is we get the epic level cards, and then by the time we get those all stocked up, we'll probably be right around the point of being able to get the epic boxes. So that's good. I know I paid more than I should have on shipping, but that's fine. Cool. All right. So we're gonna go through some common cards because our bulk cards are getting low. So I'm gonna just rip through a bunch of these, see if we get any good stuff. At $32, that's pretty good. $17, not gonna complain about that. But we're gonna see, like, stocking up those bulk boxes best we can. Alright. Okay, restock all these. Alright. Did that give us enough to push that over? Nope. Have you pulled any other 1,000 plus cards? No. I've got a bunch around the, like, 600-ish price point, but only the one that's over 1,000. But that's fine. So, the next move is going to be to get the legendary that's at $800. So, basically, we're just stocking shelves until we hit that. So I'm going to go ahead and pop some of these. Let's restock our shelves with this. I do wonder if it is time for me to... You know what? Nah, we'll keep those stocked. I was debating if I wanted to stop stocking the bottom shelf with the common or the basic cards, whatever they're calling them. And then, like, that. But it doesn't look like with the bulk cards you specify, like, this is a rare bulk card box or this is whatever. Alright, $17. Let's see, the smaller shelves are deeper. They hold 48 packs. I don't know if you've unlocked them yet. I can look. Okay, so you said the smaller shelves. So we've got the small cabinet. I wish they gave you just... Okay, so they have a compartment volume of 48 each. And these have a compartment volume... Okay, so that's 6 types. Yeah, so it's small cabinet wide. It's only one wide, but it's 48 each section. Okay. And this is a double-sided shelf. And these other shelves are, like, nicer displays and all that. Then we have the wide shelf, which will be curious. You never bothered selling things? Let's see, you found that selling just the booster packs really helped with your profits when you started? Never bothered selling the singles? The singles is a dice roll because you are depending on the RNG of getting stuff worthwhile. It can be worth money. Because, like, if I pull a card worth $1,000 and I huck it on the shelf, you know, you're good. But also you get a lot of commons and all that. No, you meant single packs? Oh, single packs versus the boxes? I've done pretty well with the boxes. Yeah, one box equivalent of 8 boosters? Yeah. No, I gotcha. Alright, well, the black dice are selling reasonably well. Oh, that's right. So if I close them, it actually shows me what they are. I might need to do that with stuff like the dice, because when they get down to that last row, you just can't see them. All right. Cool, and those are all fine. We can go ahead and get those up there. And that's emptied out. Also helps to condense your shelves. Yeah, the shelves condensing hasn't been too big of a problem. Like, the shelves, like buying a shelf one time isn't too big. The licensings are what's getting us right now. I need to spend $800 on a license to get a new type of card. And don't get me wrong, you could just not buy the single licenses, which certainly there's an argument to be made there. Because, like, very genuinely, I could see just saving up until we get the 19, buying the giant license here, because that'll be the most cost-effective. I'm not too worried about it. I've been led to believe, and it does, based on the settings I've seen, I would assume that over time, money becomes less and less of an issue. And it more becomes like the bottleneck of XP. You know what I'm gonna do? And this might be a mistake. Instead of worrying about the 800, I'm gonna shove another table over here in the corner if I can fit it. Yeah, that's right. You're excited. I think I could shove one more game table over here against the wall. Like, right, not against the wall, but like right here. It'll be snug and annoying to walk around, but that's not me a problem. That's a them problem. Because the play tables aren't expensive. How's the penny pinching employee working out for you, though? They're working fine. They definitely are not the best at stocking. Oh, you're already taken care of. Alright, so we can still get around here. There's definitely not room for another one there. They sold the other miscellaneous products, but only boxes instead of packs? Yeah, no, I got you. I understand the idea. For the moment, though, we're just going to save up for the next pack. I think I also like the idea of having the individual packs and then the boxes and all that kind of stuff to, you know, just to keep it interesting. Oh, I don't know why. For some reason, my eyes is like, oh, I need another box here. All right. Yes, we got red dice, blue dice, sleeves. Those are all fine. Those are all fine. You're going through a decent number of the black dice. And the regular common packs are selling pretty good, which is a good problem to have. So let's go ahead and add one of those to the cart. And let's go ahead and we'll add the black dice that we're selling a decent amount. And get that order in. Okay. Yeah, no, it's no surprise that the bot jumped on you for that. Like, you can imagine on Twitch, people just randomly saying smelly loser most of the time is probably being pretty toxic to someone either in chat or the content creator or whatever. But, you know, you say that, but I definitely distinctly remember, again, as a teenager, going to, like, these types of shops, like, you know, because it's what you do after school. You'd go here, you'd play, you get your, like, Magic the Gathering cards or whatever, and you'd play the game. And it's not saying, oh, it's a kid's thing. Like, adult me definitely played some Warhammer 40k. I didn't usually go to the game shop very often other than tournaments. Usually it was with friends, but that's just preference kind of thing. And I definitely distinctly remember the number of times I went in there and having someone, you know, mid-30s, 40s, whatever, and just stinking of BO, and you're just like, come on, man. Like, it wasn't like all people in that age group or anything like that, but there'd always be the one. You'd just be like, dude, man. If you're wondering why no one wants to hang around you, just take a nice heavy breath. Let your eyes tear up a little bit. You'll figure it out. Or I guess you won't. I mean, you're 30 or 40 years old and you haven't figured it out, so I mean, maybe there's just no help. It's not gonna pop those up, and I'm deliberately not, because like weirdly there's like I'm holding. It's like glitched that there is one box there. I'm hoping they'll buy it and it will fix it. But that's fine. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and open. We're gonna pay our bills, and we're aiming for $800 because at $800, I will be able to get the next set of cards. Now, the other thing that can happen is if we hit level 15, then I can hire an additional employee, which gets interesting because then they're going to handle stocking our shelves. And that's probably going to be the point where me having a surplus of all the various merchandise I'm selling will start becoming more of an issue, which is going to make the size of my store more of an issue because I'm going to need someplace to put that. God's so expensive. Yeah, you're in a card shop. Okay, so that the price did go down on the basic cards. I also find it amusing how fast the prices change in these games. Like, genuinely, for me buying stuff, I'm not gonna sit there and walk in, you know, one day, buy my pack of Pokemon cards or whatever, and be like, okay, oh man, $2, alright, whatever. And then you walk in the next day, and just, you know, like the price on the market has gone down, so now they're at $2, but the price on the market is $1.50. To be like, oh my god, they're so overpriced. You're gonna be like, what? No, it's still $2. Like, I don't watch the trends of merchandise selling. And it's not like I'm probably walking down the street and like comparing the price every other day to see which ones are going, all that. All right. You like the fact that 8 a.m. and 9 p.m. just pauses until you're ready? Yeah, no, that's been a pretty common choice with this entire genre. Is to have it so, like, the end of the day, it doesn't, like, force the end of the day on you. It just gives you a chance to breathe. I actually do move a lot of merchandise. Good problem to have. The dice are doing all good for the moment. And you're just doing your best over there, I see you. Let's see, more likely to be a book where it's just market value they look up on sale. Oh yeah, and that's the thing, like, that's what I remember doing, is for certain collectibles, you'd get, I think they would call it your almanac for the year, and you'd open up your almanac, that, you know, would be the price of stuff at the end of the year or whatever, and that was kind of the baseline for stuff, so it'd go up and down from there, because I remember that was a big thing for coin collecting, for card collecting, that they'd give you a range of prices of what to expect. And you'd have stuff that would break off of that, like you'd have like the new collection of cards came out, and it'd have like that card that someone popularized by the tournament, and so even though the almanac would say it was worth a price, it would be inflated past that, but it was still like a grounding for it. And then basically the internet happened. And that allowed for the price of stuff to change overnight. Because then you could look at the price and, you know, you could have these trends that would change very rapidly. Because otherwise, you know, someone would play, you know, they'd win some major card game tournament and all that, and there'd be a delay before anything would happen. Alright, let's... Alright. Making good progress and all that good stuff. Yeah, so you definitely don't sell the bulk commons very often, which, like I said, does not surprise me. Because I can't... Like, I know people sold the bulk commons. Like, that was just a normal thing. I don't think in the entire time I ever went to the local card place, I ever actually saw someone buy them. Like, they were always on the shelf. But, like, I just never saw it happen. I wonder who would be the target market for that. Because, like, you're trying to collect them all, you're buying packs and all that, you're not missing commons. If you're playing tournament or competitive, most of the commons are usually your throwaway, you don't really care, they're usually not that strong of cards. Rare exceptions, of course. So it makes me curious. There's gotta be a market if they bother doing it. Because one thing you learn with retail, this shelf here, the shelf that's empty, that's money. That's money going down the drain. Like, if you're not using anything with that shelf, that's sales you're not getting because you don't have a product there. And, like, there's a very real measure of that. Like, the more of your space you're using in your store that nothing is being sold on is genuinely one of the main metrics that retail deals with. That's the reasons why there's always a big challenge between probably grandparents for smaller kids to start. Yeah, I could also see that. I could see it being a way, like, if you're a Cub Scout leader and you want to, like, get you know, have an activity for your people, like, to play or whatever, you could do something like that for an indoor activity. Probably not Cub Scouts. They'd more likely go for more traditional card games. But you get it, like, be able to have a group of people able to play that. Alright. Okay, we're getting pretty close to being able to afford our license for our epic cards. And then we'll get that going. I did just notice there's no customization things here. That is probably something they have in the roadmap, but I like that. Alright, Luxray, you have a good one. You sleep well, thanks for hanging out. Like, it'd be nice to be able to go in here and, like, change that sign a little bit. Or instead of all the walls having the weird railing thing on it, like the faux wood or whatever. It'd be nice to be able to go in and decorate it up more. I don't think that's a priority thing. But that is one of those things that, when you start getting late game in here, that you can actually have a lot of fun while your employees are running everything. Is just going, okay, well, how do I want to decorate the place? Let's see how I want to change the floor. What color do I want to make my shelves? Do I want to go for warm colors to promote sales and impulsiveness, or do I want to go for cool colors? You know, for the people playing the game, making them feel like they're being extra strategic and smart and all that. Because color theory is a whole wild thing, and how much depth and how much, you know, reality it plays. Alright. I need y'all to play games longer. The Cheetos commercial is so stupid, but you want some Cheetos now? So what you're saying is it was effective. Because the sad reality that advertising works, and it really does. It makes me sad how effective advertising is. Because if advertising wasn't that effective, we wouldn't be bombarded with it everywhere. But because it is effective, it justifies its existence. Honestly, it could have been 1 second ad and just said the word Cheetos, it would have worked. That's bordering subliminal messaging there. But, just as a commercial, just like holds up a taco, just like, ah? Ah? You know what that is. Well, that's, I found, like, a lot of, like, pizza company commercials, instead of having all these, like, elaborate things where they have, like, the person, like, going around doing a dance, cracking jokes, they'll just do, like, the money shot of them, you know, like, sliding the pizza into the box, or, like, you know, pulling it off with, like, the cheese stretching and all that, and just, like, follow it up with, like, Dominoes. And be like, you monsters, what have you done? As you know, I was gonna say pick up the phone and start calling them, because that's just where my mind goes with that kind of ad. But, you know, get on the internet, go pull up your local pizza place. It's like, you monsters, how dare you? It just makes you want pizza, but not their pizza. But that's the thing, though. You can kind of approach that where it's like all ships rise together. It may not be their pizza, but if they're all doing those kinds of ads, some number of people, their pizza will be your local pizza. Unless it's Papa John's or Little Caesar, at which point, you know, the pizza's rubbish. But they're the real, like, that's you get the pizza and you're like, I mean, it is pizza, so I'm not upset about it, but, you know, I really wish it was a different pizza. Bring back guaranteed delivery times or your money back? Most of the places I know still do that. It's just, I can't tell you the last time I had a problem with a pizza delivery. Alright, we got our new license. I'm sure some places probably got rid of it or whatever. Okay, so I'm gonna need at least 2 boxes of that. We are looking at probably needing a box of the Epic. Go ahead and add 2. The commons are doing... We'll probably get a box of the commons as well. And otherwise, everything else is holding up okay. I have no idea which one this is. Oh, it's the red. Let's see, you guess you live in the middle of nowhere. Pizza Hut is the only one that delivers within an hour? Gotcha. Now that's definitely a thing. If you're in a rural area where, you know, there's not a pizza place that's really, really close by, I could definitely see them having a thing that, like, if you're in an area that you're not within a certain range of their place, that they just don't offer any guarantees. Yeah, because I do remember it was a whole big deal for a while. It wasn't where I lived, not now, but previously, that it wasn't there, but it was like the town north of us was like a fairly rural area, that they had like a gas station and like a farm supply store was like the only business there. And from what I understood is they had a problem that a lot of pizza places just simply wouldn't deliver. There's like, you're too far. And it was really not that far, but it'd be like a half-hour drive or whatever. And they're just like, yeah, we just don't. And I mean, honestly, fair. It sucks for the people living there, but fair. You know, you consider that means a poor person on the delivery shift could deliver about 4 deliveries in their entire shift. It'd be really hard to make that work. See, no, they're still all over, but still take forever. Half a delivery. Let's see. Forever and a half to deliver. Domino's 2 miles away. 1 hour to delivery time. Yeah, I mean, you're still definitely going to get, most of the time, your pizza won't arrive closer than 15 minutes because of the time it takes to prep the pizza. Some of them they'll pad it out to half hour. Then plus the actual delivery. Then sometimes distance gets weird. Like by the university we went to, it was kind of a joke that getting across the street would take you half an hour. Just depending on how traffic was. As a pizza delivery guy, that's a very real problem. Yeah. Like, even delivering close by could be a long time because the sheer amount of orders we get. Yep. Oh, that's, I definitely knew places that you would go to order, and even if it was just down the street, you get an estimated delivery time of like 2-3 hours later because we're like, hey man, we're slammed. This is just how long it's gonna take. There was a steak and shake right by the university I went to, and it was something we took pride in and something we kind of also felt bad about. That it wasn't unusual for, like, whether there was a game going on or whatever, but you'd have the people who were present that day or whatever, and everyone would kind of collectively go together to either like the local Steak and Shake and Denny's, but it would be everyone at the event would go to the same place. So you'd be at your local Steak and Shake, and they'd only have like 2 or 3 people working there because that's a perfectly appropriate amount for working that point in the evening. And then suddenly you'd have, you know, oh, no, I didn't want to pick that up. I wanted to do this. And suddenly you'd have, you know, 40, 50 people show up at there all at once. And the poor staff would get absolutely slammed. The good news was people tipped extremely well out of the group. We knew we basically shut the place down for 2-3 hours. Because everyone would be there. And you'd have them calling in staff from nearby to facilitate it. And so you felt bad because it was super inconvenient for everyone involved. But at the same time, you had people there who were tipping like 50, 60 bucks for an individual to tip. Because half of them knew the people that they were ruining their schedule. So they felt bad for their friend being drug in the middle of the night. Yeah, they also don't want bad reviews. Yeah. I could definitely see that as well. If you just say, hey, we don't deliver. You might leave a bad review for not delivering. But more than likely, you'll get more bad reviews from, like, getting the delivery and it being like, of poor quality or whatever. That was the blue one. Oh, I bet you it was just too far over on the shelf and I didn't click it. Yep. The whole leaving the boxes closed so I could recognize the thing isn't working out too well because the color isn't that easy to notice. All right, and how much do I need to do a delivery? 540. Well, it's probably like close to like 560 or whatever by the time we're said and done. And then we'll have a new product on our shelves. Oh, I need probably 2 boxes of the rare as well. I think I already had 1 box in there. Oh, no, I already did have 2 boxes. Okay. Not sure how Pizza Hut keeps succeeding. I mean, for people who want, like, the greasy style pizza, there's not many options. That if you're looking for that real heavy, greasy kind of pizza, you only got a couple places that do that style, and that's kind of what they do. I want to say Domino's kind of pushes on the edge of the heavy, greasy style, but there's not as many Domino's. Domino's was honestly one of those ones that looked like it was going to go out of business for a long time, and then they changed their recipe, and they've done really well since then. So your delivery range is pretty large. The farthest you go is 20 minutes out. So when you leave, sometimes you can be gone close to 45 minutes at a time, which is annoying unless it's a Friday between 5 and 8 p.m. I mean, they don't seem to have staffing issues. You wonder what they do different. Let's see, it's the only one with greasy stuffed crust? Yeah. Which, don't get me wrong, like, if you're being health conscious, then you'd look at that and go, I don't understand. But also, there are people that is specifically what they want when they want a pizza. That's, like, no judgment. There's certain foods that you say, hey, here's considering health, we're just going to go ahead and bundle that up, and we're going to just put that over there because I'm eating this tonight. And this is my cheat night or whatever. That very, very clearly, we are not factoring in how healthy of eating we're dealing with. Oh, and I'm sorry for the people over on YouTube. I've not been trying to ignore you. You got minimized out of the way, and I just realized it. My apologies. I do have a lot of focus on Twitch because that's where, like, on Twitch we have roughly 110 people watching versus YouTube we'll usually have, like, half a dozen to a dozen. So it's just naturally where the things keep rolling and all that keeps my attention better. Wasn't trying to fully ignore those. But yeah, that's actually one of those things when you look at the mathematics and stuff like delivery, that you don't think about it. Even if a delivery only takes a person, 15, 20 minutes, that means realistically in the course of an hour, they're only getting like 2 deliveries done. Because if it's 15 minutes out, 15 minutes back, that's 30, you get the idea. 20 minutes, that's 1 delivery and then half a delivery. Now, sometimes you get lucky and you'll have multiple stops in the same direction, so you can kind of pile them together. But, I mean, that's if things work out well for you. If they don't happen to work out that way, then that's just what it is. Brand new merchandise. Legendary. Or epic, or whatever. That's epic. All right. Let's see, every Friday at your job, we have 7 drivers. And in between 5 and 8, we have close to 150 orders. Oh, I believe it. Like I said, there's definitely times that I've ordered food and they're like, hey man, the wait time's 2 hours. And you're like, what? They're like, yep, we got 9 drivers going tonight. But that's just how backfilled we are. And that's also the point where it's like, it's no longer even the drivers that the bottleneck. It's literally the pizza oven can only make pizza so fast. There's only so much oven to turn to. Especially if there's something going on like, Super Bowl or whatever. That's going to have an artificially high amount of orders. I imagine, weirdly, stuff like big game releases could also be another one that leads to a huge bulk in that. And unfortunately, another thing that happens is when it's crappy and rainy outside, you end up having a lot more delivery orders, which works great when you're the person at home who's not dealing with it. Sucks to be the driver who now spends the entire night driving around in the rain. Oh yeah, we're gonna need to pop open a couple of boxes to top this off. You don't mind the rain, but yeah. Yeah, it's probably different where I'm at. Here in Florida, when it rains, it's usually not a sprinkle. It is what some people would find biblical rain levels of rain. I've had people who come from like Arizona and the deserty part of California on the eastern side come and visit, and they see those torrential downpours that we have every day. and you just see them like get full anxiety, which is understandable because where they're at, you have a rain like that, and you're looking at genuinely being flooded out of house and home. It just can't handle that amount of water. But, you know, here that's Tuesday. Here that's like literally any summer day. The Pizza is also the 5th biggest fast food chain in the world when it comes to the number of locations. Yeah, you get that now. It makes sense. From the eastern Canada, you get a lot of water, but you don't think you get flood rains. Yeah, no, I'm thinking it's kind of like a lot of the West Coast U.S. You know, people talk about the rain there, and it rains all the time. Like, to be fair, they do get, you know, they do make comments for good reason. It rains all the time in the Northwest U.S. But like the rain there is kind of a perpetual drizzle to maybe a sprinkle. It's usually not a super heavy rain. It can be dangerous, you know, like with hydroplaning and all that. But generally speaking, it's more just perpetual little bit of rain that, you know, you just kind of get tired of. Versus in Florida, we get, you know, the early morning, nothing. Late evening, nothing. Mid-afternoon to early evening, torrential downpour, the likes of which a lot of places in the world do not see in the entirety of a year. And it's basically daily during the summer. The fall and winter, it's usually not bad. But it's literally like tropical weather. Let's see, you lived in Washington, driving and hydroplaning were the same thing? Yeah. Like, in some ways, the drizzle can be worse than the downpour. At least the downpour, it's bad enough. You kind of look at it and go, you gonna go out? No. No, I don't feel like dealing with that. I'm gonna walk just the distance from my door to the car and just be completely, utterly sopping wet. Where you live in Florida, literally everything goes around us? Interesting. 0 rain ever. I mean, obviously, if you're not comfortable saying, don't say it. But what part of Florida? Like, you don't need to, like, give your city or anything like that, but, like, what general part of Florida is that? Is it up by the Panhandle somewhere? Central? Oh, man, no, like, I'm Central Florida as well, and we get clobbered a lot of times during the summer. Like, for, like, tropical storms and that, not so much. Like, by the time they get here, most of the time they're not bad. Unless they, like, hit the coast at, like, Cat 4 or 5, and then they arrive here about Cat 2 or 3, which, you know, is worth considering. But not terrible. But as far as just, like, general, like, rain, we definitely see plenty of that where I'm at. And I'm central. All right. My mind is like immediately like, unless you happen to be under the Disney weather machine, because there's memes that in theory, like supposedly, you know, Disney World having this weather machine to protect it from bad weather, which is not a thing at all whatsoever. But there's definitely a picture that came out of a hurricane way back that they had, like, someone had just snapped the particular moment of the storm that, for whatever reason, this big storm going around, there's this, like, one pack of, like, not storm in the middle of it where Disney property was. And it just, you know, the clouds just kind of scatter and do all this stuff. And it just, they happened to catch a frame that looked like that. I don't know which one. Alright, that's fine. Okay, so it looks like we're doing pretty okay. I'm gonna need to get more common boxes. We're doing good in the rares. The whatever they are, the epic, legendary, whatever, we gotta go. Disney controls the weather. Oh yeah, there's absolutely like belief around that. Let's see, you're about 45 minutes out of Orlando, and you always hear the thunderstorm and clouds, but it's like there's a dome around your house. Interesting. Let's see, the hurricane before Helene stopped with the eye on top of our island. Wildest thing, it just died like there was nothing. Oh man, Hurricane Charlie. I think it was Charlie, I believe the eye came across where I had been I had used to live. And it is one of those things they like everything's whipping and doing all that, and then just suddenly everything goes completely peaceful and it's sunny outside, and you can walk out the door and look in the distance and just see trees whipping back and forth, but where you're at everything's totally fine. That was terrifying because the house that was my parents' house, our roof took damage during the storm. You know, it hit us at, I think it was a Cat 4 or 5 or whatever. It was a major hurricane. I don't remember what the actual cat. Like, it was a real bad storm. And we took roof damage. Like, it peeled off shingles and all that, and one of the rooms was starting to flood. We had rain getting in the house. So we were in the eye of the storm. We're taking, like, 1x2s, just threw up a tarp, just drilled straight into the ceiling because there's no time to do anything right. That was just like a terrifying situation. We did like this absolute crap job of just slapping that up there as fast as possible. We got our first gust of wind and got off that roof and got back indoors, which it was enough that it saved the room and all that. But it was definitely one of those things that the roof didn't need to be replaced before. Oh yeah, after putting random screw holes through everything, it did after. Let's see. It just like stayed that we expected to hit the other side of the wall, but it just stalled us. That was man, I can't remember the name of the storm. We had one of the hurricanes that just kind of it landed as like a higher, I think it was a high Cat 4, and then got over the state of Florida and just kind of sat there and didn't do a whole lot and mostly fizzled out before it moved on to the next spot. But it was the only time I remember being in a hurricane where it was like 3.5, 4 days of just being stuck with the wind whipping around outside. Because, like, the eye, I can't remember if that one went right over us or near us. But it was just one of those things where you're like, oh my god, please stop. You know the Irma came over? Yeah, no. I don't think we hit the eye of Irma where I was at, but it was nearby. I've been in multiple hurricane eyes, so I lose track of which ones are which. I've been in a lot of hurricanes. You live in Florida for any length of time, you're gonna see hurricanes. It's just the way it is. It's just the reality you live in. Alright, so we got bills to pay, we got mouths to feed. I actually didn't pay my bills yesterday, apparently. Wasn't it cool? Terrifying, so cool. Oh yeah, no, being in the eye of a hurricane, like it is a fascinating and interesting and terrifying thing. It's also one of those things that like feels just really weird because it is those things that like where you're at, everything is like super chill, it's fine. Like nothing everything just seems like no big deal. And then you look out in the distance and it's like if you've ever seen the movie Gravity, where she's just like floating through and it's silent and everything's peaceful, and meanwhile just debris is smashing everywhere behind her. It's like that. In just everything seems totally fine and reasonable, and meanwhile literal natural disaster is happening around you. It is a wild and uncomfortable thing, but also a fascinating thing. Oh, and we're absolutely cracking some of these purple packs, by the way. Yeah, so we'll go ahead and do this real fast. Get our shelves stocked up. You'd imagine that's a bit like an eclipse? Oh, yeah. Well, there's, like, that's the thing. You have people, like, make fun of, you know, people who were here before we had a lot of the sciences and all that we've got now. And they'll make fun of people reacting to stuff like eclipses as, like, these big spiritual events. And you're like, you know what? If I'm at the point where stick with rope and stick with point is pretty fancy technology, and I experience an eclipse, you better believe I think it's going to be some, like, deity doing it. Because that crap gets wild. We're just, out of nowhere, the temperature drops literally, like, 10 degrees Fahrenheit or whatever. Alright, let's go ahead and pop up the real expensive packs. Alright, so far, mostly disappointed with the value. All new cards, none of them worth very much. Alright, that one is $7. That one's about $7. A little bit better, still not amazing. $3, about $8.50. $24.72. Alright, that's okay. That's not bad. $3, $5, $10, $9. Okay, that was a good pack. That one paid for itself. $27. Love to see it. Okay, so we had a dud or two at the beginning, and then it's made for itself up in the later. But that's $10. But that's how these things work. You know, the reality is you end up losing money in real life. But that's kind of the idea, is that you have a bunch of ones that are snoozers, and then you get the occasional one that's decent. Alright. And then throw away this box. And grab more stuff to put in here. Okay. So, we got the rares restocked. We got a bunch of different dice type that we've been restocking. Alright, so I think the thing to work on next is I just realized we can hire our next staff member. How much does our next staff member cost? $1,000. That sounds about right. So yeah, so I want to hire the next staff member because once I do that, this guy is going to become my stock person and the other person is going to become my cashier, and they'll both be better at that. And then we're going to continue trying to scale up the store. Which it is interesting because what this has done is it made kind of what I do in the store a lot of just pricing the cards here and then opening packs. Honestly, I probably should have more displays here. It does feel like we can make pretty okay money doing the displays. Okay, so can't do that yet. What? I don't know which one you are. Alright. That's the black one. Those are probably the reds. That looks mostly full. That probably could use some more on its shelf. I'm wrong. It's full. They've got the legendary packs. I could probably actually do to, Alright, Felix, you sleep well. Thank you again for doing that. Let's see, you lived in Pacific Northwest? No destructive weather? You just have to worry about a volcano or an earthquake? Let's see. Alright, you're trying to head to bed? Alright, yeah. Well, that's the thing. Everywhere you go, there is something you deal with. Now, it's not always natural disasters. Sometimes it can be other things. But there's usually always some pro and con with any location you can come up with. Now, there's definitely ones that, for certain individuals, like, to you, the con is not a big deal. Like, the con may not even be a con as far as you're concerned, for your personal preferences. But, that is just kind of one of those things you deal with. Yeah, I could definitely use more displays. Alright. So I'm gonna need to... How embarrassing would that be that you show up at a store, they've got a machine that like automatically sprays you if you smell bad, and it sprays you, and then afterwards the staff then runs up to you and is like, yo, and then sprays you a second time. Have you tried Shadows of the Doubt? Yeah, so we played it twice on the channel. I really enjoyed it. It did only kind of okay so far as viewership went. Which just I think has to do with, you know, it's a bit outside the normal type of content I do on the channel. But like I had a really good time with it. I've actually been playing it a ton off stream myself. I'm actually about to finish. I did a very large city. That I'm about to get the achievement for having all of the different upgrades you can get. And then, like, I can retire at any time. I don't want to just get all the upgrades. Like, I'm starting to achievement hunt. Then I think the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do a very small city, and I'm going to knock literally every single person I see unconscious, because there's an achievement for knocking every single person you meet unconscious. Like, knocking everyone in town unconscious. Not everyone you meet. So I am going to go through and deal with that. Let's see, the predominant con is, the all crap in Seattle is skyrocketing your state tax. Gotcha. Well, that's usually if you find an area that doesn't have a lot of big negatives. Usually the big negatives is because it's such a desirable place to live. It becomes extremely prohibitively expensive to live there. So, like, the lack of negative creates its own negative. Alright, so it's trying to put off buying another box of these until we took care of that. But that's not going to happen. I probably do need another rare box. I think we're okay on the dice. The stuffed animals have not been selling well. We've had those same stuffed animals for a long while now. Yeah, so we'll have those for when that starts to go down a little bit. Alright. I'm also curious when we hire staff to stock, if they will do like I've been doing here, where I pop open the box and, you know, top off the shelves using the individual packs. Or they will treat it as just, no, it's not the same item. We don't crack the boxes. Okay, we're getting low on the bulk boxes. That's because I haven't been cracking nearly as many boxes lately. I'll definitely want to do that. It definitely feels like the purpose of cracking the boxes is just to be able to restock these shelves. I also imagine your staff member probably won't restock these shelves automatically for you. Because they don't know what you want to give out of your collection and all that. It costs 35 bucks. Oh yeah, that's my bad. Yeah, so that price went down, it looks like. Alright. And honestly, it seems like right now the money has been the big limiter here. I feel like the breaking the packs ends up being a good way of getting money, just because if you get that lucky, like if I was willing to sell that $1,000 card, that would jump us ahead a lot. I'm just not selling anything I don't have duplicates of. Alright, so you're done. And there's no need for red. The blue we have a little bit. I think you might be the blue? Yep. Someone bought a lot of the epic packs. That's the red. We haven't sold many of those. All that is basically full. Sold a couple of these. Stock those up. I'll crack one of these for myself. Because I need to keep taking the time to unlock more for my collection, and the occasional real good find will help us out. A lot of $2. We're getting lots of new ones because I haven't opened these packs as much. But $2 and all that's not really good. Alright. Come on, give me a good one. A buck and change. Hey, $16. That's at least something. $27. That's not a bad one. Duplicates. And go boom, boom, boom. All right. And we were saving up $1,000 to get our next staff member. Sir, we are closed. What do you think you're doing? You are not starting a game now. Don't you even... Sir. We closed. Get out. Just, you're sitting there, you've already closed up for the night, basically, just being like, alright, just finish your transactions and head out, and they're like, alright, hang on, let me just knock out a game of this. They're like, excuse me? You want... what? Well, rip money, because I kept forgetting to pay my bills. Alright, so we're just trying to get to that 1,000 to hire our next staff member. And then this guy's going to take over stocking. We'll have the other staff member take over the register. And then all of our money gets to be applied to, like, more shelves, more space, more licenses. Like, the licenses are what I'm working on now after that, is we'll get more of the plushies. Let's see. There we go. You're here, so you get to take that over. I don't want to deal with it. We have more epic boxes need to be put up here. I need warehouse to work with. We ran out of the black days. We just had the blue and the red, which are fully stocked. Do we have anyone who bought these yet? A couple. Yeah, one of these got sold. And you're good. Alright. Alright, we're probably due to adjust our prices now anyways. So let me just go through our inventory and do a quick run on the prices. Make sure I'm not way out of whack on anything. Alright. Yeah, so get our extra staff member. Then we're gonna try and get our boxes of the epic. We'll try and get the little plushies or whatever. That's all gonna be good. And then, like, very genuinely, I'm curious, like, what we're gonna be working on when we get the second staff member, because I'm not sure if it's like we'll have one staff member and I'll be able to have a better staff member, or I will be able to do multiple staff members. I'm assuming and I'm hoping for multiple. No, sorry, my apologies. But it is well, sir, please mind my personal space. I am wondering about that, but it almost feels like you'll hit a point where your job will be to stand around and just kind of keep an eye on things. Spray people who stink, which again, I can get a second one of those to handle that, which I could actually afford, and I probably should do. But we'll deal with that later. Because yeah, we can get to a place where it runs itself mostly. At which point then I imagine your main time sink is just start smashing open card packs. Probably should do that. Because then if I get those big win cards, we can start making money on those too. Alright. Yeah, wondering how much I could do to force people to walk between the two of them. Like, put one here, one there kind of thing. But I want the staff member first. What a steal did not buy. Sir. I was gonna be like, I'd be stupid not to buy it. Walks away without buying it. Sir. Yeah, we definitely need another display. Because having a second display would also make it easier for me to justify cracking a ton of packs. Because even if it's lower value ones, I'd be able to sell a lot more. I need to make the place bigger. Alright. We had a $9 card. And $596.21. Heck yeah. Nice. Unfortunately, it is not a duplicate, so we don't get that money, but step one to getting that money is to get one that isn't a duplicate, and then proceed to get another one. Alright. Yeah, so it's looking like we're starting to get low on the card sets. I've literally sold nothing off that shelf. Starting to get low on the card sets. Still not selling any of the red or blue dice. I'm desperately to save up my money for the employee. Which it's funny, because we're actually selling a lot. We're making a good amount of profit. It's just how much of my money is now getting tied up in stock. Like all of these things on our shelves is money that is currently not accessible to me until it is changed from that back into cash. This cost $12. Yes. How are you both throwing a fit at the same time? What has occurred that both players simultaneously are like, oh no? You have to watch prices on individual cards too. Every now and again, you're selling one below market value from starting at 25% above. I'm not super worried about that. If I know someone's like, oh my god, it's so expensive, then sure, I'll deal with it. But if I'm just not getting my full dollar I could out of it, I'm not too fussed. Alright, we're right about to get our second employee. Come on, big sale. You can do it. Cool, because he stood around here the whole time, he got sprayed twice, I didn't have to do it. Alright. Recruit. Hired. Boom. So Restock the shelves. Should I also fill up the shelf with no labels? No. Don't you dare. Where are you going? Oh, there's nothing for you to do, I guess? Where's my other employee? I need you to get here from walking to work. There you go. Man the counter. Alright, and just like that, I have 2 employees. Okay, so. Next thing I need to do is get a box of these. Let's see how well you do. Alright, so we can go ahead and say, hey, we'll buy that box. Let's see, have you changed the card opening speed in the settings? Yes, I did. I appreciate that you're just like, ugh, on the floor. You're like, job's done. All right. Okay, so I think what I want to do next is let's get ourselves another display case, which is $400. Actually, what difference does the display cases make? Can we check this? Is it just aesthetics? That's to expand our place. So I've got the regular display case. It's $400 and carries 10 cards. We've got the small card display, which is $400 and contains 8 cards. Then we go down here farther, and I can't afford a, like, there's no other display case I can get right now, so we won't worry about that. So I put another display case here. I should be able to put 10 more cards on the shelf. That'll make it a little bit easier for me to justify buying another, like, big box of cards or whatever. I could probably also use the big shelf, so I don't need to be worried about them stocking the individual things. Sorry. Toom was sleeping back there and woke up and coughed a little bit. She's not sick anymore, but she's been training someone, so while she's still recovering, it's been straining her voice. Now, this is backseating, but they just updated the game recently to make it where stalkers do not pick up open boxes you have put out. Oh, interesting. So, like, I have to close them again. That's a really weird decision for the game to make. There's probably a reason for it I'm not realizing. Alright. No one wants to buy... Hey, wait a second. Alright. Oh, right, because I picked up the spray can. He was like... Oh, yeah. People are getting upset about staff taking their boxes of packs away from them before they could open them. That's amazing, and I love it as a problem. Because I can see both how you get there and how the developers are like, no, wait, really? Alright, so basically we're stuck here waiting for our $400. And then we're going to put down our display case. And I'm going to buy a box of cards. You start smashing open all those cards. I mean, you already have the cards. You know what? That does also give me a reason to buy the individual loose packages as well. All right. $18, okay. And we're done for the day. Cool. Alright, and considering we hired an employee for 1,000 and we still only lost 400 bucks, not bad. That is interesting because then that would mean the idea is I would want 2 boxes of this on standby, because what I would do with that is I would have the 1 box for me to open and do what I want with the cards, and then 1 for the actual person to restock the shelves. It also seems like I need to go out of my way, you know... You really hamper your own progression by only selling cards you have duplicates? You're definitely a hoarder? Oh, I'm doing the exact same thing. Because I gotta get them all. I mean, that's just the way it is. And you're gonna have that 1 super rare card that's left at the very end. And dealing with all that. That's fine, as long as we're getting something worthwhile. Okay. So you're gonna close it. Oh no, that box is empty, so that's fair. So yeah, so we're gonna end up having a situation where it'll be time to build a warehouse shelf. And put the warehouse shelf, put the items on it so that the stock person can get with that. Which means I'm gonna need more space. Which means just another thing to deal with. Which is good. It's good to have those kind of problems. I was really hoping you'd buy that so I could actually get one of these boxes off the floor here. Yeah, that's what's gonna need to happen here, is I am going to need to get more space here. Alright, so let's go here to do it yourself and card table, purchase a card table. There, we're just getting a little bit closer to being uncomfortably claustrophobic here. We're not quite there, but we're getting close. Just you wait. Alright, so we got 5 more. I always grab an extra one just in case someone buys as I'm actually trying to restock. Cool. And we can check on our prices. Because that'll, 1, give me something to do in the interim. And make sure I'm not completely ruining myself. that right? I feel like... No, that's right. Okay. Yeah, I could definitely see why a whole bunch of people were getting mods to automatically adjust price, because I could see me like, hey, just set the price to be 20% over whatever this is and that. Alright, so we got all these displays. Next purchase. So the next thing I think we get is this box. Oh man, I can't get the big box yet. Alright, so we're not gonna do that. Next thing we're gonna put on the list, we can start looking into the card sleeves maybe. Let's do the figurines, because I've got shelf space already ready for it. So $700 for another set of figurines for on these counters. Let's see, do you think they made real stores that they have stuff they lose money? Let's see, do you think they made like real stores that they have stuff they lose money on to get people to come into the store? Most of these games don't have something like that. That's a loss leader. And honestly, in this day and age, the strategy of loss leader isn't done nearly as much as it used to be. It used to be a very common strategy that you'd have like a screwdriver you'd come in and cost like $10, and the company would either not make money on it and like lose a tiny bit, or if they made money, it was so small of an amount it wasn't worth considering. But it would get you to come in, and a lot of times you wouldn't just buy that, you'd buy something else in. But honestly, these days, the strategy of loss leading is nowhere near as prolific as it used to be. You could just keep that shelf item poorly stocked? Yeah. Well, that's that was always a big thing, is you'd have like your Black Friday sales here in the US, and all those things that are on good deals, they wouldn't stock remotely enough for them. So you'd end up showing up in the middle of the night and all that, waiting for hours and hours and hours to hopefully get it. And you wouldn't even get it even if you stood there the whole time. And people wised up to that. That, like, you know, you could do that, but it wouldn't matter. Alright. There are stalkers sitting there doing stalker things. I'm guessing because I don't have a warehouse shelf, that's why after he finishes stocking, he's just hucking the box on the floor. Like the not empty box. That's what I'm guessing is going on here. Which makes a certain amount of sense. There isn't a place. How is the card game? So that's not something you can do yet in the game, but it is on their list of things that they plan on going in there. And you look at the thing, the cards clearly already have rules and all that. They just haven't implemented you to actually be able to play it yet. But it is on their roadmap to make the game playable. Alright, just want to finish paying my bills. Okay. So it's $700 for the next plushie, and we are slowly gaining levels. I probably do need to... Oh, did you actually finish the art box? Where did the art box... Someone must have bought a couple of them while he was working on it. There you go. You know how are you liking the game? Oh, the game's good. I'm very much enjoying the game. Alright, so we're getting to the point where these are getting too cheap to be worth putting on the shelf. Once they started hitting the point that we're like talking sub $1. Yeah. Alright, so we're gonna need to buy another case of the common cards, and we're just gonna crack open the entire box. We're just gonna go for it. I think I'll put the one up there that's missing, because why not? I need you to spend money faster. I demand aggressive profits. Yeah, so you need 117 bucks. We'll crack that open. It honestly should be one of my other spends there is to get the, to get another one of those spraying things so I don't have to manually do it anymore. Okay, so we can purchase that. Alright, you're already bringing it into stock, you know, top off the shelf, that's fine. Because then I'm going to open any cases that don't get immediately used. I'm not going to bother restocking the missing cards yet, because literally I'm out of cards that are worth over $1. So restock the shelf. And the rest are me. Come on, good cards. We're not doing very good on the good cards front. It's all garbage. It's all garbage. We got like a couple of $4 cards in there. And a couple of 2s. But it's all bad news. I might stop opening the common boxes, jeez. Hey, one new card. Yeah, I think we're reaching the point that the basic boxes may not be cutting it anymore. Alright. Because we spent 100 something on this, and I don't think I've seen a card worth more than $4 show up out of these. Hey, and I mean 8. Eight's not bad. Like, for an individual pack, that's good. But out of the many packs we've opened, getting just one $8 one, not the best. Alright. Like I said, I'm just blasting through this because my inventory is getting low. So I'm trying to get a couple in here. But I'll definitely probably need to get the rare packs in the future, just so I can at least guarantee myself to get mostly good stuff. Alright, so that's interesting. So clearly... Hey, $52! There we go. There's a couple more like that and we'll pay for these. So what I did notice was the box is open and he did restock the shelf anyways. So it looks like that might not actually be the case, the whole thing where he won't do it if it's closed. There's a $16 one. All right. I think our cashier left and they're all waiting for me to finish opening my packs. But look, man, it's packs opening time. You gotta understand. Oh no, they're still working there. Okay, so I could chuck this in the bin. Alright, and duplicates. Let's stock these up with stuff that's a little bit better. Okay, so we at least have a couple pages of stuff that's decent. Meanwhile, we could bundle the cards that were worthless. Only 1,000 more cards to get. Yup. They're bundling all our cards that are basically worthless, and then we sell them as like a big bulk box for about 14, 15 bucks. Okay, and you haven't taken the hint that we're close, so get the heck out of my store. Yeah, so it's one of those things that, like, the upgrade cost here, so we're still making good progress on all of this stuff. It's just, as we do these upgrades, we're not seeing the, Yeah, like, so now I don't have any bills left unpaid. We're good. We've got our fully stocked shelves for the most part. We could actually use a little bit more. Let's take a quick inventory and see what we're going to be picking up. So, we're not full on these. Buy a box of those. Buy a box, 2 boxes of those. Buy a box of those. We have literally all. Wait a second. Why aren't you restocking that? Come on, man. We can restock all of the types of dice. That's a problem. All right, let's not do that. So let's take the dice off there. We'll wait till one of those is low. So we've got all our cards. The cards are going to be 345. That's manageable. As far as the dice go, maybe the white dice are getting a little bit on the low side. So we'll pick up the white dice. While we're here, we are low on the pig. Whatever that is, figurines. And how are we doing? The deodorant and the sleeves we're good on. Okay. Okay, so we've got that going. So yeah, so we're looking at a cost of $678 to restock our shelves and all that good stuff. I think the next purchase to do after that is still going to be getting down to getting these sorted out. Just getting more of the accessories and all that. So you're complaining about this being a little expensive. That's fine. Yeah, no, fine. You know, the thing I'll do is whenever we get down to the point where I'm starting to get to $1 cards and all that, that's the point where I'm going to just sit there and whatever box we choose to get, we'll just crack open a box of packs. Alright. Yeah, so it's 670. We'll say 700 bucks. We do the massive restock. And then after the massive restock, we can go after the next thing. Alright. It's honestly getting all these licenses what's slowing me up now is just the licenses are freaking expensive. Alright. We're gonna have to add another thing onto our inventory to purchase. So now it's $800 is what I'm gonna need to do that. Probably gonna need to be done in waves. I'm trying to do this where like doing one massive restock kind of thing. But we just don't make the money nearly fast enough. I need more money. Give me more money. I need you to buy more of my goods at a higher price. If you don't mind. I also need the second deodorizer. That actually might... So we'll order the stuff and get that topped off. We'll get the second deodorizer thing. Then we're going to get the next good for our shelves. Because we get the second deodorizer thing, then that means at least for that, it's a whole mechanic that only I can do, that I can probably mostly ignore. I wonder if the smaller display cases for the cards, they only do 8, but I wonder if the more compressed style of them probably is worth doing. Should probably do that in the future. I do like having these kind of like where you can see them at the glass. Now in real life you wouldn't want it because that's the sunlight shining on your cards all whole time and wearing them out and yada yada yada. Because I still have to do this. Alright, so basically 800. We're getting there. It just feels like there should be something active I could be doing right now, which I guess the active thing would be busting open a whole bunch of packs of cards. I mean, I guess that is. I need to stock up first. But then I guess what I could do is I could pop open a bunch of packs of cards till I either fill up the bulk thing there. Probably until I fill up the bulk thing down there, actually. And that give me tons of stuff to sell on the display for a bit of extra money. I'm gonna buy all these things and the stock employee's gonna be like, man, my job's a breeze. I just stand around and do what I want. And then suddenly 20 boxes land in front of us like, get to work. You had most of the week off and now you don't have any time off. Alright. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so we're just working through this real quick. Like I said, we're gonna hit the, was it $900 I need to hit? $800. $800 we need to hit, and there's gonna be a massive like restock effort. Then unfortunately for the next figurine, it's $700. Okay. I also need you to play much longer games so I just get more cash and not have to put much effort into it. Alright. And nothing's out. We're getting a bit low on the basic boxes. We're just not seeing some of the bigger sales we were seeing before. We would have people show up and then drop $100-something buying up my entire shelf of boxes of cards. Yeah, buy all those epic packs. You didn't buy any. I'm upset with you. All right. We're getting there. Yeah, so it does make me wonder what's the better use of our money, like buying just a ton of packs, popping them open, and hoping for the good RNG to get like those random one-off windfalls, or to just continue to expand our merchandise more and more to hopefully just get way more sales in total. There's definitely going to be a little bit of A and B. But as expensive as the license is, just trying to get the next licenses is a pretty big delay versus buying a whole box of cards is $100-some and cracking a ton of those open. I think I'll make that a habit of just every single day we buy at least one box of cards and just tear through it. They came in here stinking, made me use my spray, didn't even buy anything. What has come to these people? Alright. Wonder where it even put a shell. And now they're blacklisted for the store. Yeah, banned. Didn't spend any money while you're here. Banned. No loitering. You get in and buy something, you get out. I wonder, so like we keep having the unhappy customers. Like I said, I do really wish the game would explain why they were unhappy, because at the end of the day it's like, oh, you had like 4 unhappy customers. You're like, but why? Did they wait too long? Did we not have what they wanted? Were the prices too high? Did people stink? Like all those things I imagine can lead to unhappy customers. But what were my actual failings of the day? Because that would help me in, prioritize where I need to be working on stuff. Selling half used up deodorant cans. We need sodas and snacks. Agreed. There should absolutely be, like I mentioned it earlier on in the stream, it's like if this is the real place, you'd have, $5 sodas that the cans are probably 30 cents each, but they'd be like $4 or $5 each, and you'd have, some various snacks, and it'd be like kind of, boring like potato chip kind of flavors or whatever. But they would also be like $4.50 when you know for a fact they cost like 60, 70 cents. Alright, one more sale should do it. Or honestly, any of those people leaving that table and cashing out would probably be decent enough. Rip them off like movie theaters? Well, no, that's just actual card shops. I remember like absolute price gouging prices at some of the card shops. You had some of them that were better. Like I remember like way early on, there was a little card shop around the corner from where I had lived that you could get a soda for like 50, 60 cents. And, they were probably getting a little bit off the top of that, but it wasn't, they were probably just barely taking a little off the top. And then there were the ones you'd go where it's like a regular old can of soda, and it'd be like store brand or something like that. And they would be charging like $4, $3.50, $4 for that thing. You're like, uh-huh. I'm $2 short of being able to actually buy that. Like, uh-huh. I bet it'll cost that much. It's only a nice casual like 5, 6, 7, 800% markup. I'm gonna wait to actually buy the things in the morning at this point, because then my warehouse person will be here. You're still buying? Store's closed. Get out. You get out too. The only reason I'm not closing yet is you're an extra like $40 maybe sitting here. I wonder if it still calculates the time as passing for them sitting at that table when the day's over. You work at Event Center, a lone bottle of water is $5. Oh yeah, no, nowadays, you go to like theme parks or conference centers and that kind of stuff, it is not unusual to be like, oh, I just want to get a soda. Well, how much is a bottle? $7.25. And you're like, what? $7.25 for like, you know, a regular bottle, not like the big bottle? You're like, yep. And you're like, what are you gonna do? Leave the convention center, go across the street, and then spend $5 for a soda because they know they're right at the convention center as well? No. You're gonna begrudgingly pay it because you're thirsty and you need liquid. Alright, solid profitable day. And we are going to quickly go ahead before anything happens, put in our order for everything arriving. Now, bear with me, chat. I'm going to let the worker do the worker things versus, like, letting it pause. So you can watch the worker stop the shelves. I got to use a restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that real quick, and I'll be back here in just a moment. So you can just go ahead and watch the workers do their job. All right, I'll be right back. Thank you for tuning in, and I'll be right back. All right, chat. You gotta let me know how is our employees doing? They doing good, or do they all need to be fired? It's important. You're gonna be you're basically their performance review. Wow, you put those on very slowly, one pack at a time. Alright, so once they've got that stocked, I am gonna go and buy one box thing. Let's see, bottled water would have one of the highest marked up items on the planet. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Okay. They're both popping packs in my absence. Alright, store's closed. We're shutting down. No. Like, shutting down, business closed. My employees are enjoying the same passion my character has. If the shelf filler moved any slower, it'd be a sloth. The thing that's nice about it is you really don't have to do much stocking of shelves so far as that goes. So even though he is really slow on stocking the shelves, it's not really that big a deal. Eventually it probably will be. He's also using the supermarket simulator strategy of stocking shelves, where when you're done with something, you just huck it on the floor and you walk away. It'll sort itself out on the other side. Alright. Yeah, so can't quite afford the license on the big one, but I am gonna get a big box for myself. This is my box. This box here, it's my box. I'm going in my corner. And we're gonna gremlin mode this whole box. See, something that came up as a random thought is water is a circulatory system where no new water isn't made, nor is consumed. But you think about how much water is stored in bottled water sitting in shelves worldwide, and you think about the places with lower rainfall used. Yeah, so we got a $7 card that was new. I mean, water is made and destroyed, so it's not exactly true. But yeah, no, I get the point that most of the water, like, we have effectively a finite amount. And effectively, having water hoarded and then being sold does kind of hurt the availability of it, which is a very real thing. Alright, so we had one decent card out of that whole box, and it was only a whatever decent card. But I am just trying to go this up. I need to get the bigger boxes. The thing is I don't have the license for the bigger box. And I feel like it's more important to do that. Hey, $70 card. There we go. Hey, don't you take my box from me. I actually don't think he did. I think he's taking the box for the sleeves, which is okay. That is acceptable behavior. $11. All right, so we got one really good and a decent card out of that one. Wait till you rip open a ghost foil. Your best card is 15,000? Yeah, my best card is about 1,100. I haven't been opening that many cards because I'm busy playing it mostly like a normal retail simulator. But we're getting to the point that I'm having problems keeping inventory on my shelf that's worth keeping on my shelf, so far as the cards go. So I'm accepting I need to be blasting through some packs to hopefully get some. I need to start popping the better packs. But for that I need the license for the better packs. Alright. That's why I grabbed this one box aside, is I'm like, we're just opening an entire box just for ourselves today. Try and keep valuable inventory on the shelf. 20 bucks, not bad. Alright. But yeah, no, if you get a $15,000 card and you're not worried about keeping and collecting them, I could absolutely see, alright, 10 bucks. I could absolutely see very quickly being able to, you know, as far as like your finances, keep everything in amazing order. Because just getting a $15,000 card, you'd be able to buy pretty much not quite every upgrade you want. That like you'd be blocked behind levels, but yeah, $5 card in that one. $10 card. Come on, give me a $100 card, getting better. You're level 35 and you got $130,000. Yeah, no, it definitely feels like you do get money faster. The big issue I'm running into is there's just so much stuff I want to do that I am starved on money. But it's like we're making, like, if you look at the day-to-day money we're actually making good money. 11 bucks. And it is an increasing rate of profit. 12 bucks. But you know, I'm hoarding my cards, and so what's going to end up happening is those more valuable cards as we start getting duplicates. That's when we're going to see a spike in our cash. Because then when I can pull a, you know, $300 card, I will sell it. But right now, I don't have dupes. So yeah. You're up to the 10,000 a day? 4,000 when you buy... 3 or 4,000 when you buy stock. Yeah, it makes sense. Because while I'm opening these packs, I'm watching our money go up. Alright. $6. All right. But yeah, once I could get like the rare packs, I'll start popping entire boxes of those. Okay, so he popped an entire box of the cheap stuff for me today. And then I made the comment that I think the next thing we're going to buy is a second one of those spray things. That'll be our next purchase. Yeah, and the shelves are all looking pretty stocked. We can use more of the epic quality ones. But let's go here and organize by duplicates. All right. Oh, I wasn't... That's fine. I wasn't bother rounding these ones just because... Like, the margins on a bunch of these is not... Not the margins, I shouldn't say. The total value on a bunch of these is not amazing. Okay, we can grab another one, you and you. Cool. So our replenish there. Meanwhile, like I said, let's go ahead and get our second deodorizer. So hopefully we can put a stop to people stinking up my store. So I'm gonna force them to walk in between there. Okay, so I need a box of deodorizer. And go here, so get a box of the deodorizer. We don't have any spare sleeves, and those are starting to get down. I need a box of those. A box of these. We need to pay our bills. Alright. We'll definitely need to get more of the dice. I'm going to need to get shelves and all that. Yeah, so my hope is with the two of these... Yeah, because that'll force you to walk past both of them. You have like a little wall here to go around. Alright, so stinky people beware. Your stinking up the place ways are coming to an end. How are we doing in time? Okay. All right. Come on, finish that sale. I'm assuming the day still goes on while this is up. Yeah, it does. All right, so all bills are paid. So the next thing to deal with is for 321 bucks we can do our restock. You're complaining about being a little expensive. Have the prices changed that? Just get out of my face. Keep restocking. No. Don't relabel the shelves. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, we definitely need to get a stocking shelf. That's, I'm assuming, why he's just tucking all the boxes on the floor. When I get a shelf for, you know, like a warehouse shelf, I'm assuming he'll take the boxes back there. I should have bought that $15 card, man. It's not going to be here when you come back. High demand card, high mobility. You don't understand. I work here all day. You don't realize how fast these cards are moving off the shelf. Once you have like 5K and do the shop expansion for the storage room, but the warehouse shelves, they will put the boxes there instead of on the floor. Yeah, and that's what I figured. Is once we got warehouse shelves set up would be all good. But no rush. I mean, honestly, the boxes sitting on the floor doesn't really bother me. As long as they keep working with them. Oh, you know what I need to be doing? In the meantime, we can fill up our bundle boxes. Okay. Because we opened all those packs and most of it was garbage. Alright. And you, we can order. So get to work, stocking person. Oh, stocking person went home for the day. That's fine. I have a whole lot to work on while they're running up the transactions, so we can go ahead and just work on this. Alright. Trying to walk through the glass, as you do. See, what is that swallowing sound you keep hearing? Oh, you may have heard Tomb snore a little bit. She fell asleep in the back, you know, in the beanbag chair behind me. I'm surprised it's picking up, because usually it doesn't. Alright, so we can go ahead and end this in-game day. Alright. And we finished a full month in-game. So our workers are gonna get here. All the shelves are stocked. Let's see, some places actually have really clean glass. Sometimes it's really hard to see, depending on the sunlights. Oh yeah, no, it's absolutely a thing. It is absolutely a thing that, you know, when places keep their areas like really clean, it can be a genuine problem where people just don't see the glass and, you know, smack into it. No, it's an effect. Maybe the thing's spraying here? Because these are spraying people who stink with deodorant when they walk in. Because otherwise there's opening and closing the boxes. I wouldn't call it a swallowing sound, though. Alright, so we can look at our bills real fast. We'll get our staff paid. And the next thing I want to get is $700 for the next of the things to go on the shelf, the little plushy things. So we can get that to start being stocked. Just the time he stands there like staring at that shelf, contemplating, staring into the middle distance about what series of events led his life to this. You know, as he definitely claims he's like 18 or whatever and allowed to work here, but that guy's clearly like 13. There's no way he's of legal age to work here. we go. Cool. And now it goes back to staring into the distance. Got any good pulls today? Yeah, so if we look at our thing, because this is my first time playing the game, so I actually sort by price. So we got ourselves, ooh, actually, yeah, so that one's up to 1100 now. It was a little bit lower, but it's gone up. We got about 700, about 650, about 600, about 570, about 550, 100, 100, about 93, 92, 75, 71. But yeah, so we got the one here worth like 1100. That's not shabby at all. Yeah, that's what we want to see. A person walks in and immediately gets blasted with the deodorant. Serves you right. Showing up here smelling all bad and such. Alright. So now I can pay our salaries, and then the rest of the money is to use whatever I need to be purchasing. Alright, like I said, so I'll probably need to, if we check our inventory, I probably need to go ahead and get a round of the boxes. Let's go ahead and do 2 rounds of the boxes. But the next thing I want to get is this license for the plushies, so I can get a new. I got 3 shelves here that don't have goods on them, and that needs to be fixed. Actually, for that matter, I said 2 of them. We're doing 3 of them, and we're gonna do 4 of them. I'm gonna tear open a bunch of those. Because we'll do 1 big box worth a day. That way we can keep these stocked, hopefully with better priced things. Because these ones are worth like 15 and all that make me decent money. But then when we start getting the ones that are like $1, we actually have some pretty good values on there, but I'm starting to get a little bit low on my options, and we're starting to dip to where we're going to get down to $2-3, which isn't terrible. But ideally we want some higher price ones, and plus people want to see the shiny cards pop out of the packs. I also need to expand the store and expand our good and all that. You can't decide if you really want this. I mean, you did buy it. I feel like you did decide what you want. You may regret buying it because you were like, oh man, I really shouldn't be spending this money. This is my kid's tuition. But you know, that's addiction for you. Alright, come on. I want to see if my money still goes up while I'm staring at this screen. So we're going to give it just a minute and see if that 246 goes up. Maybe this actually does pause the game. Yeah, because you would have finished that transaction. Yeah, so it's 325. No, I mean, you're still walking around. It's fine, whatever. But as you can see, we're quickly dropping down in the price ranges we're getting on these cards. Gonna need to get the dice soon, and I really don't want to. Like, the dice actually make me decent money. It's just a lot of upfront costs. And also, why are you not restocking this? The other ones you're just leaving on the floor and restocking. Alright, so do this. Order, buy. 2 of these boxes are mine. can't have them. They're mine. $18. 25 cents. Cool. $5. $2. Yes, we're getting lots of new cards because I haven't opened as many of these. But most of them are pretty garbage. Yeah, $4, $5, $6. I mean, those are still not terrible, all things considered. The ones that are selling for like 5 and 6. $4. $1, $9. Okay. $1. I have noticed, as far as I can tell, there's nowhere that... Hey, $476. There's a good one. I have noticed there's nowhere it seems to sit there and say you have this many of this item in stock. And that's always something I really want to see in these types of games. That you do have a basic $351. Cool. Because I always like to see those things like inventory in game just because it makes it a lot easier to manage. $10. So yeah, honestly, this box, we got several that made this box well worth it. Bunch of lower dollar ones. But there'll be a bunch of these that we can potentially make some serious cash with. $10. $10. Yeah, so we definitely made way more than our money's worth out of this box. Once they sell it, but you know, we'll get there. We are getting to the point where we're not seeing nearly as many new cards. Yeah, a lot of $1 and $2 ones. Okay. And then when we're done with this box, there's $6. We'll check out the dice inventories and see what we got going on there. Basically see what I need to $6. See what I need to restock. $3. $3-ish. Okay. $4. Alright, you're all done. And duplicates. Cool. So the inventory on the cards is mostly fine. It looks like we actually need more of that. So I need more of the really common cards. Are you just not going to stock those shelves? I mean, one of these is mine. The other one I'm going to just put down there. But you're mine. You belong to me. Okay, so let's do a quick evaluation on our inventory. So, I need another box of those. I need red and blue dice and black dice. So we're going to go to accessories, red, blue, and black. We need the spray stuff. Honestly, I probably need 2 of the spray stuff. I was looking at the larger thing. It probably should be something that they do discount this more when you get the bigger container, but that's fine. The only discount you get is that you don't have to pay as much shipping, which is not nothing. We need more of these packs. I need more of the common packs. And we can go ahead and get another card real fast. Oh. Yeah, it's bringing the phone up. I understand. I gotcha. Meanwhile, just trying to... just want to go through one box a day, I think is what we're going to aim for. I honestly could use with... alright, 15 bucks. I honestly could do away with the tally animation at the end. Because like we skip it before it's done anyways. $20, that's a good one. And like that's the most disruptive stuff. 351, I think that's a duplicate. I think that $351 card is a duplicate. If that's the case, that's money. Are you a dupe? Come on, be a dupe. Oh yeah, first proper expensive duplicate. Now I just need one of you to buy a card, that way I can go ahead and put that on my shelf. $5. $4. But that's what I figured was gonna happen is we'd eventually $5. We get to the point where I would start getting to the situation we'd start getting the occasional duplicate really good pull, and those would add up quickly. I can absolutely see playing this on my own time to unimaginable amounts. The thing that's going to be the challenge is me deciding between Satisfactory, there's 18, between Satisfactory and this game in the short term to play. Alright. $3. Have I played the Starfield DLC? No, I haven't. I haven't heard good things. $123, that's a good one. I haven't heard good things. Now, it doesn't mean it, because, like, it's the same thing where people were absolutely trash-talking Starfield really hard, and it's like, most of that was unfair. Like, I would say it was a good-ish game that was presented as an amazing game is kind of the issue that ran into. $5. Like, it wasn't amazing, it wasn't head-turning or anything like that, but it wasn't terrible. We're just gonna sit there for all eternity, so we're gonna advance the day. But yeah, no, I've heard pretty mixed things about the DLC. I heard it was very short. I know I should be wrapping up here, but I want to go one more day. It's not my fault. One more day. I can't be held accountable. I got $1,000 in inventory I still need. $4. I mostly just want to put that one super expensive card in there. Cage was playing it yesterday. She was enjoying it. Don't know what it's like. Well, that's good. Cage knows Bethesda games really well. So that's a good sign that she was enjoying it. Because like I said, for me personally, I enjoyed Starfield when it first came out. We got one for $5. But it was one of those games that like people were expecting the moon and it didn't deliver the moon. So like it was good, but people's expectations were up here and it fell short. And it's not to say it doesn't have its problems. The load screens were particularly, like, to me the load screens were the most frustrating thing because it was every 2 seconds. $4. As far as the game itself, it was fine. I think there was just a weird juxtaposition that happened between the game really wants you to like New Game Plus it a bunch of times, but also that style of game really makes you want to not New Game Plus it basically ever. And so it's just kind of a little bit of a juggle there going, but which one there? But yeah, no, that's, it's a reason to try to not get involved with games earlier on, just because the risk of getting yourself all bought in on hype, and you get to a point there's just no way it can live up to it. Boom. $350 something card. Let's make some money. So market price, market up 20%. Ah, $420 of that card sells. Now that's a kind of card, when it sells, you're gonna make big money, but realistically in real life, that's also the kind of card that's gonna sit on your shelf for a while, because it's waiting for the right customer who's ready to drop that kind of cash on it. That's not gonna be your everyday person. All right. You know you want that $400 card there, buddy. You, sir? You, sir, have the look of a man who wants to buy a $460 card. I don't know what that look really is, but you definitely have it. Yeah, we're just gonna wait. Keep not noticing that we're missing other ones too. Cool. We can do a quick inventory check, see if anything needs to be price checked or price adjusted. So when you play in Starfield, you had to reinstall it to your SSD because the loading screen helps a bunch. Really enjoyed the game. Just felt empty, kinda. Yeah, no, it's one of those things, like, it's one of the complaints. So I come from a background where I've also played, like, Elite Dangerous, and you'd have a bunch of people who, they would play Elite Dangerous and be like, I'm landing on a bunch of random planets, and they're all just empty and covered in rocks, and you're like, yeah, that's how space works, yes. And don't get me wrong, it was a disappointing thing for a lot of people who were looking for, like, a No Man's Sky experience. But it also any holes yet? Oh, hollows? Yeah, no, we got a card here right there that is a duplicate that I got going for a whole lot of money. Yeah, no, my big card in my collection right now, if we check on our price, the big one is this one over here for $1,100. We got a couple over here, they're like $700-800 and all that, but that's my huge one for the collection. Alright, let's do that by duplicates, because that's the way I've been selling them. But I do have a $500-ish card just waiting for someone to buy it. It'll realistically sit on that shelf for a while. If this is anything like actual real life, it'll sit on that shelf for a little while before anyone looks at it and picks it up. But yeah, no, this game certainly has the danger. It's like Supermarket Simulator's addictiveness with the addictiveness of, you know, popping card packs, which is very addictive in nature. But yeah, no, that's like I said, I personally enjoyed Starfield. For me, like, I did the New Game Plus. I basically waited till I got married to the person I was pursuing, and then, like, the day that happened, I New Game Plussed it. Which, in a certain respect, felt really not good as a person, because you're like, I promise you'll never be left behind. And New Game Plus, where you stop being like, I am teleporting universes. It was just like, I'll never leave you. Bye. It's also worse because that was part of that character's story, was you know, a sense of abandonment and everything. You're like, don't make me feel worse about this. Game mechanics, this game is really pressuring me into doing this. Don't pressure me into doing this. I like that he looked at the $400-something card and goes, that's a little expensive. Not like, oh my god, look at that price. Just like, oh no, that's just a wee bit more than I'm looking to spend today. Alright. Okay, not quite. I need like one more sale and then we can buy all the stuff I need to restock my shelves again. Alright, come on. Okay, and with that, it is restock at our shelves. Oh, I'm sorry, I needed $1.60 more. My bad. Come on. There you... That better be enough. Okay, I didn't realize all that ringing up was for $4. Here, I'll help you deal with this. Because otherwise I'm going to just stand around. Okay. Thought I bought a box of loose ones too. Oh no, don't do that. Pick that up. Grab the red one. It's a black one. Before he attempts to stock that shelf up. Okay, we're fine. Alright. Selling all the dice, despite having no games that use dice here. You take time to stock that shelf. Oh, good! Our $400 card. Someone has it that they're gonna be buying it. Let's watch that money go up. Do it. Do it. Do it. I want to watch that money jump up $500 all at once. Is that lady's got to be the one who has it? This lady right here? You're my favorite customer. You got that one card, didn't you? 428 bucks? Yes! Money! Come on, like... Card declined! Oh my god! I could absolutely... Like, that's a thing that happens in real life, and then you're all embarrassed, be like, no, really, I do have the money there. I don't understand what's going on. Look, the other day I was just... Look, man, don't... I promise, this isn't... don't worry about it, come on. So we've almost got enough to unlock the next thing of merchandise to put on our shelf. It definitely does feel like the answer to getting proper money rolling in. You think the guy had it in his pocket? Yeah, no, like, I'd like to buy this $400 card, pockets it, immediately creasing it up and everything. Half the people in the store wince in pain. Just seeing it get destroyed. And with that figurine, boom. So you're gonna go on the list of things to purchase. Or your bank calls. Someone is attempting to spend $400 at the CD card shop. Authorize it. Yes, I must have the card. Okay, so you're done stocking the shelves. Alright, chat, so we're going to be ending pretty abruptly when the day is done, and the reason for that is I've been kicking the ads as far down the road as I can, and I've hit that fence where it won't let me kick them farther any farther down the road, and I'd rather not subject you to it. I'm kind of hoping we can get the final payout here, but in the meantime, if you're watching over on YouTube, you know, the stream will end abruptly when I do finish the stream because there's no real rating there. But over here on Twitch, if you have been enjoying the stream, don't forget to drop your follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future, because that's kind of how this all works. But with all that said, what I'm going to go ahead and do is... Oh, hey. Sold $200 card. That was a very delayed thing. Like, we sold it and it was like not until the person walked off the area that we got the credit for the achievement. But what's going to end up happening is we're going to hit 9 o'clock in-game. And I'm going to, you know, quickly get that final tally for the day, because I want to see how much of a difference we see with all that. Thanks for the stream, told you this game was addictive before you started 9 hours ago. Yeah, so the big challenge is going to be, so when we come back on Friday, I'm going to start with whatever one of my, like, it'll either be this or Satisfactory. Around the middle of the stream, we'll have about 1 hour of a sponsored stream where it'll be a demo for a Tycoon-style game where you run food trucks. Very, very Lemonade Tycoon-esque. And then we'll either do, like, if I start with Satisfactory, maybe I end with this, or vice versa, or we'll figure it out. I'm hoping to get out of my store real quick. I might just hit enter and not wait to see the... Like, we'll let this guy pay out, and then we're going to hit enter to see what the final tally is. I would like them to stay, but I only have 3 minutes until the ad happens, whether I like it or not. And I'm trying to avoid the thing where we go to raid out and the ad happens and it just breaks things. Okay, come on. I'm trying to wait for it. It's happening. Okay. Because if we wait any longer, we won't be able to raid out. So cool. So we technically lost money, but revenue today was $1,700. So that is fantastic. So with that said, I am going to go ahead and end the stream over there on YouTube side. And what we're going to do is we're going to go to our ending stream screen, and I'm going to quickly see who I can find to drop